Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang. Oh, you guys can hear all that. Sorry.
I can hear all that.
My bad. I said my bad. All it was is a promo for the station.
Oh,
Yeah, we got SEC football this weekend, the world's largest cocktail party. That's number one rated Georgia, ranked Georgia rated. Number one ranked Georgia at Florida.
oh.
YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Odyssey.com/stations.
Hi, Rob W.
ESPN 1320. Hey, congrats to Ramsey on the belt, by the way.
Ding, ding, ding.
1320 a.m. Let's get our emojis in here.
I like to do this join us tweet because it's awkward and weird because like there's a church here in Roseville. It's like one of the mega churches that used to have this gigantic sign, probably like 80 feet long and like 12 feet tall, that sat on a hill that said join us. And it just like felt
very culty.
Cultish. So hello, everyone.
Wait till I get an insider's tattoo across my chest.
That's right. Hello, Darren. Hello, Miss Mac.
Yeah, probably. I think the Dubs are gonna get thumped tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, dude. I don't think they're that good.
Oh. They got one really good one.
Oh, hell yeah. The GIF I'm posting of De'Aaron Fox features Buddy Hield and Willie Cauley-Stein.
Oh. What? Buddy Hield? What?
Yeah. It's after Willie dunked on who did he dunk on was it somebody on the Timberwolves?
Willie could Karl Anthony Towns? No?
Maybe.
There was a game where Willie got destroyed by Karl Anthony Towns, and then he said after the game he thought he did a really good job defensively. even though Karl Anthony Towns scored like 36 on 10.
Oh, I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
It was so egregious.
We're just gonna post it like this.
What?
Like a minute? Yeah, about a minute 20. Let me delete this. I don't need all that.
Oh. Kyle just put stuff up there. There we go. At some point, are they going to give us keys to the car and let us actually tweet stuff out from the ESPN 1320 account? Which I'm not sure why that's a concern since...
No, I know. That's what I was saying earlier. I got to get I just got to get the credentials from Jesse.
Got it. I think you and I both have more Twitter followers than the ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah. You have 8,000 more. I have almost 30,000 more. So...
Yeah, but still, it's people that follow the station and not us.
That's true.
Although if they're following the station and not following us, what are they doing, you know?
Everyone out there, you should probably follow.
Well, I mean, this is just
Kyle
talking trash, but leave stuff out of this.
At Kyle A. Madson.
Yeah, that's me.
And then I am at James_Ham NBA.
10 seconds. Here we go. Let's have a great show. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you listening. Good morning to you watching. Good morning, James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson.
Kyle, you seem to have a little bit of donut in you going right now.
Yeah, I got, so I pulled up a little late today because it's a Donut Friday. And 160 has been closed. That's I can get to Sacramento via Highway 4, which I have to go down and around to I-5, right?
Yep.
Or I can go 680 to 80 or 4 to 680 to 80 and kind of go up and around. 160 just cuts right through the middle of that little half circle there to get to Sac. 160 has been close. So I've had to take the long way to work. I've not adjusted my time to leave, even though it adds a little bit extra time to the commute. And like 20 extra miles. Yeah, it's brutal. So I was a little late today getting donuts. I go into the Bailey show on 98 Rock and I do some production stuff in there for them. And so I got in like right at 6 o'clock. I was a little bit flustered, but I had my donut and now I'm on one today. Plus, so I got a donut in me. I got a second coffee today.
Oh yeah.
Because it's going to be a late night because we're going to be out there at Golden One Center. And I'm fired up to be at Golden One Center for a big game for the first time. I've been to several games at Golden One, but I went to, it was a lot of the like early De'Aaron Fox era and a lot of just not great games. The game I went to last year was the Lakers game where Thomas Bryant had a huge game.
Oh yeah.
So it was just a weird vibe. And plus there's a lot of Laker fans, which is gross. Tonight is going to be A1. I'm so excited for this experience.
This is your first time being a media member at Golden One then?
No, last year I was a media member as well.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Today, I think I'm going to play real media member though. I think I'm going to like go to the press conferences and stuff.
All right.
Yeah. I have a different outfit. I'm not going to wear this, just so you know.
Okay.
I have an actual like nice outfit and I'm not going to wear a Golden State hat into the arena.
Well, you definitely have to know that like Damian dresses like.
Oh no, he's dripped for sure.
Oh yeah. Like he walks out on the court and just like hangs out. Like, how you doing?
The best thing I can do to keep up, because I've just understood that I'm not going to keep up with Damian Barling or Kenny Caraway.
No,
that's just not a thing that's going to happen. No matter what, even if I tried, I could find an outfit that is exactly something Damian has, for example, in my size. And it's just not going to look right. It's not going to look the same. So I understand that I live in my lane, but I go to the version of my lane that, is like what I consider comparable.
Okay.
Even though it's going to look very different. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I always like, I dress up for games that like I'm wearing what I'm going to wear tonight, but like I just have my version of like when I was on the telecast with Doug, he would wear these crazy suits and I would be like, man, I love your suit. I could never pull that off. And he would laugh and like, I just can't do it.
Right.
But we both look good in our own way.
Totally.
Yeah. So
I'm not saying I look good. I don't want to put that into the universe.
Oh no.
But I'm doing my best.
I'm out there.
You are. No, you are for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Kings hosting the Warriors tonight in their home opener. So this will not be my first game as a media member, but it will be my first like big game. It's going to be extremely loud in there tonight. And watching the playoffs last year, particularly game 1, holy crap. It was like, that's why when you cover sports or you work in sports media, it's fun all the time. It's hard work, but there's so much fun. And it's like, you just get to go to basketball games or go to football games or go do whatever game. And you just go and you're working. There's certain experiences like I was at the game at Arco Arena or Sleep Train Pavilion or whatever it was called. It was the home opener the year that it was like they're staying in Sac.
Okay. The first time.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2000,
I think it was the Clippers
or 2012, 13 when Vivek took over.
I think it was 12. Is it Clippers or maybe the Nuggets?
Okay.
But whatever. And the vibe in there was incredible. It was so much fun. But again, that team wasn't very good.
No.
But this year, you're going to get the A+ vibe in the brand new arena, or not brand new, but the new beautiful arena. And
oh yeah,
and
it's going to be rocking tonight. Incredible. It's going to be wild tonight. So and they keep adding seats. I would expect that tonight, like we're going to be like the roof 18,800 or something. They just keep adding seats. Like they've added a whole new area, like at one of the ends, like sort of by where the NBC studio is. The set is like down further. They've added like a little grandstand right there. They've added some lounge seats up on the lower bridge.
Great.
Like it's crazy how they just keep expanding. They even had like a party deck that you could rent last year towards the end of the season.
Sure.
Where you could get like 35 to 40 people on this party deck. They had a DJ and it was like right next to the NBC studio, the set. And so you were right there looking down over the game. Wild.
Incredible.
So it's good to see though. Like I like seeing fans in the building that are energized and crazy. I know the year that we had like cardboard cutouts, that was awkward.
Brutal.
But then the year before that, where they had no fans in the building and they did like the kicks cam and like everyone would put their shoes up on the seat in front of them. I like tweeted out like, why would you want to put out there that there are no fans in the front of anyone?
Right.
Like,
right.
so like you put your shoe up on somebody's chair in front of you, it means that there's no one sitting there in front of you. And that's what the whole arena looked like. You know, we're down to
It's
like
not a
7
good
or
look.
8,000 fans. It
Yeah.
wasn't a good look at all.
Yeah.
So I'm happy. I like the building full. I like to see kids out there getting their first game in. Yeah, the guy wearing the Kevin, shout out to the guy wearing the Kevin Herter full regalia during preseason.
Oh, my man.
Like full head to toe. Yeah.
I love that.
And then
I wish Alex
into
Caruso played for the Kings, because then I would just go full Alex Caruso regalia. Throw a headband on, jersey, shorts.
That'd be sick.
Just pull up with a basketball. Like, I'm here for my credential.
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm here. I'm going to be the 6th guy tonight. I'm locking up their best perimeter player.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So Kings Warriors tonight. Super excited for that game and to be in attendance. If you're going to be in attendance, I'll be there. James will be there. I'm probably going to be walking around at some point.
Yeah, we might do halftime, like go up by the main entrance. That's what Damian and Kenny do sometimes, and go meet the good people.
I'll be wearing a Baby Yoda hat.
A Baby Yoda hat. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or Grogu, if you are so inclined.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you see me, say what's up. Green jacket, Grogu hat.
Okay, I'm with you.
I'll say what's up. I might do the media thing tonight too. I might like go to press conferences.
Okay.
When I've gone before, I go and I watch from the press box and I take my notes, and then when the game's over, I just go home.
Yeah.
Stick around tonight.
All right. You can stick around.
Maybe. Or I'll leave at halftime.
You're going to live in James's world for a little while.
Yeah. So it's either I'm going to, because my thing, what I'm not going to do is leave right when the game ends.
Oh.
I'm not trying to fight traffic, bro.
No.
The ingress egress is actually, for a downtown arena at Golden One, pretty good.
It's pretty wild how they get people in and out of there.
It is. I was very surprised. But again, it's going to be crazy down there. I'm just not trying to.
Yeah.
So I'm either doing the media thing or I'm cutting out at half.
It's opening night, though. I think everyone should be excited. It's opening. It's the home opener, right? Mm-hmm. Chris Duarte is 100% cleared. He's ready to play.
Great.
Trey Lyles will not play tonight. He's still nursing the calf strain, and hopefully he'll be back soon. But that will probably open up some time for the Sasha Vezenkov.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a lot to like. No Draymond Green. And this is like one of those stupid like scheduling anomalies mixed with playoffs. This will be, I believe, the 11th time out of the last 16 that these two have played.
I'm tired of it.
It's a lot. It's a lot against the same team.
It would be, here's the thing. It would be cool if for me, and maybe you think this way, and that's fine. But it would be cooler for me if these teams were meeting later in the year. Like, forget the consecutive amount of times. I want to see what both of these teams look like in February, for example.
Yeah.
But also, this isn't the Warriors anymore. Like, it's still it's the jerseys. But I'm of the mind that they are like a 6, 7, 8 seed type of team. And
I agree 100%.
And I don't think that's the king. Like, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. I think it was before their preseason matchup. And it was Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox during practice. We're talking about, that's the standard that we want to get to. And we want to win championships. And would Malik say we're the young Warriors? And that's what I think is happening. Is I think last year you saw the playoff series was the last gasp of the Warriors being like, hey, we're the best team in Northern California. And even that was Steph Curry being like, I'm just the best player on the court in Game 7. I don't necessarily think the Warriors were a better team.
Yeah, so, I don't think they were. I think the more experienced team won.
Yes.
I don't think the best team won.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And so that's why going into this year, it's like, oh, it's fun. It's fun that they're both like in the mix for the Kings, in the mix for, a much higher seed, but, or you would expect, so we're one game in, but you expect the Kings to be in the mix for a much higher seed. You expect the Warriors to be in the mix for a playoff spot. Mm-hmm. And that's awesome. That's super cool that both of these teams are in that mix at the same time. But to me, it's just not, they're so clearly going in opposite directions.
Yeah, they are ships passing in the night.
Yeah, I don't even want to call it a rivalry, because it is, particularly because of the proximity, because of the fan interest.
Yeah.
They met in the playoffs last year. It's definitely, and there's a mutual, I think, respect there that matters.
No, I agree. I just think they've played each other too much recently.
1000%.
Like, I don't think they like each other.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of respect,
Mhm.
especially. I think that there are certain people that like each other. Like Davion Mitchell spent all summer working with Steph Curry and Steph
Mhm.
Curry's trainer and working with other giants of the game.
De'Aaron Fox just signed with Steph Curry's
De'Aaron
shoe
Fox
company.
Yeah, they have their own like sit down.
Yeah.
With I think it's with Malika Andrews.
Yeah, it was.
Where they're sitting there talking about their new shoe that they're putting out together. I think it's really cool that we're seeing those bonds.
Mhm.
But I also think that like no one in Sacramento, like Draymond Green is probably the most hated non-Sacramento King like in the league. Like when he walks in,
Is it ever?
like for the Kings, like when he walks in the building, or if he's not going to play this game, but he plays next week,
Mhm.
like if it were in Sacramento, he would get booed. Like probably the worst of all time.
Should.
No, like
is he the most
so.
disliked non-Sacramento King ever? Outside of like let me who has never played for the Kings, because I understand maybe somebody like Spencer Hawes.
Oh no, the
is
Kings
probably,
fans hate Spencer Hawes.
Right, for a different reason, not for basketball related things.
Well, yeah, they hate Jason Terry because Jason Terry got traded to Sacramento. The Kings let him out from underneath the contract and let him go. And then he trashed the Kings after he left. That wasn't very nice. So they hate Jason Terry.
Okay.
They don't like Buddy Hield anymore. So every time Buddy got the ball last year, they booed him.
Oh.
And then the other guy that I think most fans, if he's not on your team that you dislike, is Chris Paul. And now you get Chris Paul will, I can't wait to see De'Aaron Fox mock him for flopping again tonight.
As he should. I'm still not in, by the way. Even as Chris Paul was dragging the Warriors through the third quarter the other night against the Suns, I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't like it one bit.
Nope.
Boo. I am here for the booing of Chris Paul.
You're here for the booing.
And the making fun of his flopping.
Yes.
That photo of DeMarcus Cousins and Chris Paul is one of my favorite photos of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's DeMarcus just walking and Chris Paul's all flailing.
Yeah, I mean, in modern NBA, he would have got a huge fine. He'll get hit with a technical now.
Yeah.
And I hope they hit him with a tech the next time he jumps on the deck and flops like a fish.
You love that line.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
You want to play SpongeBob as the rejoin? No. All right.
That's fine.
All right. We have to go. We have to hit a break. We've got plenty of Kings Warriors stuff coming up, but it's also a football Friday. So we cannot ignore that. And 49ers hosting the Bengals. Bengals coming off their bye week. Niners dealing with a bunch of injuries. We'll talk about that. Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqi is coming up at 10:30 as well. So make sure to get your fantasy football questions in at the Chatty House, in the chat, wherever you're streaming. Not StreamYard, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're streaming. Get us your fantasy questions, and we'll be sure to get those answered. Kings, Warriors, Niners, Bengals. We're talking about it all on the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320.
Good point, Eric Cameron Jimenez.
What do you say?
Rick Fox is hated.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Also, Big Shot Bob is hated.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, I get it, dude. I accepted a long time ago that if Draymond Green did not play for the Warriors, I wouldn't be able to stand him.
Oh no.
Like I get it. I get it. I do.
I mean, you don't step on another player like that.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
That was something that I don't know. That was something that people tried to like justify.
Oh my gosh.
Was banana sandwich.
Well,
like if you wanted to say that, because I heard even non-Warriors fans making the argument that if you want to say that, okay, Sabonis grabbed his foot, so technical there, like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. But he stomped on his chest.
He stomped on him.
I just don't know. Literally watching that live, it was like, oh, okay, well, you got to toss him for that. Like I didn't think that there was going to be any pushback. But I tweeted like, he's got to go. That's trash, right? Because it is.
Oh yeah.
The amount of people that were immediately like, well, no, like, what are we arguing? I felt like I was taking crazy pills.
I know that was a crazy pill moment.
I was,
for
dude.
Sure.
I was
yes.
So shocked.
And
like,
anyone
did we not watch the same thing just now?
You know he's getting a 1-game suspension. Everyone knows it
easily.
Like, it's not because it's Draymond. It's because it was a crazy play that is not okay. Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, I don't. I'm still in on this, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I get why people aren't. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I would never put John Bull on the stream on purpose.
Nobody puts John Bull on the stream.
No. Oh, Monte Poole is coming up as well, everybody. Monte Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area.
Monte
He's
Poole,
been covering Bay Area sports for a long time. One of the very best doing it.
And one of the best dudes ever.
He's a terrific human. Also, his photo. So I remember that this is crazy. So I would read Monte Poole growing up in the East Bay Times or the Contra Costa Times or whatever it was called. And I would read him his little headshot in the paper, because the headshot is like top of the shoulders up. He's just a bald dude. And in my brain, my mind's eye associated his face with somebody who was like 5'8".
Who, Monty?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And I covered A's Fan Fest in 2012, before the 2012 season. Covered A's Fan Fest. I go in there and Monte Poole walks in, and it was like, what? He's like 6'7". He's not 6'7". I think he's like 6'4" or 6'5".
Yeah, he's probably 6'4", 6'3", 6'4".
He is enormous.
He's a big dude.
Big
broad-shouldered guy.
So shook.
Yeah.
Because I was going, oh, Monte Poole, yeah, but probably like my height. No. Wrong-o.
Seeing all of these guys is different.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It is weird when you see like somebody who you listen to on the radio or who podcast. Have you ever met Rod Brooks? Rod Brooks, like 6'9".
Yeah, I think I have met Rod Brooks, like once.
He is so tall.
Yeah, that's a tall dude.
The other crazy thing about tall people is how dramatic the difference is between 6'11" and 7 foot.
Yes.
Like I swear to God, you can tell when somebody's 6'11" or when they're 7
I've lost all like ability to tell. Like,
just like everyone's 6'9".
I've been around players forever.
Oh, shoot. Hang on, 5 seconds. Yeah, welcome back in.
That's new, Kyle.
Yeah, this is a new one. This is one of the ones you didn't pick yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think yesterday I picked number 2 and number 5.
Yeah, you went, it was Childish Gambino, Redbone, and then Too Short, Below the Whistle. I'll do that one again. That's one of my favorite songs. It's one of my go-to karaoke songs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. When that comes on at a wedding, forget about it. Get out of my way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, just get out of my way. Wedding Kyle's built different.
I've seen video Wedding Kyle.
Wedding Kyle's a little different. All right. Kings Warriors tonight. We will dive into that plenty. Chris Duarte is 100%. He's cleared, and he will be playing tonight. Trey Lyles will not be playing. Draymond Green, of course, not playing. I'm sure Kings fans are really broken up about that. Niners Bengals, speaking of injuries, the 49ers hosting the Bengals this weekend at Levi Stadium. Deebo Samuel ruled out. Trent Williams has not practiced the last 2 days, although it sounds like he's trending toward playing.
Okay.
I don't have that like confirmed rock solid, but it sounds like he's moving toward playing, and the team's goal is to just rest him as much as possible. So he gets last week off, he gets most of this week off, and then playing on grass instead of turf. That was something that Kyle Shanahan talked about. Went into the decision for him to not play against Minnesota was that it was a turf field. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with some of the issues the Niners have had with turf fields and injuries in the past. So, but Trent Williams still very much a question mark. And then Brock Purdy actually returned to practice yesterday in a limited fashion. It's been crazy to me. I don't know how much, because you're, neck deep in the NBA. So I don't know how much football content you have consumed throughout the week. Just the assumption that Sam Darnold's starting has been kind of bananas to me.
It's very strange. I want to see Brock Purdy out there if he's available. I mean,
sure.
I don't want to rush a guy out there because we do know that getting a second concussion after a first concussion is much easier. And there's also a week off here, right? Mm-hmm. But the 49ers lost 2 in a row, and they shouldn't have an excuse for losing a third in a row, like Brock Purdy's out or Trent Williams is out, or it's Deebo, like if they're going to lose 3 in a row, lose 3 in a row with the people that you got, lose 3 in a row with Brock if he can go out there.
Yeah.
But again, I don't like the concussion thing. I'm like super, I don't believe teams
how is it? I also, here's the more important part of this is I don't understand how concussions work. Like, I know what they are.
Okay.
And I understand the severity of them and the damage they do and the importance of trying to mitigate them as much as possible. I get it. What I don't get is how is just like the different degrees of them, right? Because Purdy got a concussion during the game and then didn't feel symptoms until he was on the team playing.
Yeah.
And then it's like only 25% of players that get a concussion Sunday have played the next Sunday over the last 2 years.
Okay.
But then he got concussed on Monday and is a limited participant in practice by Thursday and has a chance to play Sunday.
Okay. Well, I mean, a concussion is basically the brain bouncing off the interior of the skull. So,
right.
And there's definitely grades of concussions.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can have someone heal up much faster. But the fact is that you still have like a bruise on the inside, and that's not good. And so if a player heals up quickly and starts going through protocol quickly, that's one thing. But like I was always like, first of all, I've always said my boys will never put on a helmet. Like my sons, I played high school football. My boys will never put on a helmet. We know too much now. And especially for a sport that, they're not going to go on and play at the college level.
Sure.
They're not going to go play pro. My sons do play soccer, and I had an incident where my son almost got a concussion, but he took a brutal shot, like right on the side of his face and like right on his temple. And but he had no memory loss. And we took him to the hospital. They said he doesn't have a concussion, but he had light sensitivity and everything else for like 3 or 4 days. Like basically had to hide under a blanket because it had inflamed his scalp. And then shortly after, he was playing water polo at the high school level and took an elbow right over the top. Like a kid threw, went to score a goal and hit him right between the eyes. And he went to get out of the pool, and I watched him walk sideways. I'm like, oh, he's done.
Oh, geez.
And he was out for most of the season with that.
Dang, man,
Yeah.
that's brutal.
So
definitely hoping that in Brock Purdy's case, like less about him playing and more just that he's healthy.
Yeah,
like that's the large. And so if he's progressing through protocol fast enough, if he's legitimately doing that and not, they have like independent neurologists, right? But
it's tough, man. I look at the bye week and say, like, why not just wait? Because by the end of
they need to win this one.
I hear you. I know, but by the end of the bye week, he's going to be perfectly fine. And Trent Williams is going to be perfectly fine, most likely, by the end of the bye week.
It sounds like Debo might come back too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked must win last week, and they didn't. And this to me is one of those games where, dude, the Bengals, because you want to talk bye weeks, the Bengals coming off their bye, Joe Burrow started looking a little healthier with that calf injury. Now he's gotten a week to rest it. And I think Cincinnati's going to start rolling. And if Trent Williams can play, if Brock Purdy is cleared legitimately, then I think he has to play, because I don't believe in Sam Darnold. The notion that Sam Darnold is suddenly just really good because he's in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I get that quarterbacks improve under Kyle Shanahan. I understand that. And people will point to Nick Mullins and go, look, he threw for the second most yards of all time. Do you know what else Nick Mullins did all the time? Turn the ball over. Nick Mullins wasn't very good at quarterback. There's a reason he's been a career backup since / practice squad guy. He's not good. And he threw for a ton of yards, but he had to throw for a ton of yards in part because he was turning the ball over all the time and the other team was scoring a bunch of points.
So I'm going to I totally get it. And I'm okay if Sam Darnold does come in and like you give him a shot to try to steady the ship, especially if it means that you get an extra week for Brock Purdy. But I think this is a game where, Kyle, the defensive line, the defense as a whole, they have to step up, man.
Yeah.
This is a game where the defense needs to go win a game. Like, especially after getting embarrassed last week by letting Kirk Cousins just just destroy you.
Yeah.
Like, show some pride.
1000%.
Like, that's where we're at now. Show some pride. Go out there and pick up the offensive side of the ball. They need help. Debo's out. Trent Williams might be out. Brock Purdy might be out. Go out there and have a defensive game where you win one. And I know Burrow is tough. I know that Jamar Chase is incredible, and T. Higgins is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Even Joe Mixon is a really strong runner. Go out there and show that you're one of the best teams in football and that you're one of the best defenses in football. Don't give up 400 yards passing.
That's it.
That's it.
Locked On 49ers podcast, Brian Peacock and Eric Crocker, they do such a good job. They had a debate, and Eric Crocker was saying that he believed the 3 turnovers were a bigger culprit for the 49ers loss. And Brian Peacock was saying that it was the defensive line not performing. And
to me, it wasn't even close.
I understand both arguments. Like, you can't turn the ball over 3 times and expect to win. I totally get that. But the 49ers are specifically built to be able to overcome those kind of mistakes from their offense. Like that. So to me, when you have that much invested in the defensive line, when the defensive line is not affecting the quarterback, that's a domino effect. They are the tip of the spear. They are the king domino at the front of the line. And when that's not working, everything else falls down. And that's what you saw on Monday. So to me, had their defensive line played better, they would not have been in a position where it was Brock Purdy trying to throw them back into the game with 8 minutes left. So I'm with you, man. I need to see the defensive line step up this week. That whether Trent Williams is playing or Deebo Samuel is playing or Christian McCaffrey is compromised or Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy or James Ham is at quarterback, the defensive line has to be better. That is the bottom line. And that goes for this Sunday and every other Sunday, Thursday, and Monday moving forward.
I totally agree. And then I'd also say, like, if you want an example of how this should have gone or how it should go, look no further than the Cleveland game. They went out there with PJ Walker, who made mistakes and was not good and still found a way to beat you.
That's an outstanding point.
Because your defense wasn't good enough and your offense, like, it had a bad week against a really great defense. Like, go out there and prove that you can be the Cleveland Browns.
That's an outstanding point.
Like, that's it. Like, go out there. You want to be talked in that same category, then go out there and play it. Yep. Like, this is no paper championships here, man. Yep. Like, Kenny wants to give you a ring already. No paper championships, man.
The theoretical 11-time Super Bowl champion. 49ers
go earn it. That's right.
Two of those 11 theoretical championships, 2 of the real ones, came against the Bengals. Actually, the 49ers celebrating that this weekend. Eddie DeBartolo is going to be in the building, so that'll be a lot of fun. Not as fun as our chat coming up with Faraz Siddiqi, though, from Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast. You can get it on the free Odyssey app. You can get it wherever you get your pods. Faraz is one of our favorite guys to talk football with. He's going to hop in here, and we will be talking fantasy football next. If you have questions, hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Fire off your questions there. You can also enter your questions via Facebook on the stream or via the Twitch stream, and we will get to as many of those as we can with Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy. That's coming up next, and then after that, we'll dive back into to Kings Warriors and get you ready for the Kings home opener tonight. That's all coming up on the Insiders. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320.
Look at us running about a minute behind all day.
Yeah, that's my bad.
1 minute behind.
It's my bad. I'm trying to
Fantasy Friday.
Dude, if my old PD would have been up my what. I think for this.
Our PD, where is he? Nah, he's not here.
I don't think so. And I get it. Being on time is important, but
Fantasy Friday.
I need to get air horns like Damien.
They're here somewhere.
Do you want me to show you how to do that?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, because if I hit the wrong button,
it's super fun.
You will not be slept on. You'll be slept on no more.
You will not be slept on no more, brother. What's happening in the chatty house right now?
Well, what's going on?
Okay, here's the messages I see. Hang on. No, stop doing chats. Okay. This is Steve A. I don't think it's Stephen A. Smith. One was totally worth it. Diving to save basketball out of bounds, hit my head in bleachers. I'm guessing Steve A. is talking about getting a concussion. John Bull. Some have said that Manny is the Don Trump Jr. of cereal dust lines. Manny then responds, "You're dead to me, Bull." I'm inclined to agree with Manny on that one. Also, what I'm gathering is that Sonny the Cocoa Puffs mascot isn't going cuckoo. He's just a Cocoa Puffs dust addict. Steve A says Trump loops. Tyler Jennings, Chatty House lit today early. And then a laughing face from our guy, Chris Juvenile.
Wild.
And now Faraz is here. Guys, settle down in front of company.
What's up?
Ridiculous.
What's going on, man?
Absolutely ridiculous.
We're on break.
Doing well. How are you guys?
A+.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're doing well. Yeah.
Very nice.
I need to pull up my fantasy football team so I can ask direct questions about my team and no one else's.
Of course. I expect nothing less.
It's part of the bit that we do here.
Exactly.
What's going on, man? How are your Jets doing?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see, what happens. Like, is Zach Wilson going to actually be okay? Is he going to allow us to play good defense and
that would be
stay in games? That's all.
Faraz, I want you to know that I am rooting so hard for the Jets to make the playoffs.
Dude, it would be amazing.
Yeah,
because it would be a cool story too, with Aaron Rodgers potentially coming back. I don't know. Who knows?
No, that's why I don't want any of that. I want a complete failure here.
I love that it went from do you see him walking?
right.
Whole game soon. Like, okay.
He'll be back after the bye.
I would love to see from this moment on Zach Wilson just become a star. And then
are you kidding me?
And then make it like an issue this summer. Like, what are we gonna do? Zach Wilson led us all the way to the AFC Championship game.
I mean this.
Like, how are we gonna replace him?
I don't mean this to troll, but it would genuinely make the Jets really, really good. Can Zach Wilson just be Brock Purdy?
Oh
no. Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? If he's Brock Purdy, we're gonna win a Super Bowl.
I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. It's like, can he just get there?
Well, no, but can he be?
Hang on. 15 seconds. We can carry this over. This is what we'll. All right. 10 seconds. We're hot. I'm gonna start singing. I go on and on. I must have superpowers. Rap 225,000. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Faraz Siddiqi's here. It's Fantasy Friday. Sorry, everybody. Okay.
The best
you turn on the blow the whistle instrumental, and I'm gonna get going.
I don't think Faraz can hear the
music.
No,
he cannot.
But he's jamming like he can.
I can. I was just watching you guys. I was listening, man. I was living vicariously through you guys, and I just felt it.
Awesome. Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast here on the Insiders. I'm Kyle Madson. That's James Ham. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. All right, Faraz, we were talking during the break because you hopped in early. We were talking about your New York Football Jets. I guess we'll just kind of start here from a fantasy standpoint. Are you at the point with Zach Wilson, who has been, I don't want to say good, but who has been better? No, he's been better because he wasn't going to go from where he was to good quarterback in 2 games. But I feel like he's getting better and he's progressing. The first part of my question is, 1, are you seeing that? And 2, is it making you a little more confident in playing Jets skill guys in fantasy?
Yeah, because he's not turned the ball over as much. He's not, we're sustaining some drives here, which is nice. Breece Hall's coming on a little bit, just a little bit. He's helping us sustain drives. So yeah, man, this is a team where you're like, all right, well, look, I can start Breece Hall every week. I could get something out of Garrett Wilson, something that we did not see happening just a couple weeks ago. So yeah, from a fantasy perspective, you love to see it. But just from an NFL football perspective, he's playing enough. He's playing good enough. There you go. I think that's what we're looking for. Good enough with the Jets defense playing how they are with Sauce and DJ Reed coming back this week. I think this could be a situation where he could hold down the fort. That's all we need.
I'm pulling for Zach Wilson to throw for 275 and 2.5 touchdowns.
2.5?
The rest of the season, per game.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Average that the rest of the season. And then the Jets are just stuck in this really awkward, we do have a young quarterback who decided to figure it out. And now we have this older guy who, clearly went to Mr. Miyagi and got fixed up super quick. and just make it really. I want the awkwardness of it because I think that the Jets deserve it.
I think to a Jets fan, that is music to our ears. Like that means that Zach Wilson has worked out. And if somehow we went from where we were before this season to that point of what you're talking about here, you got to be kidding me. And I think people talk about that kind of stuff and they think that it's normal. But for Jets fans, like the stats that you just mentioned, not normal at all.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I know he's got 2 touchdowns in 4 weeks. Like
Right, exactly.
Zach Wilson might be better, but and those 2 touchdowns, they came in 1 game. So 3 of the last 4 weeks, he hasn't thrown a touchdown. So, I mean, but it doesn't mean you're losing.
Right.
And I think that's the bigger thing.
100%.
Faraz, I want to ask you, because I don't care about anyone else but myself. Patrick Mahomes is going to have to play in the snow this week. For the first time this season, he looked like Patrick Mahomes last week.
Yeah.
Are we like, I hate seeing this little snowflake next to my guy here. Is this going to be a huge issue playing in what's in Denver this weekend?
I hope not. Like we'll monitor those forecasts. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a huge storm, but things can change. The first time he played Denver wasn't great. Like we thought that he was just going to destroy them at home. He's in Denver this week, so we'll see what happens. I'm obviously, you're starting him every single week, regardless. Is he like a huge DFS play for me this week? Probably not, especially after his huge game last week. His ownership percentage will probably be a little higher. But yeah, he's got Patrick Mahomes. He's going to do his thing. Rashee Rice coming on a little bit too. His role improved in a noticeable way this past week. So that's something to keep an eye on. A lot more confident starting a guy like Rashee Rice moving forward.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcast. And of course, on the free Odyssey app. I'm going to jump into listener questions here. You can submit those wherever you're watching the video stream, whether it's on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Johnny G wants to know Gardner Minshew or Joe Burrow. And then I have kind of an extension of this. Are you feeling like Joe Burrow is looking a little bit more like Joe Burrow in the last couple of weeks before they're about?
I think so. And, this week is the week that we were all targeting for Joe Burrow to get right? The week after the bye, T. Higgins also practicing in full. He's good to go now. He's not going to play that decoy role that he played a couple of weeks ago. This is what we need. Okay. So I'm personally, I don't know if comfortable is the right word, but I am going to start Joe Burrow this week, in fantasy. Last year, you never benched him. You played him every single week. He was an every week starter. And I think moving forward, that's going to be the case for Joe Burrow.
Okay, I'm going back to my players.
Hilarious.
Because I don't care. I miss my guy Kenneth Walker. He's listed as questionable. What is the latest on him? He's been really good throughout the season, but where is he?
Yeah, this calf injury, we're not hearing too much about it, but 2 missed practices is not what you want to see, right? Zach Charbonnet practicing in full now. He's back. He missed the game. It's very possible it's a Charbonnet show this week. We'll see. We're not going to get the Seahawks practice report until a little bit later today. Hopefully he gets some sort of practice in, maybe even a limited. Then we'll have some hope for Sunday. But as of right now, it's not looking so good.
Royce Freeman, Javonte Williams, or Amari DiMercado? That's from our guy Chris Ochoa. How are we feeling at the running back position there?
I like DiMercado out of these options.
Williams, maybe? Because it says flex.
Maybe. It could be Javonte. It could be Jameson. Either way, DiMercado is probably the guy I'm going with here. Because of the fact that he was their workhorse last week. Keontae Ingram, was active, but he only played on special teams. He didn't even get an offensive snap at all. So DiMercado's their guy. This is likely going to be a negative game script, for the Cardinals this week against the Ravens at home. However, DiMercado is primarily a receiver anyway. So he's going to be on the field. He's going to be catching passes. He's going to have a high floor. So I'm going DiMercado. He looked good in his limited action so far this year.
Sweet.
I've run out of questions for my own team, so I'm going to ask one for Blake.
You're so nice.
Robinson.
You're maybe the nicest person.
Dameon Pierce, Naj, or Gibbs for my flex. I think I know who I would take in this, but go ahead. What do you have?
Yeah, I mean, this is a no-brainer. It's definitely Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is a must-play this week, guys. Okay, if you have him, Put him in your lineup. This is a really good matchup. He had 10 targets last week. He had 9 catches. Like he was their workhorse. Almost 90% of snaps. Like he's their guy. Don't even think about it. Throw him in your lineup.
Let's real quick talk about the Bears because somebody had a question regarding this. It was Deontay Foreman or Jalen Warren in a PPR league. But I want to ask a spinoff version of this. With Roschon Johnson likely coming back this week for the Bears, are you still starting Deontay Foreman? He looked really good last week. Roschon Johnson's still just a rookie. He's coming off an injury. Where do you sit with that Bears backfield going into this week?
Well, it was a concussion, right? It wasn't like this lower body injury that he's coming back from, that he needs to ramp back up from and get right. I don't know if that's going to be the case. A few weeks ago, Roschon was supposed to be the guy when Khalil Herbert got hurt. According to all the beat reporters. Now, after a couple of weeks now, you have Deontay Foreman kind of doing his thing, in relief of both of those guys being off the field. Now we have Roschon coming back. It makes the situation a lot more dicey. I think this is going to be close to a 50-50 split. It kind of hurts both of those guys at this point. I don't feel comfortable having either of them in my lineup unless, it's just a flex play. If I had to choose one, maybe I'll go with Deontay Foreman, but again, Roschon, he might take over his role. Is this going to be a negative game script? If it is, that actually favors Roschon Johnson because he was their passing down back throughout the season while he was healthy. So this is a little bit of a dicey situation right now. I think Roschon Johnson if he didn't get concussed, this could have been his backfield this entire time. However, now, he kind of lost that opportunity. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that anytime soon.
We're talking to Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. Hey, Faraz, the San Francisco 49ers a little bit beat up. And we talked about the Burrow connection here earlier, but Trent Williams, hit and miss. We're not sure if he's going to play or not this weekend. Debo, of course, out. But how much does this impact Brock, especially with the potential concussion protocol hanging over his head and whether or not he can play? I mean, is he still someone that you're keeping an eye on for this weekend? Or are you like, okay, there's too many things stacked up. I probably need to look a different direction for Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess right now, it's most likely going to be Sam Darnold, behind center. That would be my assumption. Players, especially since Brock got placed in the concussion protocol a little bit later in the week, there's a very, very low chance that he ends up suiting up. I really think so. He would have to have like a full practice today in order for that to happen and then get cleared on Saturday. I don't see that. Actually, no, they play on when did they play on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Sunday, right? Yeah. So he would have to get clear tomorrow. Not sure that's going to happen. So it's going to be the Darnold show. And he's going to be, he has Ayuk. Ayuk also has a tough matchup on the perimeter against these Cincy corners. Kittle has a good matchup though, so I expect Kittle to have a pretty good game in this one. Christian McCaffrey, obviously not. You're not overthinking that one. But yeah, man, I think it's going to be tough for Purdy to see the field. Sam Darnold is definitely an interesting dart throw in 2 quarterback leagues this week.
All right, very good. Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast. Get it wherever you get your pod. CJ Stroud or Geno Smith?
I like Stroud this week, coming off the bye. He's going up against the Panthers. The Panthers have given up 2 straight quarterbacks, have thrown for 3+ touchdowns against the Panthers this week. His weapons on the outside, Nico Collins, he's getting back his boy that he really wanted in his draft, right? Tank Dell, who's had a couple of games of very, very high target share. So both of those guys back healthy. The perimeter, in Carolina, defending that is they've been really, really bad. So his weapons have good matchups. I like Stroud this week.
Great. Faraz, we have a good, I like this question. T. Higgins, George Pickens, Garrett Wilson need 2. We talked about George Pickens earlier in the season, and he just wasn't getting it done, right? And then all of a sudden he is getting it done. We're seeing a young wide receiver that seems to have turned the corner. T. Higgins has been hit and miss all year. Garrett Wilson, of course, is caught behind the Zach Wilson in the snowball effect of Zach Wilson. But where are you at with this one?
Yeah, George Pickens, man, I was not high on him coming into this year at all. Deontay Johnson, was the alpha, and I think is still the alpha there in terms of the guy who's going to be commanding targets. But it's not easy to command targets in the NFL, and George Pickens has done it. If you look at his target share, 33% since week 2, 24%, 26%, 32%, 35%, even last week with Deontay Johnson back. Okay, so that says a lot to me. For somebody who was low on George Pickens coming in, Deontay Johnson, I feel like is the more complete receiver. But, you see what he's been doing, the past several weeks. He's been getting it done. And now with Deontay Johnson back, close to his full role last week, he still demanded the target share. So, and an elite target share at that. So, George Pickens is going to be in my lineup this week, going up against Jacksonville. They have been extremely vulnerable on the perimeter. I want both him and Deontay Johnson in my lineup. Okay. Now, besides these two, besides George Pickens, I like T. Higgins. Personally, I think he has more upside. The 49ers have been extremely vulnerable to wide receivers this year. They've been giving up a ton of fantasy points to wide receivers. I think Higgins is healthy. Joe Burrow, hopefully, he's good to go. He's back to the old Joe that we know. So those would be the two plays for me this week. I like Garrett, but given that offense and it being a little shaky with Zach Wilson there, I lean the other two guys.
Let's hang out at the wide receiver position. Mikey Canahan wants to know Devontae Adams, AJ Brown, Keenan Allen, or Puka Nacua. Pick two of them.
Wow. Okay.
You shouldn't play in a 6-man league, Mikey.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
that's
Seriously, 6-man league doesn't.
Seriously. All right. I think you got to go. I mean, AJ Brown, you have to start him, right? You have to, right? I mean, he might be like the wide receiver 1 on the week, right? Like they're going up against Washington. Like, I don't know what there is to say.
Yeah, I just don't know how you take AJ Brown out of your lineup at this point.
Exactly.
No.
And I think Keenan Allen will probably be number 2. Like, it'll be between him and Puka for me. So I'm going Keenan Allen. It's hard to bench Devontae. Listen, man, when you play in a 16 league, you're going to have to bench some studs. So I'm going to go with AJ Brown and Keenan Allen here.
Let's actually stick on that for just a second. And sorry, James, but
No.
Are you kind of out on Devontae Adams in general?
These guys are all in my top 10. These guys are all in my top 10.
Okay, Devontae's still in your top 10. Okay, I was just it's just because of that. Okay.
For sure.
We're all thinking, why has he not packaged these guys, some of them, and gone and got a better running back?
You got Kyle Juszczyk starting at running back.
Because every other team also has baller wide receivers too. That's
why. When you're in a league like that, I guess. Yeah,
exactly.
It's funny. 14 leagues. There we go.
Just playing by myself.
We're here for everybody. We're here for everybody. All of your bad questions, we're here for you. The AJ Brown talk, shout out to Leezy. I think this is funny because all of us collectively, we got all over Leezy earlier in the year for trading McCaffrey for AJ Brown. And all of a sudden, I mean, it's not a good trade still. And he did get another player, but it doesn't look as lopsided as it did before. How surprising is that AJ Brown has gone from like a really, really good, like Pro Bowl wide receiver to, pro, like we're talking all pro. We're talking like he could lead the league in yards.
It's even more impressive. Well, we already knew that he was this baller, like elite wide receiver 1, but like the fact that he's separating himself from, an almost elite wide receiver in Devontae Smith, the way he is super impressive, right? And like usually, like last year, the target share between these two guys was almost the same, especially down the stretch. But no, he just took it to a completely different level this year. We knew he was a baller, but we just didn't know that he was going to separate by that much from Devontae Smith.
When you're watching, and as we talk to Faraz Siddiqi as part of our Fantasy Friday segment, every Friday, Faraz Siddiqi with us at 10:30. He's from Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast here on the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson. I wonder with the trade deadline coming up, is that something that you watch as a fantasy player, knowing that maybe you go try and acquire a Saquon Barkley in the event that he gets traded to a better team, or maybe you go try and acquire Josh Jacobs in the event that he's traded to a better team? Is that something that you keep an eye on, or do you just kind of skip over that altogether?
I skip over it because the chances that these guys get traded is so low. Like every NFL trade deadline, we see all of these names, being put on the table, and nothing really ever happens. We're always kind of disappointed. It's always underwhelming. However, am I going to drop a guy like Tajay Spears if I have to pick up somebody? Probably. Like I'm leaning towards not dropping him because if Derrick Henry gets moved, then you're like, all right, you know what? Derrick Henry's situation might have improved. Okay, great. But Tajay Spears is now a 3-down back who is extremely efficient through the first 6 games of the season, who, you know, could be a high-end RB1, RB2 for me potentially, right? Some stuff like that. DeAndre Hopkins, am I going to sell him super low right now? Probably not, because there is a chance that if he gets moved, then, you know, he gets placed in a better situation. You know, it has to be better than what he's dealing with right now, right? So, you know, I do keep an eye on that for this type of stuff where, you know, I'm a little bit cautious. But am I necessarily making moves for the event that those things happen? Maybe not, unless that's just a cherry on top for an already good situation.
All right, so Kyle brought up a couple of names there, and then you added Derrick Henry to the mix. If you're looking at Saquon, you're looking at Derrick Henry, you're looking at potential for Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams. Name that. Is there one player that you think could get moved? Did you have any feeling when it comes to this? If there is someone that you think, okay, I could see this out of all of the reported stuff, this one might be the guy.
I think Derrick Henry is probably, if I had to choose one, it would probably be him, because I think that a team can trade for Derrick Henry who have no running game, and Derrick Henry they feel like they could transform their running game. And also the Titans are kind of having a fire sale right now. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah. So I think that those two things kind of line up a little bit, and I think that one of those two guys, either him or DeAndre Hopkins, can get moved.
Man.
Ooh, DeAndre Hopkins.
I would love to see DeAndre Hopkins get moved. I'm so tired of watching the Titans.
Oh yeah.
I'm just out.
There's no team that plays more boring football than the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, like credit to Mike Vrabel's done a really nice job there, because I haven't loved their roster construction for the most part. So the fact that they've won games and they've been to the playoffs is super impressive. But like watching the Titans feels like a chore. Like watching the Titans is like emptying the dishwasher. It's just like, oh, I could just grab the dishes out. I guess I should just. I don't like watching the Titans. I would love to see DeAndre Hopkins and Derrick Henry get moved.
Oh yeah. Dalvin Cook is another obvious name too, like who could potentially get moved, but like I don't know if it's going to be this situation where, like, you know, he's going to be awesome. You know, wherever he goes.
Great knowledge by our guy Brian in the chat, knowing that I was the Titans Wire managing editor for the USA Today Sports Media Group. Do you dabble in DFS at all? We had Impact 316 here asking if you had any insight on that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I do, and I'm sorry, but like DFS, I look at all my DFS. Yeah, I look at all that stuff on Saturday. So like if I look at DraftKings and FanDuel and like all that stuff, I do look at it on Saturdays, unfortunately. So I'm sorry, I don't have anything for you today.
What about defenses? Who do you like this week?
You're trolling me, right?
Your favorite bit. Yeah, on the way out, on the last question, we're going to ask you your favorite defense this week.
Oh man, I got to get prepared for this one, man, because I don't look at defenses at all. It's funny because not once like do I mention defenses. Like on my Instagram, like people would ask me like which defenses should I start. I'm like, I have no idea, and I move on. Like I just keep going. I just like, no, sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just don't look into it. I don't care. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's my favorite bit. I know you don't play in leagues with defenses. No kickers too, right?
Zero. No, the only one I do is a Scott Fish Bowl. The Scott Fish Bowl, like I have no influence on the rules there, so I will play, you know, with them, you know, and whatever rules they have, I roll with it.
Awesome, Faraz, this was terrific as always. Thank you so much for answering my questions, James' questions, and of course the questions of our listeners in the chatty house. We appreciate you and can't wait to talk to you next week.
See you later, guys.
See you, Faraz. That's Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey pod. You can get that wherever you get your podcasts. I love doing that, man. It's like my favorite segment.
It's crazy because I think it's so frowned upon for some reason in radio to dive sports radio, to dive fully into fantasy football.
Sure.
But everyone is playing.
Yeah.
Everyone play. I mean, we could walk around the office and like so many people here play.
Or have takes.
Yeah.
Or their friend plays or their significant other plays.
Yeah. I mean, like, again, Complex, he doesn't play. He doesn't know sports at all. I'm going to guess he doesn't have a fantasy football team. Outside of that, everyone else in here, I think, plays fantasy football.
Hey, if I still work here next year, I'm going to.
Well, that's a weird, creepy laugh. Kyle's like, he's planning. He's planning his exit.
Hey, no, I'm not planning my exit.
1 foot in,
big
1
trust,
foot out.
Big trust. Not planning anything. No, if by next year, come fantasy football time, I'm gonna have Complex do my draft for me.
Oh,
I'm just gonna find a free league and be like, Complex, you're in. And I'm gonna let him draft for me and see how it goes.
We should ask Mr. Six Man League if they can expand it. Mikey, if they can.
Can you go to 7?
Can you go to Can you go to an 8-man league? We're gonna get Complex in.
We should have asked him if our boss Aaron or Nate Diaz, who he would take.
Oh yeah,
I think he's a UFC guy for us.
Oh yeah, I think he is too.
Yeah, I feel like he's mentioned that before. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, we didn't mention Thursday Night Football. Do that real quick here.
Yeah.
The Bucks got hosed. On that last play, did you see the PI?
I saw the PI, but still, what is Godwin doing?
Crap.
Godwin didn't even know where he was.
Yeah, that's fine. But what's his name? Cade Otton, their tight end, got tackled.
Oh, yeah.
It was ridiculous. Throw a flag.
And
it was outrageous.
Hell of a throw, Baker Mayfield. My goodness.
Yeah.
That's a throw. That was a toss.
Baker Mayfield's good.
Yeah, that was a 65-yard toss in the air that went full Jeff Blake. It like scraped the ceiling and came straight down. That was wild.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that they don't call PI on Hail Marys, but man, I just that was egregious. Baker Mayfield, talented. I don't know if he's good, but he's definitely a very talented player. And he's gonna win you some games. And I'm still out on the Bills.
Yeah.
I just don't I don't have faith that the Bills can go in and win 3 playoff games.
But then they might.
But also they could. They'll never fall farther in my brain. They'll never fall farther than like 12th.
Okay.
In my like personal power rankings.
I'm with you.
They're always going to be there because just in case. But I'm not going to bet on them. I'm not going to bet on them.
Yeah.
You will not catch me betting on Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. All right. Let's get back to this Kings-Warriors matchup. The Kings hosting the Warriors tonight. It's our home opener at Golden One Center. Hope to see everybody out there. If you are going to go, let us know. Hit us in the chat on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or Twitch or on Facebook. We're also streaming there. So hit us in the chat and let us know if you're going to be at the game tonight. Would love to hear from you. Let's get into it. On the other side, Kings-Warriors coming up. But I'm going to blend it with some football talk.
Oh,
yeah, we're gonna do a really fun props thing next. That's James. I'm Kyle. Stick around. It's the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh. What's going on, everybody?
I'm gonna have to do some audio cutting here. Hang on. I'm gonna have to dip out.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Hello. Super excited to look at my Prize Picks flex for the weekend. The Kings beat. We have re-upped with Prize Picks, so very excited that we're gonna be back. That's fine. Jesus. What? I don't even know what is happening. But what's going on, everybody? Do we have any Kings related questions I can answer during the break? Let me see. Points. Hi, James. Lisa, you bring up Luke Walton. Really strange. Dave Yeager has joined the Cavs staff. Not the staff. He's a coaching consultant. To go with like Luke Walton. So the 2 previous former Kings head coaches outside of Alvin Gentry are both with the Cavs at this point. Let's see. Someone asked. Okay, so Leezy brings up a good question. I'm not a Chick-fil-A guy. I've never had Chick-fil-A in my life. And the fact that the Kings partner with them, to me, is questionable at best. So I'll leave it at that. I don't like to get political here, but I don't like to know the politics of the places that I eat. The fact that I do know the politics usually makes things awkward. So I choose to say no to Chick-fil-A. You got your free sandwich. I'm glad you got your free sandwich. Dub, who won the Jiffy Lube gift card? Well, first of all, it's a gift certificate. We've been corrected multiple times. Secondly, we at this point we don't know because neither Kyle or I ran into the lady who handles that this morning, and so we will try to get that later on. If that makes sense. Someone said, "What's your feeling heading into tonight? Another close game?" I say no, Miles. I think it will not be a close game. I think the Kings are in they're in like a violent mode where they're gonna come out firing. It doesn't mean all right.
Hour number 2. Kyle Madson, James Ham, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Oh, good fade. Good fade by me there.
Yeah, a little rough.
Just cut it out. Just cut it out all the way. That's fine. 49ers, Bengals this weekend. Kings, Warriors tonight. We're gonna do this every time the Kings and Warriors both play over the weekend.
Okay.
Whether it's a Friday night, Saturday night, or Sunday night. So what we're gonna do is this will be tonight's Kings game. Okay. So this is Kings Warriors. And then we're also going to do Niners Bengals. And what this segment is called, it's called Mad Props. So what I do is I go through the 49er game and I make up props just off the top of my head.
Okay.
And then I make up some props for the Kings game.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. And you and I are going to pick which of those two numbers is going to be greater. So, for example, here's how we're going to start. So, for example, I have Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold, so 49ers quarterback, pass attempts, or De'Aaron Fox points.
What's going to be more?
Yeah, which number is going to be higher?
Ooh, that's complicated there.
So let me throw some numbers at you. The 49ers averaging 27.7 pass attempts per game, and De'Aaron Fox against the Warriors last year averaged 25.3 points per game. He was at 30 in the playoffs 30 a game in the playoffs before he hurt his finger.
I take De'Aaron Fox.
I do too.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. Here's why. I don't necessarily think it means De'Aaron's going to go for like 40. I think it's more because I think he's going to be in the 29, 30, 31 range. And I think the Niners are going to get Trent Williams back, and I think that they are going to try and really, really run the football. Christian McCaffrey's been a full go this week in practice. So I think the Niners know that their offense is, and Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold specifically, are going to thrive with the run game thriving. And so I think it's going to be a run-heavy game plan. I don't expect either quarterback to put the ball in the air 30, 31, 32 times. So I'm going to take De'Aaron.
Okay. Yeah, and I would think that the 49ers, it would behoove them to slow the game down with Joe Burrow on the other side.
I agree.
Especially the way he's playing right now. You want to limit Jamar Chase. You want to limit how many times Joe Burrow gets the ball. And the best way to do that is to slow the game down, run. And if you have Trent Williams back, I think you can do that.
Yeah. Next one, George Kittle receptions or Keegan Murray made threes.
Oh.
So Keegan's projections on basketballreference.com is 3.1 made threes per game. He made 4 in the opener against Utah. George Kittle averaging 3.3 receptions per game this year.
Look at you with the big brain. Check out the big brain on Kyle.
Dude, I just
mad props.
Yeah, dude. It's fun.
Mad props.
It's super fun. This is one of my favorite things to do.
I am going Kittle. I think Kittle will have 6 catches. And I don't think Keegan-Murray will hit 6 3-pointers, although it's possible. But I have more faith in Kittle, especially after Faraz Siddiqi just told us that this should be a good game for Kittle over the middle.
Yeah, I think so too. And if they're going to get the running game going, I think it's going to mean that George Kittle is going to be more open because it's going to be linebackers moving around more, and you're going to start seeing George Kittle getting open. And I think that whichever quarterback it is going to want to target him. So I'm going to agree with you. Although my one hang up here,
however,
is that I think the Warriors are probably going to throw like Klay Thompson on Keegan, and Klay is not that good of a defender anymore. And I think that Keegan is going to be able to get what he wants. Now, that could mean putting the ball on the deck and affecting the game closer to the basket than on the perimeter. So I'm still going to take George Kittle. But if it's really close, it would not shock me if Kittle has like 6 catches and Keegan winds up with 4 or 5 made threes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's possible Keegan could hit 6 threes tonight.
Totally.
Like, I'm feeling like he's ready for a breakout game, and that Harrison Barnes had just a monster opening night. That's not going to be the case every night, clearly, but I also feel like this is like a share the wealth team, and for whatever reason, like Harrison Barnes was feeling it, and they fed him, and that's the right thing to do. But in game 2, I expect Keegan to go for more than 15.
Yeah, I do too. 49ers and Bengals total points. Okay. Or Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. So for reference here, the 49ers total is at 43.5 points. Domantas Sabonis against the Warriors last season averaged 44 point rebounds and assists.
Man, you keep these are spectacular.
They're
Kyle.
Just bang on, dude. That's what I do.
They are. This is very good work. I'm actually going to take. Oh man, we don't know. I'm going to go the over the 49ers Bengals.
Okay.
I am. I think that we're probably going to see a bit of a barn burner. I think we'll see something like 23 to 27 or 23 to 30. Either way. And I don't think Sabonis will hit like the 50 mark.
I think he might. I'm going to take Domas here.
Ooh.
And it's partly because I kind of think that we might get a 24-20 type of game in San Francisco or Santa Clara, if you prefer. I think we're going to get like a 24-20 type of game.
Okay.
And I think Domas, more than maybe ever in his life, is going to want to have a big game. And I think the Warriors are going to try and defend him like they did in the playoffs last year. And I think he's going to be ready for it. I think he's going to take his jump shots. I expect him to hit some of those jump shots. And if he starts hitting some of those jump shots, where now, whether it's Kevon Looney or Jonathan Kuminga or whoever guarding him, where they have to now start eating that space where he can put his shoulder into them and get to the rack, I think he's going to score tonight more than, I don't want to say more than he will all season, but an uncharacteristic amount. Plus he's going to get on the boards. Plus you imagine those assist numbers are still going to be up around 7, 8. So I think he's going to eclipse whatever the 49ers and Bengals wind up putting up.
Okay. No,
give me like 27. Give me 27, 15, and 8.
Whew.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a huge Domas game.
Wow.
There's no Draymond. Kevon Looney, God bless him, did a great job in the playoffs, and he's going to put in another workman-like effort. But I don't know, outside of Kevon Looney, Kevon can't play 48 minutes.
You don't trust Trace Jackson Davis to get some minutes in this?
No, probably not. Probably not.
I think look, the way you laid it out there, I definitely could see that being the case. And I'd have to do some more research on what did Domas do in the one game where, he didn't have a good game. 15, 16, and 4 in the game where Draymond Green was suspended, where everyone thought, okay, this is a game where he's going to go crazy. And they found different ways to defend him. And that's one of those games where Looney went for 4 points, but 20 rebounds and he had 9 assists. That was the one where it's he kept getting the offensive rebounds and then hitting the spray 3, firing it out for a guy for a wide open look. And that's how they beat the Kings in that game. So
I think Domas was a little. That's the thing is in that series, so much was going on. It's their first playoff series, and that's where the experience factor kind of came in.
Yeah.
I don't expect that to be a factor as much tonight.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to get a big Domas game. Okay, we have 3 more and 1 minute. So real quick, let's rip through these. Joe Burrow touchdown passes to JaVale McGee blocks.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
3-1. That's what I got.
That's where I'm at as well. I was going to go 2-1. Brandon Ayuk targets or Sasha Vezenkov points.
Oh, I'm gonna go Sasha.
Yeah, I am too. Again, because of I think San Francisco is going to really try and run the ball.
And Trey Lyles will be out, and
Yeah.
the DBs on the outside are really good for Cincinnati.
Christian McCaffrey carries or Harrison Barnes total points.
Christian McCaffrey carries.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean that way too. Christian McCaffrey averaging 18 per game this year. Barnes projected for about 17 per game, but I think it's going to be a heavy Christian McCaffrey workload, and I think that Harrison Barnes is going to take a backseat tonight with De'Aaron and Domas and Keegan Murray all stepping up in the bright lights of the home opener against the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
I have this documented. We will revisit this on Monday and see how we did.
All right.
My favorite thing is when I get a number exactly right.
Ooh.
Where the number, like it's 44, the Niners Bengals point total is 44, and Domas has 44 points, rebounds, assists.
Okay. And we do have 2 Jiffy Lube gift cards, maybe gift certificates on Monday. Maybe we tie in our stuff to this on one of those.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, we can talk about that for sure. That would be great. That'd be a lot of fun. All right, we got to hit a break. When we come back, Kings, Warriors, that's what we're talking about the rest of the way. We'll start deep diving into this game and get you ready for the home opener at Golden One Center, leading in, of course, to D'Lo and Casey, which begins at noon. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, bum. Ooh, I might need to stand up today. Back is all over the place. Oh.
Hope James is all right.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little all over the place. The back is been angry the last few days with the weather changing.
Oh.
Cold to hot, hot to cold, hot to cold, cold to hot, cold
Yikes.
nights. Yeah, it's not been great.
I've been lucky for the most part to not have to deal with much back pain in my life.
It's a devil,
Dude, I've had like just sore, like general soreness, and it's like, nope.
I hurt my back when I was like 12 or 13. I fell down a flight of stairs when we were building a house. Playing tag. I didn't like have a construction accident. I had an accident on a construction site, but not the other way around. And then playing football, playing volleyball for years, playing softball, and then writing for years has been the worst. So I have almost no vertebrae. I mean, no disc left from
no
L4
vertebrae.
down. No, from L4 down. No disc left at all. Like they can't even see disc space in my like from S2 down. Like
dang.
Yeah, so L4, L5 is herniated, L5, S1 is herniated, and then everything else is just crushed. So
what do we think of JaVale McGee so far?
I'm not sold.
Yeah, I if he's gonna play in the little 3-minute stretches, then fine. But he was fine against Utah. I want to know what he looks like against Denver, LA, Phoenix, the good teams.
That's a good question, Andrew Sterling.
Which one? Oh, hang on, I found it.
All right. Yeah. I think.
Ooh.
How about both?
Yeah, I think they can play together for sure.
I mean, like, look, there's a possibility. I'm hoping that Kevin Huerter has a breakout game. Like that the shots fall because I'm seeing the frustration level starting to rise with him. Like even at practice yesterday, I could see it. Like it's in his head.
Yeah, got the yips a little bit. Yeah. But like you said, if he starts to see 2 or 3 go down in a row, that's what I want to see. Ooh, let's talk about how can Kevin Huerter get going? That's going to be our topic.
Yeah.
We got 10 seconds. Board's hot. Kings home opener at Golden One Center tonight. Hope to see everybody out there. James will be there. I'll be there. I think D'Lo and KC are going. I actually don't know if they're going. Don't quote me on that. I should have asked before I said that.
Well, we had the little text thread. I think Damien's going. I think Kenny will be there on Sunday. I don't think he'll be here tonight, or it's the other way around.
Yeah, I don't quote me on that. James and I will for sure both be in the building. Hopefully you will be out there as well, cheering on the Sacramento Kings as they take on the Golden State Warriors for the what feels like the 50th time in the last 2 months.
I think I did the math, and it's 11 out of the last 16.
That's great. That is.
And then they've got
regular season, postseason, and preseason.
And then they play them again on Wednesday, right? So
Yes.
we're going to be like, it's going to be 12 out of 18 times they will have played the Warriors.
Sure, man. That's ridiculous.
I think these teams know each other, but
I think they're probably sick of each other.
Yeah.
But the Kings have they have other things to prove here. Like they don't just need to go be better than an old Warriors team.
No, but I agree with you. But sometimes it starts with that.
Yeah, for sure. And it is the team that, regardless of how I feel about Golden State this year, this is still in the Kings' eyes the team that knocked them out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
like it's still Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and Moses Moody and Kevon Looney. They're still there.
I would also say, like, if you look at the game on Sunday, the Kings play the Lakers on Sunday, which is, again, at home. It's going to be a blast. That's going to be another one of those, like, crazy, frenetic fan base things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Kings were 4-0 against the Lakers last year, and I think the Kings fully felt like if they would have made it past the first round, they would have been a really, really tough out in the second round against the Lakers. And so you have that kind of in the back of your head. It doesn't matter that the Lakers beat the Suns last night. And none of that matters. You think that you've got an edge on that Lakers team. It's the Warriors that, Big Brother keeps like putting his thumb on top of your head. And like, he keeps giving you like the wet willy.
Yeah.
Like every time you think you got him, he finds a way to, get you.
Yeah.
And they need to get over the hump with this team.
Exactly. You can't theoretically be, like you said, stuff isn't won on paper. Championships aren't won on paper. Games aren't won on paper. So you got to go knock them off because it's not guaranteed. It's not like, oh, you got to slay this demon in the playoffs because Golden State might not even be there.
Yeah.
So it's just go out there. I think that this is a scenario where going in, I think Sacramento is just a better team at this point. And so you want to go in and just win that game. Maybe you don't blow them out the way you did Utah, but if you can just go be better and impose your will on the game, I think that would do wonders for them moving forward.
I agree, Kyle. And the other thing I'm going to point out is that the Sacramento Kings last season won 23 games at home and 25 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They have got to get to 30 wins at home. If they want to be a true contender, even if they want to be like they finished third last year, but a true contender for that third seed, they need to win 30 games at home. And if you can win 30 games at home and you can somehow hold on to that 25 road wins, all of a sudden you're a 55 win team.
Yep.
And people are thinking about you in a whole different light.
Yep.
But for right now, you got to earn this thing. And I definitely feel like this is a moment where, start out strong, go in there on your home court, harness the home court, figure out how to win at home, figure out how to put distractions aside and go get this thing.
What we were talking about Kevin Huerter at the break, and you mentioned that it felt like the frustration is starting to build for him, and I think this is an ideal matchup where he can actually get out of that slump a little bit because he hasn't been shooting it great. He didn't shoot it great in the playoffs. He didn't shoot it great in the preseason, and he didn't shoot it great in the first game of the regular season. This is a matchup to me, and this is something that I wanted to see him do more of in the playoffs last year. This is a team where, hey man, if they throw Klay Thompson at you, dribble past him. Klay is not a great defender anymore. You can put the ball on the deck, and I think if he can get to that little mid-range game, that little floater game, maybe get to the line a couple times and just see the ball go through the hoop where he now stops thinking about the fact that he is missing shots. That is how I think you get Kevin Huerter going. It's not just like, hey, keep shooting threes, because if he keeps missing, you're just going to keep digging the hole. I want to see them get him going in the mid-range.
Okay. I would say this too, like who is going to defend who in this game? I think it's a really, really interesting question. So like they're starting. Well, they did the other night, right? They started Chris Paul in the backcourt with
Steph,
with Klay Thompson at the 3, Andrew Wiggins at the 4,
Right.
and Kevon Looney at the 5. Okay, like who's going to defend De'Aaron Fox? Because the way they've done it the last 5 or 6 games is Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
Who's going to defend Keegan Murray then? Who's going to we start getting to some really choppy questions very quickly. And so I think Herter is probably going to get one of the easiest defenders on the team to go against. And
it'll probably be Steph.
It could be Steph, but it could also be CP. It could be CP3. It could be Chris Paul defending him. Like he needs to go out there and do what he does, like run through screens, make sure that he's cutting the screen tight so he can clear space. Start hitting these older guards, using Sabonis to really like make this into a physical battle. And so I like this matchup for Kevin Herter, and I would like to see Kevin just find your range, man. You're a great shooter. Everyone knows you're a great shooter. This is an anomaly. Everyone knows that. I don't want to like make this a bigger deal than possible, but you definitely see the frustration growing with him. And when it's not good on the offensive end, and he's trying so hard to figure out the defensive end, they're playing into each other. So neither one of them has been great. And I'd like to see him just have a moment where, hey, let's see you hit 5 or 6 threes in a game and become like a major influencer on the game.
All right, here's what I got. So Kevon Looney on Domantas Sabonis. That's an easy one. And I think you're right. I think they stick with Andrew Wiggins on De'Aaron Fox. I think you have to.
Yep.
Because Andrew Wiggins on anybody else is just asking for De'Aaron to start rolling. And you can't do that because then you're getting guys in foul trouble and this and that. So I think it's Wiggins on Fox. I think it's Klay on Harrison Barnes. I think that's probably the move. And then I originally put Steph on Kevin Herter with CP3 on Keegan, but I think I'm going to go Steph on God.
That's a bad. The whole thing is a bad matchup.
Good. No, maybe they go CP3 on Fox and just hope that
they almost have to make a change in the starting lineup, man. If you're going up against the Kings.
Yeah. Like I would like the Warriors lineup defensively a lot more if it was like Steph, Klay, Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney.
Yeah.
Because then you can go Kuminga on Fox or Murray. You have the switchability with Wiggins on Fox or Murray. And then you even have you don't feel good about them on Domas, but you feel a lot better about them on Domas than you do with Klay or CP3. And then Steph can just chase Kevin Herter around.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
It's a mess.
I don't think they can start those 5 though, because there's just no way that works.
No, I don't think there's any way it works either.
Because CP3 is not chasing Kevin Herter or Keegan Murray around.
And he's certainly not going to be able to stop De'Aaron Fox.
Right. No.
I mean, he might pick a couple of steals.
Yeah,
right.
But prime CP3 versus De'Aaron Fox would have been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
But this is Chris Paul pushing 40.
Yeah, but we're like, if you're going to use Wiggins on Fox, which is what they do, it really changes. Like, what are you going to do then? I mean, because even if you start Kuminga, that means that Kuminga is on either Harrison Barnes or Keegan Murray. Okay, who's going to defend the other one? And I don't think they have someone that can defend either one of those guys at this point.
Yeah. And this is okay. This gets back to the whole thing with Harrison Barnes yesterday. Let me say this about Harrison Barnes. I'm with you. I think he's going to have just a regular, like, run-of-the-mill Harrison Barnes game because he had 33 last game. It's a big spot. De'Aaron and Domas and Keegan are going to, you need your A players to have to show up in big games. I get it. Okay. But if the Warriors are like, hey, here's Steph on Harrison Barnes, Harrison should be getting the ball and going to the rack every single time.
He should be in the post every single time.
Steph is strong, and he is a willing defender, and he tries hard. But Harrison Barnes is 5 inches taller and 30 pounds heavier, and should be able to score on him in the post, whether it's taking him into the basket or turning around and shooting over him. That should be an easy shot every time, but he doesn't. And if that happens, if that matchup happens, that's where I want to see him attack and go after it.
I get you because I'll also point out like Harrison Barnes in the final game of that series, like he didn't play much, and so
he didn't do anything games 4 through 7.
Yeah, but I mean, they pulled the plug on it, and so I mean, he only played 13 and a half minutes in game 7.
Yeah,
and I
he wasn't
definitely
good.
like I would like to see Harrison like get a little bit of his revenge game going. Again, if he hits the 3-point shot at the end of game 4 and they win that game, that series is over.
Mm-hmm.
And we think about Harrison Barnes totally different right now than and he
Yeah.
probably made a couple more $1 million on his deal.
Yeah.
Just the way that we think of him right now is different because of that. So yeah, I'd like to see him come out and be forceful and actually have a really good game and not wait for the game to come to him. You don't have to be the player you were last game, but you certainly need to be a player.
Yeah, just be around, be present.
Yeah, don't pull an Andrew Wiggins.
Oh boy, that's why I said after Golden State's loss to the Suns, I'm like, if Andrew Wiggins is their next, it's Steph then Wiggins now.
I would love for Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes both to have 8 rebounds each.
That's like, that's it. That not necessarily the points in the shooting.
Yeah, do not let the Looney thing happen again. Go get the rebounds, help Domas out, and get through this.
Yeah, let Domas put a body on Kevon Looney and somebody else go clean up the rebound. That's what Josh Okogie did the other night.
There it is.
Josh Okogie had a huge game, just getting in on the defensive glass and the offensive glass as well. So that's where Malik Monk can be effective. That's where Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes can be effective. I'm totally with you. Let's keep diving into this after the break. We'll be back in 3 minutes on the Insiders. It is Kings opening night tonight. Well, Kings home opener tonight against the Warriors. We're breaking it all down with James Ham of the Kings Beat. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Did you mention who's coming in next?
Oh yeah, shoot.
We got to make a call.
Yeah, we do. I forgot these. I need to like set alarms.
It's going fast, man. That's
okay. Hang on. I need to do this real quick. You're all going to hear this. All right, there we go. There's that. How much time do I have? Okay, I still have 3 minutes. Okay, we're good.
Okay, so I'll talk to the good people here. Like I think a lot of people say that, hey, Kevin Huerter just needs to go out there and do other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not calling you out, Mon-Fri. I do agree with this, right? But I'm gonna tell you that the easiest way to fix Kevin Huerter is for him to hit 3 straight, and then everything else will fall into place. Yeah. Like we're talking about somebody who I think is like unfortunately in his head a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you need a phone number? You got it.
No, I got it. I'm just waiting. I'm just not going to call him with 2.5 minutes.
Oh, got it.
Just sit there and hold.
No, I'm with you.
I had to figure out how to do a call again. I think it's this and then this.
Wait, are studio lights only for the closing show? What does that mean? Like, no, like in studio here?
No, we just like ambiance, bro.
No, yeah, it's totally that the fluorescence. When I sit on this side, I'm totally washed out. Because
I mean, hey, yeah. We can't. If we went studio lights full, you wouldn't be able to see us.
Well, yeah, and especially like there's a gigantic like gray background behind me that lights up. So the light really bounces around this room pretty well, and I choose to just put on the pin lights up above. Yeah, like I can put them on, but I become like
I'm gonna call Monte.
Really, really pasty. David, good question. How soon does Mike Brown call his first timeout? I'm gonna guess that the Kings don't give him a reason to call a timeout. Like, I think he would like to not have to call one, and I think that they're going to come out punching. But, cool. Yeah, Mon-Fri, it's not really dark in here. It might seem that way, but like there's track lighting that's shining down on me everywhere. It's just like, again, I'm in a studio by myself. Kyle's in another room. I can see Kyle, but he's not in the same room as I am. Yeah, when I sit, when I'm with D'Lo and Casey and I sit in the other area, there's like a window right behind me, so it doesn't look nearly as I don't look nearly as washed out. We are pulling in the great Monte Poole here for this discussion. You got him? Oh, I don't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. Hey, if you guys are in here, we have 280 people in the stream. So if you don't mind, give us a thumbs up. That would help us.
Smash that like button for us.
Subscribe. Give us a thumbs up.
All right, 10 seconds. Then we're on the money. Oh, yeah. It's about that time. Kings home opener tonight. They take on the Golden State Warriors at the Golden One Center. And here to talk to us about that game, about the Kings' first home opponent, the Golden State Warriors, who they played 11 times in the last 16 games, is the venerable, the distinguished, the delightful Monte Poole joining us today. Monty, thank you so much for hopping on with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, whenever I hear the word venerable, that usually means old. So,
oh, no.
you know.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. You're a legend. You're a legend with NBC Sports Bay Area. One of the very best guys doing it. Monty, how's this? The Warriors a little bit of a new look from what we saw last year in the postseason against Golden State. How is the new look Warriors? How have they looked to you with Chris Paul, with Jonathan Kuminga in a bigger role, with Dario Saric now in the mix? How has that been working out so far?
It's kind of a slow start, I think, from what I think they will be eventually. There's still a bunch of questions, you know, and that's not surprising. Steve Kerr said 3 days before the opener that the team you see on opening night is not the team I expect them to be, which I totally agree. And Chris Paul said, I think his line was, it's going to take time. And it is. I mean, first of all, you're missing Draymond Green, who is a key to your defense for sure, and also a big part of your offense. So it's hard to know what they have, other than they have a lot of players who can do something that they help the team. I mean, I'm talking about 10, 11 guys that can actually play at this level, that we know can play at this level. And Corey Joseph is what, the 11th, 12th guy, and we know he can play in the NBA. So it's going to be better, but right now it's just kind of hit and miss, off and on. And I think the biggest question marks are Jonathan Kuminga, who was really good in the preseason, but on opening night he got into foul trouble within the first few minutes, which looked a lot like last year. So, you know, there's some things to work out there.
Monte Poole here with us from NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, first of all, it's great to talk to you. I was hoping you would come up and hang out with us at the game tonight, but you're not going to make it. I'll have to wait until later in the week to see you. But when you look at that starting lineup, if they do roll out there with Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney, like, how are they going to match up against the Sacramento Kings team defensively? It almost seems like you have to make a move here in the starting lineup right away with a Kuminga or someone else like taking this one of those spots.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Warriors were, by definition, they were a small NBA team, relatively speaking. And Chris Paul, they were that last year. And the year before, and they won a championship, they were a small NBA team. And Chris Paul makes them smaller. When you get rid of Jordan Poole and you bring in Chris Paul, you lose 3.5, 4 inches. When you move Andrew Wiggins to the 3, Klay Thompson from the 2 to the 4, you lose money. You lose inches there too. Klay is playing in the 4 at 6'7", and the other night he did a good job against Kevin Durant. I give him credit, but Klay's offense has been an issue. But yeah, when I look at the Kings, I still, you know, I got to think that Gary Payton II will be a lot of on the floor a lot, just because there is a guy named De'Aaron Fox. And I don't know that Gary's going to stop De'Aaron, but I do think that he's the best defender the Warriors have on the perimeter, and therefore it stands to reason that he will play, 20-plus minutes because Chris Paul can't do anything with De'Aaron's box. Frankly, I don't know who Chris Paul's going to guard. Are they going to try to hide him on her? What are they going to do with him? I don't know. So when you got Chris and Steph in the backcourt, Steph is actually a decent defender. Not great, but decent. But Chris used to be a good defender, but he just doesn't move like he used to. So I think the Kings lineup is going to obviously pose some major threats. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings find a way to win this game because of that edge. They're not as deep as the Warriors, I don't think, but they're deep enough. And they have some physical issues and some physicality and some athleticism that the Warriors are going to have a hard time matching up with.
Talking with Monte Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covering the Golden State Warriors. Monte, it feels like the Warriors are relying a lot on Jonathan Kuminga to kind of break out this season. Is that somebody that they're looking for when Steve Kerr talks about this opening night team isn't what they're going to look like in February or March? Is that a player that they are anticipating really develops here in year 3?
Yeah, all signs are positive in terms of work habits and practice sessions and what he does there. And, he led the team in minutes and in points in the preseason. So they feel good about where he's headed. The question is, when will he get there? And I think there's no question in talking to people over there that one of the factors for bringing in Chris Paul was to try and get Jonathan Kuminga unlocked, so to speak. Chris does that for guys. If you're a great athlete and you run the floor, Chris will get you buckets. Look at Blake Griffin. Look at DeAndre Jordan. Who was DeAndre Jordan before Chris and after Chris? And so it's one of those things where the Warriors say, you know what? If Chris Paul can't get J.K. going, maybe J.K. is just going to be who he is, a great athlete who doesn't find his game. There are a lot of guys like that in the NBA, and they bounce from team to team to team to team. They never stick because everybody thinks, I'm going to be able to get this guy going, and it doesn't happen. So with J.K., this is a big year for him. He's got another year on his contract. I'm sure they'll pick up his option. So we'll see where it goes. But I think that they do expect a lot of him this year. First 2 years were trial. This year is a huge trial. And if they didn't cut it this year, I got to think the Warriors are thinking he's not a big money guy. We don't have to pay him a lot of money because he's still in training wheels and trying to figure things out.
Yeah, Monty, I watched a lot of Kuminga in preseason, and to me, it felt like a lot of the things that they were doing was unsustainable. Like all of this back to the basket stuff, all of this over dribbling, and it was almost like they were doing him a disservice. When we see him with the starters, his role is so much different, and then all of a sudden, when the starters sit for a preseason game or two, it's just like, go roll the ball out there and see if this guy can get you 30 however he wants to do it. Is there a way that this team has not brought him along the right way? Because we saw what happened with Wiseman. The questions still remain about Moody and Kuminga, whether that they're able to develop these guys. Is there just too much of an age gap here between the older crew and the younger guys, or do you think that they can get it done with him?
That's a fair question about both of those guys. I think Moody actually is on a pretty good path. I think Moody's solid. I don't think he's ever going to be spectacular, an all-star caliber player. But I think he's definitely going to be a player who can help this team and be a solid rotation guy, maybe a 6th, 7th guy. I think he has it in him because his shot is really nice. He's ironed it out. He's quick in it. He's a lot faster than he used to be. His release is. He's always a solid defender. He feels the game pretty well, much more than Kuminga does. So I think Moody's going to be okay. I think they like where he is, and if I'm them, I would too. He played more minutes last postseason against the Lakers than Kuminga did, and he deserved it. So I think Moody's going to be fine. But with Kuminga, you're right. I think there's times when you're like, what are they trying to do with this guy? He had 4 DNPs in the postseason last year. 4. The Warriors played 13 games, and so he missed 4 of them totally on the bench watching all 48 minutes or more. And so I think the lack of trust is an issue. And we all know that in the NBA, trust is everything.
We lose him?
The coaches don't trust you. It does good you look in practice or in garbage time. It can't be trusted. You won't get important minutes. And so that's the bridge that Kuminga has to sort of cross. And the other night, in the first game, when he committed 3 fouls in 5 minutes, there were a couple of times when he just decided, I'm going to go ahead and try and get a bucket here, despite the fact that there are 2 or 3 guys in front of me. And that's what he did last year, and that's what he did as a rookie. And it's like, that's shades of 2022, 2021, and it's like you thought he had grown out of that, where he sees the floor a little better, feels the floor a little better, and realizes that sometimes you just got to move the basketball. And so, yeah, there's still a lot to be determined with him, but there are times when you're right, when his minutes fluctuate and they can't quite decide how they want to use him, although they should know by now what he is. And I think that's where Chris Paul comes in. It's like, okay, Chris is going to spoon feed you some buckets, and that might get you going, and maybe that'll get you going in ways beyond just scoring the occasional lob, catching a lob and throwing it down. And so it's a gamble, but it's a one-year gamble, and it will tell them a lot about whether they want to bring Chris Paul back and also whether they want to commit to Kuminga in the long term.
Monte Poole covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Monte, last year it felt like that first-round playoff series was the Golden State Warriors standing at the top of the hill trying to fight off the Kings, and they eventually do so in 7 games. Do you feel like the Kings have overtaken Golden State since then?
I think overtaken has to be done before I can say, yeah, they have. I think it has to be done. But I do think that it's actually a debate as to which is the better team now. I think last year, people were the Warriors just beat them in the playoffs. But wait a minute. The Kings won the division last year. They won more games than the Warriors. They were the higher seed. What the difference in that playoff series, to me at least, was experience. The Warriors know that's their terrain, that's their territory. The postseason is where they live. The Kings were new to the entire experience, and I think that's what the Warriors gave the Warriors enough of an edge to win that series. And even then, it was a close series. Not just because they won 7 games, but 5 of those games could have gone either way. The Warriors scored 15 points more than the Kings over those 7 games. That's how close it was. So, yeah, have they overtaken the Warriors? I think that has to be proven on the court. But do I think it's possible? Absolutely, at this stage.
All right, Monty, we can't keep you all day, but I want to ask you, we saw Mike Brown following the game on Wednesday talk about not basketball, but the shootings in Maine that had gone on during the Kings opening night win over the Jazz. He talked about it yesterday at practice as well. And I know, like, you're more than just a sports reporter at this point in your career. You do a lot of other work at NBC when it comes to race and when it comes to all kinds of topics that, for some people are uncomfortable. But we're watching Mike Brown follow a path that Steve Kerr has gone down, that Greg Popovich may have been, the guy who sets the standard on what an NBA head coach can say and can mean to the greater population, not just basketball fans. Is this something that you've seen from Mike? Because you were with him there for the last 6 years, coming into last season with the Warriors. But have you seen him grow in this area and maybe feed off of the Steve Kerrs and the Greg Popoviches that he has worked under, where he feels comfortable talking about stuff like this?
Absolutely. I don't think there is any question. If you may have asked Mike this, when you talk about Mike's influences, he's going to mention both of those guys, Pop and Steve. And I think his time with Steve made him a much better coach because it sort of gave Mike a wider sense of how a coach can handle a team. Mike was sort of semi-rigid when he first became a head coach. There were certain things he wanted done a certain way, and Steve is pretty loose in terms of letting the veterans kind of dictate some of what happens. And Mike Mike kind of picked up on that. And I think when you look at Mike now, I think he's much more comfortable having a broader view, a greater perspective on things, basketball and beyond. And I think you saw that. I wasn't surprised by what he said the other day, but I was surprised that was where he kept it. He said his 3 or 4 minutes, whatever it was, about Maine, and then he was done. And I was like, oh, okay, Mike, basketball can wait. And that was a little surprising. I mean, addressing it is one thing, but addressing it and leaving it at that, saying this ain't the time for basketball, I didn't see that coming, but I'm kind of proud of him for that because priorities seem to be right in that situation.
Yeah, totally agree. Mike Brown has done a really great job, and I think he'll continue to do so here in Sacramento. Monty, you've been super generous with your time, and we really appreciate it, and hope to see you out here soon.
No doubt, fellas. Take care. Enjoy the game.
Yep. Thanks, Monty.
Thanks, Monty.
All right, and that's Monte Poole, NBC Sports, Bay Area. He has covered sports in the Bay for as long as I can remember. Just does a really terrific job out there. He brought up a name that we didn't bring up talking about the Warriors. That's Moses Moody.
Mm-hmm.
Moses Moody is one of those players that's just like doesn't play enough, and he's very clearly good. And I don't know why they continue. Well, I know that why they can. I think the Warriors would be a better team this year if they played Moses Moody when they played Klay Thompson.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think Klay's washed. I love Klay. He's a Hall of Famer, an unbelievable career, one of the best shooters of all time. He's washed. He's cooked.
Okay.
I meant to ask Monty about that and forgot.
It's possible that Klay is, but like watching Klay throughout the regular season last year, he was really good.
Led the NBA and made threes.
He was actually very, very good. And I'm not gonna go out there and say that he's washed. I do think that he's probably not a guy that you want to give like the massive extension to that that they did with Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say this: it's the Warriors are stuck in a situation where they have two young guys that kind of play the same position, the 3-4.
Yeah.
In Kuminga and Moody. Kuminga is the higher end talent, where Moody is probably a better basketball player.
Way better player.
And it's a hard thing because you're trying to develop that talent with the hope that maybe Kuminga could become the next generation, where you always look at Moody as a role player. Like going forward, Moody is going to be a role player. Like I don't look at him even the same way that we looked at like Mikal Bridges when he was with Phoenix, where you watch Mikal Bridges like every once in a while show you something on the offensive end where you're like, oh, but his job was to play outstanding defense and rotate. And, you know, if you ever get a bucket, it's okay. But we're not really counting on you. Yeah. Then he goes to Brooklyn. You're like, what in the world? Like this dude is awesome.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt like every time I saw Mikal Bridges, I was like, oh, that was slick. Why is he not getting more opportunity?
Yeah.
That's not who Moody is.
No.
No. And so I like that that they have, you know, a couple of young players that they're trying to bring in and extend whatever run they have. But at the same time, like Moody probably does need to play a lot more, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's, you know, if Andrew Wiggins wants to take just mental games off, which he does all the time, like
he's 1 for 1 this year.
They have to see it. Like if you're Steve Kerr and you're sitting on the side, you have to see it.
Well, that's why Andrew Wiggins didn't close the first game.
Yeah, well,
because he was just cooked. It's wild.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think the Kings are going to win tonight. I think they're probably going to win by a lot.
Okay.
And I think that's a problem. I think that's I think that's part of the reason the Kings are going to win a lot of games this year. But B, I think that's part of Golden State's problem. Is they have to approach the regular season like, hey, we're looking at the postseason. So we're going to manage minutes and we're going to manage emotions and this and that. And they're just not good enough to do that anymore and continue to be competitive. So I don't think they have. Maybe Steph goes insane and it's a tight game and all that, but I just don't. With the atmosphere and with the Kings wanting a low revenge game and the Warriors just being older and slow, I just don't.
I would like to see if Mike Brown does the same thing where he allows Steph the possibility to beat you while shutting everyone else down, or if he throws a kitchen sink at Steph and says, "Okay, who's going to beat us now?"
I think you have to do that. If I'm Mike Brown, that's what I'm doing.
Game 7, he allowed Steph to be Steph with the idea that they were going to close everyone else down. And I mean, look at the stat lines from again Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson was absolutely terrible. And the Kings did a really nice job defending him in Game 7. But the situation we're in now, where like you've seen Steph beat you too many times, like take him away. Whether it's Davion, whether it's De'Aaron Fox, which to be honest with you, I thought he gave you so much in game 1 against Steph, and then they went away from it because you wanted to reserve Fox for the fourth quarter and Fox for, to win the game offensively. Like, no, you throw everything that. I want to see Chris Duarte on him.
Yeah.
I want to see Davion Mitchell on him. I want to see whatever you can throw at Steph Curry, make him uncomfortable, take him out of the game. And, hopefully that will impact the Kings' chances of winning.
Especially tonight. I'm throwing a double at him every time he crosses half court. So, and I know that sounds extreme, but they can typically beat that. The Warriors have typically beaten that by Steph immediately gets rid of it to Draymond. Draymond catches it at the top. He gets going downhill, and say what you want about him. He's a very good decision maker and a very good passer.
Yeah.
And he's going to play 4-on-3 basketball and they're going to score. With no Draymond, I don't know what they do there. Is he throwing it to, you're not going to throw it up top to Chris Paul?
You're probably going to have Chris Paul try to create for you.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure that, like, again, Chris Paul is one of the great passers of all time, but I'm just not sure that like, again, and they should try to run them off the court. That's what they should try to do.
Yeah, just go. And that's the thing is, so the Warriors led the league in pace last year, but that was with Jordan Poole. And that was a 23-year-old Jordan Poole. And they have 39-year-old Chris Paul. And they're trying to manage minutes, and they're trying to manage just overall energy exertion with an eye toward April. Yeah, I think that's right. I think you throw as many bodies as you can at Steph every time he has the ball, and make or miss, run, dudes. Just get out and go.
Run.
Get out and go.
Yep.
And on that might be, if you're the Warriors, maybe that winds up being good because maybe that forces them to play Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and some of their younger guys. But I don't, outside of Curry having a huge game and Clay finding his shot for the first time since the last regular season, I don't know that the Warriors have the bodies.
Okay. Yeah, I never, like the heart of the champion thing. You never question, like, but you got to play them. These teams know each other really well. They know tendencies of each other, and I think that it can be like the ultimate equalizer here, where the Kings have learned enough, but they're still the Warriors. So you got to beat them, and that's the deal. You can't keep talking about it. You want to take home another Pacific Division title, you got to win this game. You got to win Sunday. You got to come back and win on Wednesday. And you need to put your stamp on the Pacific Division right away and say, look, we're here.
Yeah.
We're not some team to be trifled with.
Yeah.
We're here to win.
Yep.
So I like it.
Another solution that they could throw at Steph instead of doubling him? Colby Jones.
Colby Jones.
So I got the Kings winning by several tonight. I like them. I think the last spread I saw was like 3 or 3.5 points. I love them to cover the 3 or 3.5. The 49ers last line I saw, they were -4 at home against the Bengals. What do you like there?
I think the Niners are going to shock the world and find a way.
Shock the world.
Shock the world. Yeah. I think they're going to find a way, whether Brock Purdy plays or not. I think they're going to find a way to win.
If Trent Williams plays, I think the 49ers win. If he doesn't, I don't think they do.
Okay.
That's my take. And I think Nick Bosa gets a sack.
Well, yeah, and I would tell you too, the way that the Kings game at 3 points, that means that they think that the odds makers think these teams are equal going into this game, with the Kings getting the 3-point bump because they're at home.
Yeah, and it's money too. It's just public money.
Yeah.
People probably bet heavily on the Warriors, and so they're just trying to keep it even. So, yeah. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case though.
No.
I'm so fascinated by the direction both of these teams are going and the public perception of them right now versus what that public perception might be in February.
Yeah, I dig it. I'm here for the journey, man. I am. I'm here for the journey. I think last year was such a journey. It was so much fun to watch. Watching a team grow, watching a group of players figure everything out. I think that's the best part of my job, is watching the journey and questioning it the whole way.
Yep.
But watching it, see how it unfolds.
All right, we got to run Kings Warriors tonight. The Kings also play the Lakers on Sunday. That means on Monday we'll have 2 $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificates Excuse me. Here we go. Struggling to give out. So thank you everybody for listening. We really appreciate it. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madson. We've been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, right here on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Case here next. Bye.
Goodbye, friend. Goodbye.
Chatty House, appreciate you guys. You guys were electric today. And see you next week.
What's going on, my dude?
Not much, man.
Are there still so many donuts out there? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a ton. I had a couple.
I brought 2 dozen. Kyle brought a dozen. And then, for some reason, Rich Ripley brought 2 dozen. Well, I know why. But so we had 5 dozen donuts to start the morning. That's a lot of sugar.
That is.
I think you bring some carrots in or something.
Yeah, some carrot sticks, some celery, some hummus. We can't even bring ranch. It's, that's funny. Where are we at? Bring
They
it.
got shoot around today?
Yeah, they did have shoot. I missed it.
I was
I'm not going to be able to catch shoot all season.
the people want to hear you. More needed to hear, man. I want to hear what
I think it's better to digest here. I do. Like, shoot around has always been something that you show up just in case there's an injury update. And we don't have anything right now. I mean, Trey's not playing. But outside of that, Dorsey's been clear 100%. He says he's fine.
Dorsey look good. Like what I saw from him.
I like Dorsey.
Oh, that's the wrong plug. Thank you.
Yeah, Dorsey went out there and got those Matt Dillon teeth on him. There's something about Mary.
Oh, no.
The big chompers.
Oh, man. Where's Duarte from again?
He is from Dominican Republic.
Hey, might got one back home. We got him taken care of.
Are you headed in now or is it over? Is it
Well,
over?
It's over. Yeah, I can't make it known.
Is it 10 or 11?
So we're at 10:30, 11.
Okay.
No, I'll miss shoot all season. It is what it is. All right, boys.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you at 3.
Honestly, he might be on with us for a little bit. So,
Oh, 3?
yeah, we'll give him a 4-way action.
Okay. I'm probably gonna
Not the whole
stay.
time.
I'm probably gonna stay and then run down after I do my hit here.
Okay. Well, you come in whenever you want then.
Yeah, you know that.
Okay.
I feel like
Sweet.
you gotta have me on your show just for a little bit because I'm wearing your colors.
You can come in whenever you want to. What you talking about? What you thought?
Come on now.
Come in whenever you want to.
What's
You're
up?
already notified, man.
I was like,
I'm not in
what?
today.
You already know.
Huh?
I'm not in today.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
I work here.
You're hella in today. Yeah, at 12:15.
Okay.
God. No, we don't. We have Will Z at 12:47.
I'm here till
Yeah.
like 4 if you want to pull me in later. Just go look at what I'm wearing today.
No, we can you right now. When I get out, we can you right now.
You sure? Yeah, it can wait. Like I said, I'm here till 4 today. After 4. So you just let me know.
All right.
Everybody want to be on the show until we tell them to be on the show. Yo, we on that shit. Come on, man. Hey, we on that shit today. Y'all better stop playing. Y'all better stop playing.
Stat Daddy. Statty Daddy.
Man, why is it so hard to copy and paste the email? What the hell? Hey. Give me that theme music. Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Give me that theme music today.
Oh, man.
We on that today. Y'all ain't ready. Come on, man. Y'all ain't ready.
Yeah.
Y'all go listen to them boring dudes. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Come on, man. Get out of here. Y'all want to do this today. Y'all don't want to do that today. That boy Meek Mill right intro's right here, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. Get him. Yeah. Y'all know what it is. Hey,
Kings are back.
come on.
The Kings are back.
Y'all know what it is.
The beam is back. Go to one center's back.
I just want to keep talking.
Goes back.
I don't want YouTube to take our money. But when them drums hit, you know there ain't nothing like when them drums hit. Hey, start this show, baby.
Yeah.
Let's start this show, baby. Come on, man.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Hey, new guy. Hey, new guy. Hey, you messed up the pregame routine, man. What you doing? Hey, you ain't ready. These dudes ain't ready. Oh, baby. These dudes ain't ready, man. What's good?
We
Come
out
on,
here,
man.
baby. The Kings are back home.
It's the home opener,
The
baby.
Kings are back home.
It's the home opener. Vibes are immaculate. Welcome in here to the October 27th edition. Welcome into the 2023 home opener edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in the building. So happy that you are here with us.
Charged up on this Friday,
Oh,
man.
you know what it is, man.
Charged up on
Everybody
this
around
Friday.
the office wearing Kings colors. Some of them suckers out there wearing Warriors colors.
We talking
That's
to you.
all right. Well, careful. We here. We here. Kyle Madson's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. Will Z's going to join us this hour. What else we got? Mark Jones, the play-by-play guy for the Sacramento Kings, going to be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. And then, of course, James Ham will be back with us whenever the hell he feels like it.
And I'm still confirmed. I mean, it was said it's a go, but you just got to double check these things. We got that boy Bonte Hill trying to pull up.
Oh, Bonte tried it.
We got that boy Bonte Hill trying to pull up on us.
Bonte ain't coming on today.
And we don't have him today, but we're going to get him on here because Butch at some point got to come on because he was talking greasy this morning.
Bonte ain't coming on today.
Ooh.
He talking great. Bonte ain't coming on today.
Ooh.
You go ahead, send Bonte that link. He ain't really coming on today. He ain't ready for this.
They say he ain't ready.
He ain't ready for
They
this.
said Bonte ain't ready. Hey, man, I'm charged up, man.
I ain't noticed.
I'm charged up. Warriors don't know
It's
what they
because you
got
hopped up
themselves
on
into.
sugar.
Hey, well,
Everybody
shout
around.
out
It's
Carl
like
Madson.
9 dozen
Shout out
donuts
James
out
Ham.
there.
Shout out Rich Ripley. I mean, thanks for the donuts.
It's like
Crazy
8
man.
dozen donuts out there. Like, come on, man. Somebody buy some carrot sticks. What y'all doing out there?
Did we ever send that picture off?
Yeah, I put it on. Well, yeah, I put it's on my IG story. Go see that. It's on my IG story.
Yeah, man.
The boss ride with us.
Yeah, man.
The boss ride with us.
Woo!
It's gonna be 4 hours of S talking.
So
So if y'all ain't down with it, go listen to them boring dudes. They're easy to find. We got
getting active
about
today.
4 hours. We on it today.
We getting active today.
Get on the phones. We got the phone lines open. Phone lines. Bang. Phone lines ready for you. 916-909-1320. Yeah, jump in the chatty house, man. Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter.
Want to hear from y'all today too, man.
Wherever you back.
I want to hear from y'all today. I want to hear what y'all think about the Kings home opener. The Kings are home. Talk to us. How are you hyped? Were you watching the game? Like, what's going on? I want to know, man. This is for the people today because Doko gonna be crazy. Sacramento gonna be crazy. That beam going up today.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna tell you that right
All
now.
the way up.
That beam going up tonight.
Yeah. Shout out Michigan Wolverines. Me and Michigan, we hanging out tonight.
Ooh.
He said, KC, your audio was bad on 95.7 this morning. It's because they don't know how to ride like us. They got to, every time something goes wrong, hey, can you guys come help? We don't know how to do this. Can you fix this for us? How do you do this? How do you do that? We did a show 2 years from our house with a box that Jonathan gave us and said, plug it in. Good luck. IT said, plug this in and you'll be fine. Just connect to the internet. Won't be that bad.
It was not that simple.
They've been on the air for 50 years and they can't figure out how to get clean audio when KC joins.
Hey, man.
Hey,
it's
Bonte
good,
ain't coming on today.
It's good,
Bonte
though.
ain't coming on
Because
today.
you know I'm gonna go on there. I'm always gonna rap. I'm always they was trying to talk greasy. They had some audio from Game 4 and all. Man,
We ain't worried about that.
Oh, that's
We ain't worried about
well, that's
that.
that's what they do.
Yeah, we ain't worried
Shout
about
out to Warriors fans and media. That's what they do. They live in the past. That's all right. Y'all enjoy it.
I told them boys it's over. It's over. Like I had to hit them with a dose of reality. They talking about, Joe Lacob coming on there. I was trying to get 5. All this. It's over, bro. It's over, bro. Y'all ain't winning no championship ever again. This little run is done.
Speculation. They were sabotaging your audio on purpose.
Well, no. If it happens, it happens. But I still got my point across. So it's over for y'all.
Hey,
it's the end for you guys. It's the start for us.
Hey,
it's the end for you guys.
Hey, shout out to Rob Dubb. We'll throw this to Stacey Kaufman, our boss. This is a good slogan for 95.7. 95.7 the game. We're the B team. That's a good call right there. Let's get that submitted to those guys and see if they can run with it. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that.
Oh, man.
Shout out to the Warriors fans that are in the chat. Shout out to Ernie. Shout out to Uncle Loon if he's in here.
Look, they was trying to tell us, it's like all we do on this show, talking about this show, it's like all they do is talk about the Warriors all day. All right.
Okay, bro.
Whatever. Then we spend the whole last segment on Anthony Davis yesterday.
All
it's because we watch basketball.
30-12 from
It's because we watch basketball.
30-12.
We watch all games. We don't watch just the Kings. This is what happens when you watch all games. And last time I checked, the Warriors are in the NBA. So, yeah, we're going to talk about them. We be talking about the Magic. We be talking about the Pacers.
Talking about the Cavs.
That's what happens. Don't flatter yourself.
Beam team greater than the beam team. As our man 209 Dave Garcia says, you know what it is.
It is what it is, man.
They still mad because they lost Kyle Madson in the draft. That's all right. That's all right. They mad.
They shouldn't have traded their first round pick.
Hey, that's their fault.
I got promoted.
We kept our pick and we were able to draft Kyle. You know what I mean?
It's like what you want us to do?
we had
careful.
Careful. We had one of the teams passing up on Luka. we took him.
They took Marvin Bagley instead. Boy, man,
they didn't draft Luka.
We got Luka Doncic over here at 13-20. They went and got Marvin Bagley. That's a damn shame. Oh, it's a damn shame when you mess up the draft, boy. Damn shame when you mess up the draft. Shout out to our brother Michigan says, D'Lo and I will be watching at Thunder Valley. No, we won't.
Hey,
I
tell you, D'Lo getting on stage. I
told Casey yesterday, like I felt bad about, like, I'm not going to be at the game tonight. I felt bad that I was going to miss it. And then I said, I'm going to feel bad until the second Janet hits the stage, and then I ain't going to think again about it. It is what it is. I told the boss today, like, KC's working for ESPN 1320. I'm working for 102.5 tonight.
Yeah,
that's what
it is, man. Sometimes we got to split up, and that's what it is. I think you're going on stage tonight, though, bro.
I'm not going.
I think it's happening, man.
I'm not going on stage.
I mean, you're close enough. You're gonna be close enough. I think she might pull you up on stage, bro.
I will respectfully decline the invitation. I will respectfully decline the invitation.
Michigan might go on stage.
Well, Michigan can get on stage. Get on there and rock out with Janet, man. Get that. Well, if it's any time, any place, like there are things that you got to think about in that scenario.
Mercy.
Look, baby, it's just for the show. It's just for show purposes.
It's entertainment. It's only entertainment.
That's all it is.
Yeah,
she's going to Atlanta tomorrow. It's not like I'm going to see her again.
Anytime, any place where she played that one. There it goes, baby. Would you mind?
Don't do that.
Janet crazy.
Y'all got the dog pound tonight at the Golden One Center.
Dog pound gonna be in the building at the half. Corrupt Daz. Come on, man. Come on, it's gonna be Sacramento going up. Period tonight.
Yo, how come we don't do any outdoor concerts anymore? We didn't do one last year, did we?
Who?
The Kings.
Warren G was outside.
That was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That was last year. Beat the Warriors ass that night too.
That was last year?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Maybach O was there with
me. I know. That's what I thought it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, last year.
All right.
Last year, Warren G was outside.
All right.
Usually they reserve that for the California Classic, though. Typically. Warren G was actually
Lil Jon wasn't a California Classic, was he?
Lil Jon was California Classic. T-Pain was California Classic. Usually they do that in the summertime.
Well, that makes a lot more sense because it was cold as all get out this morning.
I know.
I had a beanie on this morning.
The chill is here, man. I ain't never seen you in a beanie before.
No, of course you don't. Plus, I went and saw my boy Darren today. I'm putting a beanie on my head right now. Man,
you see
my hair is immaculate today.
You see the line. You see the
well,
line.
He's an artist. He's all right. I don't look
crisp.
I'm not out here looking like Carlos Boozer looked like on that video we was watching before.
Man,
y'all got to see.
Man.
Hey, that video is so wild. I'm gonna put that video. Y'all got to see.
Booze.
Yo, I don't know what's going on with Carlos Boozer. I hope he's okay because we saw this video. I was like, hey, Booze. Oh my God, man, you good? I felt like that girl on TikTok. You good? Yeah, we're gonna pull that video up for you so you can see that. We're gonna talk today. We're gonna talk about Dame Lillard. Shout out Dame Lillard, Shaquille O'Neal.
Hey, come on, man. Big ups to that. Yeah.
The Shaq and Kobe remix with Meek and Rick Ross was
absolutely
fire. Hey,
Shaq part of MMG now.
Shaq killed it.
Come on, man.
I love Shaq verse, man.
Shaq
it was
always
nasty.
have bars, man.
Shaq's verse was nasty.
So big ups to them. But also,
boy dropped 39 last night.
People was really trying to tell me like, oh, it's Drew Holiday. You know, I don't know. Yeah, you got Dame, but is he better than Drew Holiday? Dame don't play no defense. I say y'all need to stop.
Man, drop.
Y'all need to stop.
That boy got.
I love respectfully because Drew Holiday's a baller and he's gonna do his thing in Boston. There's no shade to him, but respectfully, that's Damian Lillard. That's Damian Lillard.
No, it is.
The Bucks are NBA title contenders. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. I had to question Dame Lillard.
39 points from Dame last night, man. Come on, man. And then since we doing that. Since we getting our stuff off here at the top of the show, y'all need to stop with LeBron James. Talking about LeBron James, 10th best player in the league. LeBron James is still the best basketball player on the planet.
LeBron was balling last. He had 21 points. But
LeBron
had 41.
LeBron had 10 in the fourth, and hey, context matters.
They had some nice moves.
That man put they weren't going to lose that game, and they weren't going to lose because of LeBron James. 3 possessions in a row. I'm just going to go to the basket. You think you can stop me? Stop me.
Where he was splitting the defense was crazy. Another reason why they weren't going to lose that game is because they were relying on Eric Gordon.
Well, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem.
I said what I said the other day.
Hey,
Sun Sporting Cast ain't it, bro.
Okay, all right. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. Kyle Madson's coming in. Ain't no format today. We talking hoop. We got 49ers. We got Will Z. We got stats. We got numbers. Bonte Hill allegedly is going to join the show. Mark Jones is going to be with us.
Yeah, man.
James Ham going to come in the studio whenever the hell he wants to. Steeler and KC brought
Kings
to you by
home.
Sky River. Oh, yeah. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got to set up Kyle's computer.
Hey, how do I say this? Just say I was surprised by Bradley Bill's jersey choice.
Saw that.
That's a crazy little situation. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. That's a crazy little situation. That he probably doesn't know. I can guarantee you he doesn't know. I'm not even gonna lie to you. KJ, a wild situation for me. KJ just a wild situation. Not
Y'all get your man right here. Y'all need to get your man right here. Hey, whose man is this right here?
Hold on. They said we ain't got no sound.
Hey, We lost sound.
Check one, check two. We good? We back? Oh, they saying we back. They saying we back.
Oh, okay. Yo, it's your boy right here.
Hi guys, Carlos Boozer here, and I'm partnering with Betway to kick off this NBA season. And they're hooking it up by boosting my picks for opening night. First pick, I got the Suns covering the spread against the Warriors. Second pick, I got the Lakers with the points against the Nuggets.
Hold on, y'all.
Good luck.
Y'all need to watch this. Hang on.
Hi guys, Carlos Boozer here, and I've partnered with Clock and Doodoo Dumb Dollars Fantasy League for the kickoff of the NBA season second game. And they've allowed me to make a few picks. First pick, I have the Rockets covering the spread over the Magic. Second pick is the Celtics with the points over the Knicks. Good luck.
Hi guys, Carlos Boozer here, and I'm partnering with Betway to kick off this NBA season. And they're hooking it up by boosting my.
Come on, man.
Carlos Boozer probably gets home and like wipes his beard off after like a long day and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Bulls, and the crazy thing, like I always says, Bulls don't have to do that, man. He's always had a solid beard.
Booze is
I don't
like
know why he's doing this.
Booze is like that iconic. Like y'all ever seen the? I mean, it's iconic in TV history, but the Viola Davis scene from How to Get Away with Murder. Where she sits down, she takes her wig off, and she like wipes her makeup off.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, it was a big deal when it happened because it was like a black woman like just bearing it all, right? And that's Booze. That's Booze just going to the house and like sad music playing as he's using a makeup wipe to get his
You remember that tweet that said Klay Thompson's goatee looks like he hangs it up on the counter?
Oh
when he gets
man,
home?
come on.
That's one of the best tweets of all
It's
time.
so funny. He hangs it up on the coat rack when he gets home.
Are you okay with picking them up and dropping them off? Oh,
That's
man.
crazy.
I love our job so
That's
much.
the industry.
I love our job
That's the
so much. Yo, what's good, baby? Kyle Madson.
Yeah, man.
I've been looking forward to our conversation all day, Kyle.
Dude, you could not wait to have me in. You came in multiple times during my show and you're like, hey, you're good for 12:15, right? You're good. 12:15, we're good. I was like, yeah, man, I got it. And then I asked Jesse, I was like, hey, I'm on today, right? And Jesse's like, no. Dang.
I forgot.
Right.
I knew there was a reason I wrote. I know there was a reason I shot Will Z the message for 12:45, and then this morning I couldn't figure out why it was. It's because 12:15 is you.
I don't work at 95.7 anymore, man.
Yeah, you
I
with
don't- I
us.
don't
Yeah,
work.
you with us.
You with
Luka
us.
Doncic.
You with us.
Luka Doncic, man. We
That's
got
so
him.
funny. That
We
being
got
said, Dubs by 40 tonight.
Stop it.
Stop. Don't listen to this
Just
man.
turned into a huge
Don't listen
homer.
to this man.
Nah, it's,
Stop it.
I'm with Kenny. It's over, dog. It's all good. It's a good run.
So
Yeah,
what's that?
it's
What's
all
that mean though? Like it's over for what?
The Warriors. they're not gonna-
Championship?
They ain't
Like
winning no-
championship.
they ain't winning no more.
But they'll still they could still win 45, 50 games.
I think they're like a 6-7 seed.
See,
Really?
now you're
Never,
going too
yeah.
far there. It's not 6,
What?
7.
Why?
They're a
Okay,
little
look.
better than
Okay,
that.
let's run through it. Lakers are better. Nuggets better. Suns better.
I think there's a conversation to be had about the Lakers.
I agree with that. I don't like
I
what I've seen in the
love
first two
either
games.
of the two games. I love what I saw from Anthony Davis. I love what I saw from. Look, come on, you had 30 and 12
Yeah,
yesterday. Stop.
that's not the point.
No.
The point is he's going to have 17
I
two
said
games later.
I loved what I saw from Anthony Davis yesterday.
I can't even take it seriously, though.
Well, they won.
Is he better than Derek White? I'm joking. Sorry, keep going.
My point is, I was all about it.
Okay, Lake Show.
And two games. It was like, oh, I don't know.
Dallas
I don't
better?
love it. It's only two games. Dallas,
Then who?
Stop it.
Okay.
Then
Stop
who?
it.
The Spurs?
Stop it.
OKC?
No,
I
don't think so.
I'm so look.
I
I'm
don't
going
think so better
I'm
than-
going
I
to
don't
show
think- I don't think they're
respect
better
to the
than
Warriors
OKC.
for that before I throw OKC in front of them.
I
I'm
don't
doing
think
that.
OKC.
I just look. Andrew Wiggins is their second best player, right? That's it. That's where we're at.
What's wrong with Andrew Wiggins?
Andrew Wiggins.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Andrew Wiggins is better than Klay Thompson right now?
Yes, by a lot.
Oh,
Clay's
not a lot. See, Kyle's down on Clay though. He's down.
What
on
Clay's
Clay.
washed.
What did Clay do to you? Clay hit on Heather? What happened?
No,
What
did
Clay
you,
to do to you?
did you
Invite her
see
on the
him in
boat.
Did you see? Did you see him in the playoff series last year against the Lakers?
It wasn't good.
It was gross. Did you
Wasn't
see him in the
good.
preseason?
Oh, you're one of.
Did you see him the other night?
He's gonna be okay. Clay's gonna average 20 points a game.
Yeah, he'll probably average 20 a game, and he'll hit some threes, but he can't play defense anymore, and he shoots too much.
So the defensive part I think is accurate. Like he's not the two-way player. Like he was, he was up there with Kawhi and Paul George
absolutely.
and guys that
He
you
was
talked about as the
one of
best
premier guys.
the best two-way players in the league. I understand he's not that anymore. But
it's Steph Curry and CP3 and Klay Thompson. That's three guys that aren't great defenders. Then it's Andrew Wiggins. Okay, that's a good defender. And then it's Draymond Green, who, okay, very good defender, but he's not going to give you a lot offensively. The best version of the Warriors is Andrew Wiggins playing at the level that we saw in the 2022 postseason. He was excellent. And if you're getting that Andrew Wiggins every night, then okay, now you're cooking with gas. But you're going to get the Andrew Wiggins that you saw against the Suns too often for me. So the best version of the Warriors is Moses Moody playing a lot and Jonathan Kuminga playing a lot and hopefully developing while also playing a lot. And then those guys being key parts of your rotation, maybe even in the starting lineup by the time the postseason rolls around. But there's nothing in Steve Kerr's history as a head coach that leads me to believe that he's going to continue giving them those opportunities.
Right. I don't think they're 6 or 7.
hey, let's go to the phones real quick. Told you we got a day. Matt George is here. Matt George wants to join the show.
Matt
George,
love that for Matt.
Locked On Kings.
I'm just calling in real quick because I want to know if Kyle Madson is preparing his palate for all the spicy food that he's going to have to eat at the end of tonight once the Golden State
Matt,
Warriors
stop.
Matt.
No, Matt.
Talk that
That's what I want
talk.
to know.
No, see, it would be one thing. It would be one thing if I was out here
like
espousing the go. Hey, Jesse, turn him down. It'd be one thing if I was out here talking trash, but like Matt, I agree with you, dog. I'm with you. Like this is. I'm not the one.
So what do you have a plan for him already, Matt? Because they got a bet where they're gonna do a pod that involves
They're gonna lose by 30. This
spicy
is gonna be stupid.
food and all of this.
Not losing by
What
so
like
dumb.
do you already have a plan for Kyle?
Jesse, you
Matt?
can turn him back up now.
Well, number one, it's less fun when Kyle waves the white flag, so I'm going to need Kyle to fight back a little bit. Number two is I was planning on going on nice on Kyle because I don't know spicy foods myself. I was going to go like maybe a little flaming hot Cheeto from time to time, just kind of ease him into it. But
Like, do some strawberry yogurt.
yeah, Damian talked it up the other day. Damian said, Kyle, in this hypothetical magical world that doesn't exist where the Kings lose tonight, that you would be mean to me with the spicy food.
Yep.
So I'm thinking I might have to take it up a notch.
Yeah, I think you should call. I think you should call various restaurants and ask, do you have anything that could make an individual cry? And if they say yes, or ask them to suggest something like, do you have a dish that's so hot it could make an individual cry or lose 10 pounds in 5 minutes? Just sweat it out.
That's so funny.
I may or may not have checked how quick the shipping options are for the hot one sauces. I'll just say
There you go. All right, I'm with it.
Oh, that would be.
And
I'm with it.
okay,
I'd
and
be,
look,
I'm in, dude. This
and
sounds
for-
like fun.
That
and
actually
for
be
both
kinda dope.
for both of you guys, the chip is off the table, right? That's not an option, correct?
That's the one
going
that
too
kills
far.
people.
The chip that you have to eat with a glove on your hand, that's terrifying.
I'm just saying, I'm just making sure that's off the table, right? Like that's going too far, correct?
Nothing that's gonna kill me. I'd prefer not to die because
It's a damn shame what happened to Kyle Madson.
It only killed one person.
It's like, dang, what happened to Kyle? Well, Jonathan Kuminga played too many minutes.
The chip is off the table.
Oh, that's a good point. If I died like mid-show, the numbers would go crazy.
That'd be some numbers.
We've talked about that on here, and James has talked about a ghost coming in and like murdering me mid-show.
Yeah, I don't need
And it's
anybody.
like,
I don't need
suck.
anybody to die. Period.
That would suck
I
for
don't
me.
need that.
Why did that situation come
I
up?
forget. It had something to do with the window. We need to get a cover for that window, by the way.
That's facts. I understand that.
Bro, I'll see, dude. It's like
know.
this. It's like this, and then all of a sudden I'm James.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. Matt, I'm very much looking forward to this podcast with you and Kyle coming
me too. Can't wait. It's
See
gonna be
how
great.
this works out. I know you got some great things going on with the Locked On Kings podcast that we could talk about next week, including a live watch party.
Yeah, man.
All really exciting stuff, man. Appreciate you tapping in. Anything else you want to throw in before you go?
That's it, Kyle. I apologize for what's about to happen to you tonight, but I'm glad you're going to be there to see it in person.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be great. I can't wait.
Appreciate you, Matt. When you get
Fantastic.
to ABC 10, ask them to upgrade your phone.
Him and Monte Poole are on the same phone.
This is tough.
Oh, no.
This is a tough sound. It's a tough sound. Thanks, Matt.
Hey,
Man,
by the
Matt
way,
George right there.
hey, what you guys were talking about earlier with audio quality at different places, that whole charade is ridiculous.
No, I mean,
And I've been saying it. I've been told them when I was there.
Well, you got to
Don't do
call
this.
and you got to Zoom and
Don't
click the
do that.
link.
Dude,
and-
it's just don't. It's either set it up right or don't.
I mean,
Tell 'em.
we've
Tell
told we told them about StreamYard.
It's like no, they
And then-
they moved to a new building, bro. They could have just done it.
We told them.
Anyways,
we told them
I don't want to. I love those guys. I don't want to. I don't want to get
fine.
into
They're
it.
behind.
It just,
They're a really
fine.
good,
They
solid
still
B
shot me-
team.
They still shot me the Zoom link.
They're a good. They're,
Told
they're,
them it's about StreamYard.
they're a really good, solid B team. Like they're doing a heck of a job. Like I'm really proud of them.
Big ups. Big ups.
I'm proud of little bro. Like they've done a good job. They've done a good job. Allegedly, Bonte Hill's going to join us. That's a rumor, unconfirmed. But we
Are you guys getting TV Bonte or radio Bonte?
That's a good question.
That is a good, I think we're getting.
That's
TV
a great
Bonte.
question. You know what,
Because it's later in
Bonte?
the
I
show.
hope.
think
I hope
we'll
you get.
TV
I hope you get radio Bonte.
I want Tex Bonte. That's the Bonte I want. Tex Bonte
Hey,
keeps it
that'd be-
real.
That'd be hilarious.
He
Radio.
does.
Like I'm writing. Da, 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 da. Let's wait for Bonte to respond.
Tex Bonte be sounding different
Bonte,
than radio
yeah,
Bonte.
Tex Bonte, TV Bonte, radio Bonte.
He's
all
three.
good.
There's
Yeah.
four. He be sounding different than Twitter Bonte.
He's Bonte Hill is the
I
Mick
love
Foley of Northern California radio.
You love Cactus Jack.
Yeah, he's got a mankind and a just a good old Mick Foley persona. He's the four faces of Bonte.
I had a
The
good
king of
time on the
Area
morning
sports
roast. So
media.
they always take care of me. You know, little roasters be in the chat. But shout out to my people in the chatty house. They be pulling up and everything too. So it's a good time. And like I said, I told him this morning, those are my guys. Those are my guys. I keep it real with them. I said it's over. It's over. You guys are done. Sorry, Kyle. You guys are done with this championship stuff. I told him that's why Bob Myers left. Because Bob Myers was like, no, we need to move on from some of these guys. And Joe Lacob was like, nope. We're here, and I'm gonna have these guys forever. And Light here's and Clay here's 40 million, and Draymond here's 175 million. And nope, we're getting five. We're getting five.
Joe Lacob sounds like.
Mhm.
Oh,
That sounded like generic white guy. So
it did,
yes,
but that's
So
fine.
yes.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, I don't. So here's my one thing with it. I thought that 4 years ago, and then I thought after 2019, I was like, well, that's the end of it. And this is just how it's going to go moving forward. They're just going to be a regular run-of-the-mill mid-ass basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
But then 2022 happens. And there's that part of me that even with, okay, what are you going to get from Andrew Wiggins on a nightly basis? And what does it look like with CP3 and can Jonathan Kuminga develop and all that? There's just part of me that's like, they still have number 30.
Yep.
And that lowers the bar for what they need from the rest of those guys. And that's the only thing in the back of my mind. But I tend to agree with.
They still got talent. Like it's still a talented team.
They can win every close game because of him.
Because
every game they're close, they can win because of
him. But they got talent. Like Andrew Wiggins is a good ball player. Klay Thompson's still a good ball player. He's still a good ball player. I like Kuminga. GP2 is a great defender. They still have a lot more talent than a lot of teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say they're not going to be 6-7 seed, unless like Steph goes down for a long period of time.
Sure.
But they got enough talent. And Sarek looked good the other day.
He did.
Chris Paul, they got players, so they're still going to be around. I just think there's a hard. Don't look at me. Come on.
I was just waiting to see what you were going to say next. I didn't even do nothing.
Concrete. I was going to say concrete ceiling on what they could be.
Man, it's so paranoid around here.
Do you know how
Goodness.
much I watch what I say now?
Oh yeah,
I'm on
That's-
eggshells.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what we do. But yeah, that's what we do. So let's shift the conversation a little bit. Talking about the Warriors and their championship window. All right, they've got the rings, and it just warrants conversation. Is the Kings championship window open or not? That should be the conversation.
I'll be honest with you. It's not open yet. It's not open yet. They got the house. They bought the house. They're looking through there. They said, "Oh, there's a window over there." They haven't gotten to the window to open it yet.
I think they need.
It's coming though.
I think I agree, and I think they need that. They either need to acquire somebody or they need that leap that they're expecting from Keegan Murray. Until Keegan Murray, he has to be a like perennial all-star, all-NBA type of guy to me. So until he makes that leap, I think the window's closed. But I think that's the key to unlocking
Like it's
it.
closed.
I don't
Like, there's not even any air coming into the house.
No, it hasn't been. See,
See,
it sounds
I mean-
different. It hasn't been open yet. There's a
It's
difference
not
between
installed properly.
closed.
There's air coming through. They did not caulk it correctly.
It hasn't been open yet. Closed is like it's open. Close that thing. It hadn't been open yet. They're about to open it soon. They're not there yet.
No, and that's not a knock. And could they but I think they'd need quite a bit to go their way in terms of, the Nuggets maybe dealing with some injury stuff, whoever they play in the finals dealing with some injury stuff. I just don't think like mano a mano that they're ready to beat a team like the Nuggets in a 7-game series or the Bucks or the Celtics. But then again, that's not like a knock. They're definitely headed the right direction. I just think they're one big piece away, and it might be Keegan.
Let me throw an alternative idea at you. Let's say Keegan's good. Like you threw a high, a lofty idea out there for Keegan. Let's say Keegan is last year, maybe a little bit better. Like no one's upset with Keegan. He's like, oh, Keegan's good.
In the mix is an all-star, but maybe
didn't
not
take a giant leap, but like, yo, kid's really good.
So he's Harrison Barnes.
Let's give you fine.
Yeah.
Let me give you the alternate scenario. What if what De'Aaron said he wanted to be actually happened? What if De'Aaron did become one of the best two-way players in the game? What's that do?
Same year?
Thing.
Yeah, right now. You over at the window yet?
I'm with Kyle though. I don't think it hinges on De'Aaron because I think that's going to happen.
You think De'Aaron's going to become one of the best two-way players in the game this year?
I think so.
And that's not going to do anything for the Kings championship aspirations.
Not enough.
I don't see.
Really?
I think they need one more, and Keegan might be the one more. They need one more guy that's gonna go for 25 to 30 at any point in time. He doesn't have to average that, but just know.
Like how often? Because isn't that Malik?
Yeah.
You're saying a little bit more time, so I'm saying okay,
maybe a little bit more
right.
often than Malik does. But that's a good call though. But they need that guy that like, because right now you look at like a Boston or whatever, right? At any given time, and maybe multiple times, either Jaylen Brown, Tatum, or Porzingis could go for 30. 25 to 30. Derek White played well on opening night.
Drew Holiday has a 50-point game in his bag.
I forgot about Drew Holiday. I mean, he can go for 20, 25. That's what I'm thinking, right? Like a guy that, and it wouldn't even be like for us as Kings fans, we look at Malik like, yeah, Malik could go for 30 in a playoff game, easy. I think the rest of the NBA was like, dang, Malik had 30. That's crazy getting 30 off the bench. Like
because they weren't watching.
That's true. That's true.
I don't think a player feels that way. Stephen A. might, with all due respect.
Stephen A. said you want to come to Sacramento.
Hey, Stephen A.'s welcome.
You can pull up.
Come hang out.
That's still my boy,
Stephen
Stephen A. He be tripping sometimes, but that's my boy.
Stephen A. do be bugging sometimes.
That's my boy. That's the kiss of death from KC.
But
means it's on site with Stephen A.
He's welcome. He's welcome. But those guys would be surprised. I don't think there's an NBA player that would be like, wow, Malik dropped 30 tonight. I don't think anyone would be surprised with that.
That's true.
That's probably right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think they need one in addition to Malik. I don't know.
Maybe that's where Keegan's got to do it.
Yeah, that's just it. And it's improving defensively for me with Keegan. And again, we may see this year. This is not to say he can't do it. This is just what I need to see from him moving forward. And then just more shot creation on his own.
For
Like
sure.
the catch and shoot is great. And I thought we saw a little bit of it against Utah.
Yeah.
The first dribble handoff he took, he had a little bit of space and he just attacked it and got that little, just created some separation and got an easy jumper from the top of the key. If he can continue doing that and attacking the basket more and creating his own shot, like now I think you're trending in the right direction.
Yeah. I hear you on that.
And I think you will. I'm really high on Keegan.
What you seeing over there?
No, no, I'm not.
What's the matter, man? Let's talk about it.
Because we got 95.7's the game's internet over here, and I can't get it to work.
Oh dang, we're in the closet.
We're in that.
We're in the
All right,
janitor's closet.
I think I got it. Okay, I do. I wanted to look to see Keegan's career high is 30, but what I wanted to see was how many times.
You went 20.
Yeah.
Plus.
Yeah.
I would guess. I would guess when. Oh
no!
Oh, stat watching.
I just feel like every time we throw a guess out.
Yo, did you see Jesse's
I just saw Jesse's face.
My man was like this. Hey, this is what it looked like. This is what it looked like on the stream. Here's it.
Jesse heard that music. He was ready to go.
I would say 13 times.
I was gonna say 12.
It was Kenny Caraway. It was 13 times exactly.
Wow.
No,
my man knows ball.
Count it.
My man knows ball.
Doesn't count.
Count it.
It doesn't count.
Hey,
They're reviewing it. They're reviewing it in
You're like
Secaucus.
that. You're like that. You're like that Dame Lillard 4-point play at the end of the game. I'm sorry. Call on the field stands. Call on the court stands. 13
Hey,
games.
can you say Secaucus on this show?
Yeah, we've said way
Just
worse.
making sure.
Way worse.
Just making sure.
Hey, anybody know what the spread was on that Bucks-Sixers game last night?
I would,
my bag.
if I had to guess, I'd say Bucks -3.
So that last shot had nothing to do with nothing.
I don't know. I didn't.
That was
I don't know.
crazy.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
thought
know
about
what
that when I
Well,
saw
what
that.
was funny is the announcers kind of reacted to it. I was like, wait. Yeah, they lost by 1. Like, why did you react that way?
Oh, it was Bucks -6.
So yeah, it didn't have nothing to do with nothing. Because the Bucks were up by 4 when he hit that shot.
Keegan's career high was 30 last year versus Houston. He scored 29 versus Oklahoma City.
That was a good game.
His next highest total was 23. So 30, 29, and then 23 are his highest point totals.
I think that 20-point number goes up from 13 to probably 25 to 27 this year.
Not shockingly, in the 30-point game and one of the 23-point games, those are his 2 highest field goal attempts, 17.
And that's the other thing I want to see is just more aggressive more aggressiveness from him offensively.
Absolutely.
Just just get your own shot.
Which was the whole point of the California Classic, right? It was the whole point of Keegan Murray playing in the California Classic was to show that and like, hey, this is your team, this is your floor. Go do it.
And I thought
he did.
I thought it translated in Utah too. Like he looked obviously like the most athletic guy on the court in the Cal Classic. He looked way more athletic to me the other night in Utah.
Yeah, he looked. Yeah, I loved it too. Yeah, I loved the game he had in Utah. And as Jess said, I think his voice was deeper.
Yeah, he smiled.
Oh dang, that's
he did
big
well.
time.
Well, Malik's dunk will make you.
That's what I'm saying. It made Keegan smile.
That'll make you
I'm
smile.
so happy. I try not to yuck people's yums, right? Like enjoy.
I don't know what that is.
I try not to. I'm trying to think of.
I don't think you can say that on the radio.
Well, what I want to say is something I definitely. I don't want to like.
Wow.
Put it. Oh boy, I'm sweating.
You need a break. You want to go to commercial?
Go take a lap,
just,
Kyle. Go take a lap.
No, I don't want to. I don't want. Like let people enjoy things. Is my. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to crap on people's parade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to rain on parades.
No, I understand that.
Rain on people's parade.
Does that work? Does that play?
I still don't know what you said the first time around, but yeah, I understand rain on a parade.
Okay, very
Makes
good.
perfect sense.
All right.
Which means you're about to trash something. So
Yeah,
you're not
trash
about
something.
to.
Thank you.
You're not about to trash Malik's dunk.
No, I'm gonna do the opposite. I think that we freak out about too many dunks. There are way too many dunks where people are like, "Oh, on his head." It's like, no, not really. Like the guy was out of that. It was not a dunk on. So Malik's the other night where he actually dunked on somebody. It was like, thank you. It was so refreshing to see that okay, we still understand what a poster looks like.
Yeah, and
it's an actual poster.
My favorite part was how intentional it was.
Yeah,
because he didn't have to do what he did.
Yes,
he made the decision in the air that he's going to throw this back like Dominique Wilkins in '88.
Yeah,
and
it was awesome.
Did it perfect.
It was awesome. It was a fantastic poster.
Like I said, that might be the dunk of the year.
It might be.
One.
Yeah.
I don't know if we get a better one than that. Well, from the Kings. I don't know if we get a better one than that. It's probably top 10 dunk all year in the NBA.
You might not get a better one than that in the league.
You don't really see those too much.
It's so rare that you get the guy going straight up, like in the restricted area, hands up, trying to block the shot, an offensive player just going through.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so rare.
How closely are you paying attention to like Herter and Chris and that two position?
Extremely. Like that's the thing I'm watching for the most. Tonight.
You're for a change.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I said yesterday, Kyle. Let me tell me what you think. Why do we have to change it? Let Herter start. See how it goes. And that first time out there, if he's rocking, cool, we good. If not, just bring Duarte in.
I mean that works, but I'm talking if this continues over the next. I wouldn't necessarily advocate a change today, but if this continues over the next like 3, 4, 5 games, I think you have to do like just change something up. And honestly, I think this is a good game for
even
Kevin.
If they're winning.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's this?
If they're not defending and they're still not doing what Mike Brown wants them to do defensively, I think that's a place where they will make a change, just to do something different. They could be 5-0, but if they're giving up 125 points a game, I don't think Mike Brown's gonna dig that and keep going the way he's going. But I think this is a great game to get Kevin Herter going. And I was saying this on the Insiders, 10 to noon right here on ESPN 1320, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I think this is a great game where Kevin Herter can, if he's getting defended by Klay Thompson or Chris Paul, those are players that you can just put the ball on the deck and go around them and get that floater game going, get that mid-range game going. Because I really think that once he may get to the foul line a couple times, Warriors will foul you. If you see some shots go down and you get to the free throw line and you see those free throws go down, I think that makes everything else a little bit easier. Right now, it just feels like he's pressing. Those shots, there were a couple threes he took in Utah that it was like he caught it at and he's like, I am shooting this basketball no matter what. And that's just not a way to break out of a slump. So if you want to call it a slump.
No, I'm with you. I'm anxious to see what he does at the start of this season. If he can kind of shake it, start to feel good about himself, hit a couple of shots, and get to the point where, you know, he's feeling like regular Kevin Herter. You know, because I mean, he's not. I'm not saying he's a 70% 3-point shooter, but he's better than this. He's a better shooter than this. So, you know, I want to see him shake out of that a little bit.
No doubt. The thing I keep coming back to is what Mike Brown said at that last practice. It was, we are not going to be 24th or 25th in defense again.
Yeah.
That is not happening. That is not a thing I will let happen. And when you look at their lineup, Domas and De'Aaron are not coming out. Okay. I don't think they have anybody better than Harrison Barnes. And I don't think Keegan's coming out either. I don't think they have anybody better than Harrison Barnes to play that Harrison Barnes role defensively. So now you're looking at Kevin Herter, and if they're going to change something defensively, like that's it. So that's why I keep looking at him. It's even less to do offensively, but it's that defensive side that Mike Brown has really clearly made that a focal point of this season.
I thought they looked good on Wednesday.
I did too.
I thought they,
for the most part,
they worked on defense. You know what I mean? They're going to give up points just because.
I thought the worst possessions, oddly enough, came from Kevin Herter.
I thought they worked, man. I thought as a team, their defense, I like what I saw.
Yeah, me too.
It's Kyle Madson. What are you doing? Are you leaving? You're not leaving. Where are you going? You're going to the game tonight.
Yeah.
I know you're not going home.
Oh, snap, courtside, Kyle.
I'm in there, bro.
Are you staying here?
Tonight?
No, like during the
right
day.
Now? I'm winging it.
Well, hell, stay if you want to. I don't know. It's Kyle Madson.
I mean, if he's
pop back
staying,
in here. I got some writing to do.
If he's staying, I mean, and we talk a little bit about what's going on. I mean, because people were asking like, oh, you know, no Kings gear today or whatever. First of all, it was Wednesday, you know, when the season was opening. There's that. Still is 49er Friday. I didn't forget that.
Okay.
Clearly. That's my favorite 49er hat, by the way.
I know. They need to get.
Hey, will y'all two stop talking and act like you ain't been in radio? I got a commercial to
hey,
go.
We're late. Let's go.
I thought we were still going. I thought
we got a break.
No,
ESPN
we got
1320.
We got.
Oh yeah.
Got Will Z on the way. I'm trying to figure out what Kyle. Just go to commercial. Man, rookies.
I'm dancing in the end zone right now.
I wasn't sure if we just blew through it and we're gonna go to 57 or what.
Because when you said it,
Because when we went through, when we got to 40,
it was already 44. I was like,
yeah,
oh, I guess
like we're just
going to
rolling.
58.
Yeah, I saw us blow past 43.
Yo, chill.
Pause,
chill,
bro.
Chill. Yeah,
Come on.
Chill. Wrap up. Wrap you guys up. Chill.
Oh, y'all doing too
chill. You heard that?
Y'all calm down.
False start. Kenny and Kyle. 5-yard penalty. Replay first down.
He said he was gonna wrap me up, yo.
Y'all being extra. Y'all need to stop. Y'all being extra. That don't count. What's up, William?
What's up,
you guys?
All right, I'm out.
These dudes out here bargaining.
I'll
I'll just take the screen down. You can leave it. I'll just do that.
I might be back.
We'll see.
Yeah, if you want to come back in, just come back in. We're here.
What's up, you guys?
Okay.
Not much,
William,
man.
what's going on, man?
I like that hoodie, dog. I like
Not
that.
too
hoodie.
much. It's hoodie season.
Indeed.
It's great.
Finally.
It's about time. Oh man. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. How's the baby?
She's good. She is sleeping now, which is great. She's at that stage where naps are tough, but
Oh, I bet.
take it.
Yeah. How's Hannah?
She's good. Very
That's-
good.
Hey, I'm gonna say something on the stream because I don't want to say it on the radio because I don't even trust y'all to even say this on the stream. Taylor redid she's doing her albums, and Bad Blood is fire, and I saw like people were tweeting about it, so I went to listen to the newer version of Bad Blood with Kendrick, and it's fire. I went to Complex. I was like, hey, could we get away with Bad Blood as the 420 hit of the day? He was like, no, we can't. I was like, all right, like that's cool, that's fine. But what happened on my way in is in the car, the record ends and then starts. Yo, that shit is hot. Yo, that Taylor Swift album was hot. I got like 4 songs into it. Yo, that shit was fire. I was like, this is nice. This is nice. She can go. I get it. Like 4 songs, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, this was hot. I was like, oh my God, why does this record go so hard? Like, why is this record so hard? This is dope. Of course, I listened to like 4 of like 50 songs, but I'm like,
what, you got a Chris Brown album or something?
Well, it's a there's a lot on it. Yeah, I know there's a story behind her redoing all these, but because she lost her masters. Yeah. Got you. Yeah. Old boy took him. The white dude. Scooter. Yeah.
That's the only Scooter I acknowledge.
Nah, you know who Scooter. You know who Scooter is. Yeah, you know who he
Scooter.
is. Scooter. You know Scooter. That's the first time I've ever asked Complex about a song, and he was just like, "No, we can't." Like I knew it was a stretch because it's Taylor, but it was dope.
Hannah just pulled it up right now. I heard it from the other room. Go, ooh,
Oh, it's dope. Zach Hoops update. Sorry, I thought we were coming back, but really it was just the Zach Hoops update. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, see? I mean, bro, it happened. I was like, I got to turn this down. I got to turn this down. No, they was up. They was up. Well, KC, you alluded to it there a minute ago. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to talk with Kyle Madson more about this later, but Brock Purdy is participating again during the early open portion of Friday's practice. Again, I'm just doing the math here. He can't take snaps today.
I think he's going to play.
So this is pretty much what he was doing yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's going to play.
Yeah, we'll
That's what
we'll talk about
like
it. It sounds like it, and I feel like Kyle was pushing that to Wednesday, but we'll talk more about that if we get to it. Kyle's still here. We do have a lot of time today, but obviously we're having fun. It's the home opener tonight. Our man Will Z with the newly minted WillZStats.com.
There we go.
Available for your viewing pleasure. Will continues to publish his preview by the numbers each game. Will, what's happening, my man?
Oh, just trying to get some sleep after all that website work. Building a website's hard, man. And I feel like there's still so much I need to do with it. But no, just excited for how it turned out at the first go. And it just feels good to kind of start branching out and doing my own thing a little bit more. But just happy to be back and happy that the season's back underway.
That's what's up, man. That's definitely what's up, man. So, I mean, you watched game one, I know I saw the numbers flowing everywhere, man. What was one of your biggest takeaways with the numbers in game one?
Oh man, just how many people for the Kings did so many different things. Like not even just scoring, but rebounds and assists. I mean, everyone was doing everything, which is exactly how this team is built to be on any given game. You see Barnes come out with 33. It's like, yeah, we're not surprised by that, but I don't think anyone would have guessed that that's who their leading scorer was. But if you look at like rebounds and assists, 9 of the 10 players had at least one assist, and everyone had at least one rebound. So they're all contributing in that what seems like Mike Brown way. They're doing just a little bit of everything out there, which is so crucial for this team and how they're built.
How do you feel? I know how Kenny feels. How do you feel about the 50, 51 threes or whatever that was the other night?
I feel like it's 51. I felt so bad. I put 50 in my tweet with that wide open number. I hate when I put typos and I can't go back and edit it. But yeah, 51 feels like a lot to me, but it was also against the Jazz playing zone and they were kind of giving up that three. And you're not with the shot blockers and size that they have. You probably don't want to go inside over and over and over against the Jazz. So to me, it seemed more like a matchup thing. I don't know if that will carry over in terms of that super high volume. But against the Jazz, I like it. There are certain teams where I don't know if that's the recipe to success, but we'll have to wait and see on that, I guess.
The good thing about that, though, is it kind of feels like with De'Aaron Fox, with Malik Monk, if somebody plays a little differently where, they're not in the zone or they're trying to press up, they have guys with the quickness where they can get to the bucket.
Yep.
And they can get to the mid-range. Kevin Huerter, I know he's struggling right now, but he's a really good mid-range shooter. So, coming off the DHOs and, maybe not going all the way into the paint, but stopping at the nail, as Mark Jones would say, and pulling up. Obviously, we know what De'Aaron Fox's mid-range game is looking like. It seems like they'll be able to adjust to however the defense is playing that day.
Yeah, and that's what they did so good last year was if a team tried to take away the three, they just get inside. If a team tried to take away both, they'd get to the line. Like they always worked off of what the defense was giving them, and I think we saw that continue in game one, and it just manifested itself in terms of a lot of threes.
What are we looking at tonight, man? Number 1 versus number 2 offenses in the league last year. The rematch, regular season rematch of the 7-game series in the playoffs. Like what did the numbers tell us about this one?
I think it's going to come down. I know I just said maybe not threes every game, but it feels like this is going to come down to the 3-point shot and who's falling and who's not. Warriors went 10 of 43 in game one against the Suns. So not as many as the Kings, but 43 is a lot.
Yeah.
And obviously 10 of them going in isn't that great. And you had Steph, Clay, and Paul combined for 7 of 21. So that's 22.6%. I don't think you're going to see the 3 of them all struggle from beyond the arc again. At least one of them is probably going to start hitting their shots tonight. So it might be as simple as a 3-point battle, but I don't know. I'll start with that. And then I'll start there.
One of the things that I think is also going to be an issue for the Warriors tonight going up against this Kings team is they're a little small right now. They're even smaller than they normally would be with Draymond Green there, but he's out. So, yeah, you got Kevon Looney and Kuminga's 7'7", so, you got him.
Yeah,
but,
grew 3 inches since game one.
Other than that, I think they're a little small. And if the Kings are on the boards the way they were in game one, I think that could pose a problem for Golden State on the Warriors' defensive boards. Like the Kings could be on the offensive boards, getting second chance shots, finishing inside. I think they're going to really look to dominate down low in this game against the Warriors.
Yeah, you saw the Suns had 17 offensive rebounds against the Warriors. That's a lot. I don't know what for reference, I can look at who led the league last year and see. Oh, that's funny. Golden State. Nope, that's this year. Last year, 13.4 for the Rockets. So giving up that many offensive rebounds, especially Sabonis, we know he had 6 in the opening night. Definitely, Kenny, I think that's an avenue that the Kings should be able to have an advantage in.
I love when we talk to Will and he has that Iron Man like wall in front of him where he's just looking left to right, and I'm just envisioning all of these giant numbers on the screen in front of him.
Like in 2 years, he's gonna be like moving in with his
fingers. It's gonna be like Wakanda. Yeah, Wakanda at the Will Z house. So you said something interesting. What was, I think it was 10 of 43 you just said for the Warriors the other night?
Yeah.
They got back into, but is that they obviously didn't get back into that game by shooting 3-pointers. They had a huge third quarter. I know Steph hit a couple of key ones late, but if the three's not dropping for the Warriors, what's next?
They shot a ton of shots in the floater area. So they were, and this is where, again, I think it'll be a good matchup for the Kings. They had 47 shots in the paint. Only 12 of those came at the rim. 35 were in that floater area, which, again, further you get away from the basket, easier it is to defend. So it looks like, again, game one, it's hard to say. I'm really excited for a couple games to get underway and really start seeing some trends. So this could be nothing, but are they going to be kind of floater area Kings this year and just take a ton of those shots? I know Chris Paul, he doesn't like to get all the way to the rim. He likes to shoot in that little pull-up spot. Steph is so good there. So just be on the lookout for that area on the floor tonight. They really went to town there against the Suns.
So, Will, you had an interesting stat that I'm glad you put it out there, because I was thinking it. I just hadn't got around to saying it, and I wanted to see more, but I'm glad we got Will Z to break some things down. Said the Jazz shot 3 of 13, 23% from the field, and 0 of 2 from 3 on shots defended by Keegan Murray in that first game. Everyone says we need an elite wing defender, but what if they already have one in the making? Is that something you're going to kind of monitor with Keegan and see if, he can improve his on-ball defense and maybe turn into a two-way player right under our nose? We're not even thinking about it. Maybe he turns into that guy.
Yeah, definitely. He just has that length, and I think the desire to get better on defense, which is so important for that side of the ball, where I think he could turn into, I don't know if elite would be the best tier for him. I don't know if he'll get that far, but his footwork just looked a lot better against the Jazz, and he looks so much more active, quicker with his lateral movement. And I think that combined with his length could really turn into some disruptive defense. He doesn't have to, I think, be like that lockdown guy like OG, but if he could get right under that in like that second or even third tier, it'd be huge for the team, especially paired with Fox's increased intensity on defense.
Anything about Sasha, Duarte, Kevin Huerter, the guys who have been a focal point or seemingly have been a focal point the last few weeks? Anything really stand out to you about them in game number one?
I think just it looks, thinking back to the first preseason game, they look a lot more comfortable with each other. I think that we'll see that offense of the second unit just get better as time goes on. And I know Monk has talked about it, how they're all just trying to kind of work on that chemistry. Not much in the numbers yet. It's still too early, I think, for that in terms of looking at it. But you just think about the offense that this bench could bring, and it's the same as the starters. You could have anyone kind of, when you're talking about the bench, score 20, and that's a really good night off the bench. You could see Monk doing it. Sasha, you never know if his shots start going in at a high volume. Duarte, they have so many different players that can come in and score off the bench that you don't have to rely on just Monk to score. That I think, just like their starters, you see that kind of options out there. Sorry, my cat just really wants to hang out with you guys today.
No, cat wants to chill out, man. He's excited for the home opener.
We're pet friendly. So is the cat's name De'Aaron?
Oh, it is Scout because she's got a big personality.
That works. The
middle name is De'Aaron.
The next one can be named Fox or Sabonis.
Yeah, deal.
It's good stuff. Will, it is great to have you back, man. Great to have these preview by the numbers back.
Yeah, man.
Everybody, make sure you bookmark willzstats.com. Become a Patreon member as well. Remember, Will just put this site up. Game 1. I know Will was working on it all weekend. But go check out the site, willzstats.com. Become a Patreon member. Do all of that stuff. I know there's great things from Will Z on the horizon. And man, we expect you to be with us here each game, man. It's always great to talk to you, my friend.
I appreciate it. Can I say one more thing? One more quick little tidbit?
No. Of course.
Okay. I'm so like, okay, I'll go. Don't expect a big game from Sabonis. I know a lot of people probably want a revenge game, but just know Looney's really good interior defender, and I don't think his Sabonis' struggles in the playoff were so much as struggles as Looney being really, really good. So I'd like the Kings to score and look at other matchups, but yeah. So just don't be surprised with Sabonis.
No,
Sabonis.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I want 40 and 20.
All right.
I mean it.
I'd be happy with it. More than happy.
But I'm glad you pointed that out, though. We did kind of, I think it was collectively undermine that. Kevon Looney's pretty good at his job.
Yeah.
He kind of gets lost in the shuffle of like guys that you talk about on the Golden State Warriors because of Draymond and his antics in that series, but also because of Draymond, the player, Clay, Steph, Wiggins, all of those guys. Kevon Looney is actually really good. And his job is to make things as frustrating as possible for Domantas Sabonis or Alex Len or whoever he's playing against. And he does a really good job at it. And it's infuriating.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna have a couple oohs.
I'm gonna track those this year. The Moncton McGee alley-oops.
If they don't put the Young M.A. sounder on the Golden One Center, man, they doing it wrong.
They might not know.
I'm gonna go tell.
Help them out. How about you'll be there today? Help them out. Yeah, help them out.
Hey, you know Young M.A., right?
Have it ready on your phone. Have it ready on your phone.
Give him the ox score.
Give him the ox score. Scott, come on, man. Let's do it. Though I don't think Scott's the one that pressed the button for the sound. It might be our man Mo, but in any event, appreciate you, Will. Thank you as always, my friend.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. WillZStats.com. Go check that out. You're listening to D-Lo and KC here on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, 98.5 FM, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter as well. If you're watching, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. Jump in the chatty house wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us here the day of the home opener. The Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors once again, this time at the Golden One Center.
The most anticipated home opener
in a very, 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 very long
Golden
time.
One open.
Absolutely. Easy.
That's probably
easy.
One.
Is the last one LeBron?
Oh, that's a good question. LeBron was 2003?
Three. I have the pen. I think I found it recently.
2003 was Weber got hurt the year before. So, yeah, probably that one. Yeah. Oh,
wow. Chris didn't play that game?
No, he got hurt the year before.
Brutal.
It's different. It's a different situation. But I was at the home opener, season opener, when they officially were staying, and Vivek said, "This is your team, and it's here to stay."
Did he say that at the game or at the rally?
He said center court on opening night.
Okay.
This is your team, and it's here to stay.
I don't think that's what Uncle V sounds like, but that's it is what he said. It's
It's
good
got
stuff.
a little JFK to it right
A
there.
little, yes. Hey, do me a favor. Say, ask not what your country can do for you.
Ask not what your country can do for you.
Yeah, it's like a Boston vibe. Like, Vivek is from Boston?
This is your team.
Oh, yeah. That's a good call. That's heavy JFK vibes right there. Yeah, that's heavy JFK
I think,
vibes right
I
there.
remember that. Jay Sean was performing at the Hatsum. I like Jay
I
Sean.
remember that.
He had a song with Rick Ross that I really like.
I remember the glow sticks,
Mhm.
ladders. There was all sorts of things going on that night. It was fun. It was fun.
It was something else happened. They beat the hell out of. They ain't beat the hell out.
But
They
it
beat
was,
the Nuggets.
There was optimism that year. Like there was hope that year. Because that was Mike Malone.
That was Mike Malone.
That was Mike Malone's first year. Mike Malone was Vivek's first coach. Vivek did a lot of things right getting to that point. Like Mike was a coveted coach at that time. It was like, yeah, I'm just going to Sacramento. It just, I think it got a little weird when it was like Chris Mullin's here and Mitch is here, and it's like, oh, that's okay, it's cool. Like to do what?
And they thought they were doing something, then
right.
They were like, "This is
and
not
that
what I
was
signed up for."
That was like the kiss of death for the early, Vivek run was everybody. I mean, that's how Vlade ran. Probably properly ran Pete D'Alessandro out of town, and we all know through many of James Ham's wonderful stories how all of that transpired. So. But there was anticipation that year, not just for the excitement of the team staying, but it felt like not to this level.
Thought that things were
turning
exactly.
Like, and how
now we're thinking like, yo, this
is
talking about championship window possible.
Yeah, right, right.
It wasn't that, and the team was staying too. That's also reminded me. Were you like locked into the game yesterday? Both TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Were you locked into the commercials?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
you heard my boy Drewski.
I thought that was wild.
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard that the night before.
I didn't hear it tonight. Yeah. I heard it last night. I said, "Oh."
James walked in and said, "Did you hear that commercial?" Yeah, I heard it. You don't even have to acknowledge. Like, if you hear us going, "Did you hear that commercial?" You probably know which one we're talking about.
Oh man!
Now that's all I hear in that commercial.
It's like, who okayed this?
Drewski got it now, though. It's his now.
That's fine. Yeah, Drew.
It's his.
Yeah, I'm Drewski. If you want it, Brody, it's all yours. That caused me. When I heard that, I think it was opening night. I heard it. That caused me to like. I did like the puppy dog tilt at the TV. Like, did he just say if you? No, he did.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that. I heard it. I heard it for the first time yesterday.
West Side King says, "Yeah, I heard it." Drewski, Roddy says Drewski gonna get sued for $75,000. Well, Brian Cruz says, "Yeah, why is that a thing? I don't know, man. I do not know." Yeah, he dropped a former catchphrage that Kings fans might be familiar with.
Yeah. That stuff
caught us all off guard.
It doesn't age well. Like I only say that, not even saying like because of the person. Like at the time, I was like, oh yeah, I didn't think it was like dope, but it was like that's fine. And now like just hearing it now, maybe the person has something to do with it. But hearing it now,
probably
it's like,
does.
That sounds corny.
It's always been corny, but I think a lot of, when you watch League Pass a lot, you realize a lot of home team announcers have stuff that probably means something to their fan base and no one else, right? Mm. Like a lot of play-by-play guys have kind of those cheesy. Mark has a few go-tos, but he switches them up a little bit. Like he'll do fries at the bottom of the bag, but he doesn't do it every single game.
Right.
A lot of guys, especially in local markets, have things that they say and their fan base buys into him. Like, dude had his. Yeah. It's just really surprising 3-4 years later to see it on a commercial.
I don't know.
Like, no.
I know the thing that cracks me up though is how did he say for the first time, he's like, "We've got a dandy," and say, "Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say every time." Yeah, that got him. That got him right there. I'm gonna say that every time. What? How is that the one to go to?
Well, what does that even mean?
we've got to. Well, it's different. Well, you know what it is. It's different cultures. It's different. Maybe different. I've never used the word.
We got a Danny Shane. We got a. We got a Danny Shane.
Like, what is it? 1940s baseball? Come on, man.
Like, okay.
Hey, Jordan brings up a good point. Drewski and the Bradley Beal jersey show no one really pays attention to what's going on in Sacramento. I saw Brad with the jersey on the bench, and I was like, "Yo, that's kind of weird. He's wearing a Suns jersey."
The same thing.
Okay, and
I was
then
like, okay, it's whatever.
Then they went to commercial, and he stood up. I was like, "Oh, oh, oh!"
I think we all had the same reaction.
No one told him.
I was watching. Like, I wonder what player he's got in the back. Like, maybe
Yes,
maybe it's like Charles Barkley. Turns out, nope, can't do that one.
Nope. Nah. He's like, you know what I'm gonna wear a Kevin Johnson jersey tonight. All right.
Oh boy. Well, Brad's new to town, I guess.
Or, I mean, some people still listen to the catalog.
Yeah.
Feel me?
Yeah.
Some people still listen to the catalog.
Yeah.
As you said, it's complicated.
But it is complicated.
Is it?
The situation is not complicated.
The situation is not.
To me, the person is complicated. That's just me, though.
I got
that
you.
on anybody else.
No.
That's
I got
just
you.
me.
I got you. It's tough. Yeah, I mean, we could joke about catalogs and all that. It's tough when you do something for the city, like a lot for the city.
It's a lot.
You do a lot for the city, and it's like, yeah, thank you. We can't celebrate you, dog.
Yeah,
we can't celebrate you.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, it's complicated. We'll come back,
Dandy.
I'm gonna need.
It's a dandy, Shane.
Bro, I'm gonna need you to stop. Come on, man. It's only 1 o'clock. Stop.
Sprinkle that in a little bit each throughout the show.
We got like 6 hours and 45 minutes of show left, man. I'm gonna need you to calm down. We'll come back.
Oh,
hey, shout out Adam Silver. If y'all aren't paying attention to what Adam Silver is doing, it's amazing. Of course, we'll keep talking about Kings. We can talk about the 49ers if you'd like. We've got much more ahead. Mark Jones scheduled to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham's coming back in at some point. I think Kyle Madson might even come back. There's rumors Bonte Hill is going to show his face. All of that coming up here. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm about to text him right now.
Just send it so he has it.
Okay.
I'll give you. I'll send you his personal one. He just responded to the story. Oh, I don't have Bonte's email address in here. I'm sure I have it in my. Hang on. Bonte. Sorry, guys. Hang on.
It's all for you if you really want it. Okay, Funk Flex isn't holding his tongue anymore. That is some words for DJ MB.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, okay, you got it.
That's funny. Okay. Oh, dandies matter. Win Travis Scott tickets by texting the code word dandy.
Hey, man, come on. Hey, Leezy, come on, bro. Danny.
Hey.
Hey. Is that Vivica Fox? Vivica, I think she's got some work done, but she looks good. Vivica looks good.
It's Vivica and Ice-T.
Yeah.
Ice-T, I think, said at the show I went to, he's 65.
He's 65?
Mm-hmm. Man, we still ain't got
Vivica's probably around the same.
tomorrow. Hey,
Vivica probably late 50s. Vivica A. Fox.
her like random appearances on Blackish were always so funny to me.
Who was she again?
She married Deion Cole.
That's right.
She's 59.
Wow, she looks
She
great.
definitely got work done. Just looking at this picture, it's like, oh, that looks odd.
She did a good job though, because she looks great.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. Yeah, 59 years old. Vivica.
Yo, for real, Stephen Brown.
On Janetta.
Been waiting. He's been waiting years.
What was Deion's Cole's? Was it Charles? Charlie? What was
Charlie?
His name? Charlie. Yeah. Yo, remember Booty Call?
Hell yeah.
That movie was shit, but I swear
was
I watched
terrible.
it 1,000 times.
Yeah, it was a terrible movie, but
Tommy Davidson was so over the top in that movie.
Tommy Davidson, Vivica, and Tisha, or was it not Tisha? Tisha
No,
was
it wasn't Tisha.
Tisha was in Sprung. You ever
It
see
wasn't
Sprung?
Tisha. Yeah.
Yeah, Tisha was in Sprung.
That was with Tori.
Yeah.
I feel like it
was old girl
a
from
lesser known girl.
It's not. I always get her into
Boy, Googling Booty Call is tough.
but it's the girl from. Oh, she was in Deion Taylor's movie. She did a couple of different movies. What is her damn name? I follow her.
Jamala Jones.
Yes. I don't even know what this is referencing. David Jackson just says, unless you're talking about Marion Barry, of course.
I normally just try to. I just let the chat live. Like I don't know what they're
Jess,
talking
you know
about.
who Marion Barry is? You don't know.
I don't think so. Who is Marion Barry?
He was a DC mayor who got caught on a sting for buying crack in a bathroom. Yeah, not coke, but crack.
Is it a white guy?
No.
Oh, then I'm thinking of a different politician who bought crack then.
Yeah, well. And then, correct me, did he get reelected?
I think he did. Hey, look, I was a young Kenny Caraway, but even I was like, no.
Yeah.
Like when it happened the first time, I was like, oh no.
Marion Barry.
Damn.
That was wild.
Everybody deserves a second.
Yeah,
chance.
Taz is saying I wasn't positive there were
yeah,
ladies of the night involved, but there indeed were some.
Chat saying he got reelected twice.
I think so. Yeah, he's a career politician, and like now in 2023, yeah, the mayor got caught buying crack. That's it.
Right.
That's it.
This was that he got caught.
It's a whole different. The bar is moved. Marion Barry got caught buying crack. In other news, yeah, no one cares anymore. I think we got TC on the line. TC, what's good, baby?
Yes, sir. Game day. What's up with my two brothers?
Hey, TC, don't yes sir game day me, bro. Don't yes sir
Hey,
game
look.
day me, bro. You have to dress. He was emphatic this morning.
Oh.
Emphatic. He called Kyle a bum. He said he's sorry. He said he's getting exposed. Explain yourself, TC, because this whole time he's like, "Hey man, I'm just about winning. You know, I'm with the team now and everything." And the first chance he get, Kyle a bum.
Nah, listen, Casey, you know how I really feel. Look, for the betterment of the team, I said you gotta win or win off. Y'all know how I really feel about Kyle Pro and what's going on. And when I said this morning, since you wanted to get on that, I said, let Sam Darnold start. That way Kyle can fall on his face with the next Steve Young.
What?
With that mistake he made. So let Darnold, so the whole world can see how Kyle and Darnold is. That's how I was saying that. But the Kings, they gonna win by 7. The Niners gonna do what they do, bro. They either gonna win or Kyle gonna get
I'm not gonna spend my time on them. I'm worried about the Kings and the Warriors. Tilo, the Kings won by 7 tonight, bro.
I got you, baby.
Look, he ain't even talking to me about the Kings no more, man.
Hey, TC. TC, I love you, boy. You're my guy, TC. I love you, brother.
Shout out TC, man. TC was wild, man.
D-Lo and TC coming to a radio near you.
TC treating KC how Stanley used to treat you.
Oh, my God. Man, when Stanley first said my name, I was so excited.
I'll never forget.
I was so hyped.
You guys were talking about Trae Young or whatever, and Stanley calls and he's like, yeah, Casey, talking about Trae Young, this, and that. So Casey's like, wasn't me, it was Damien. He's all Stanley's like, well, whoever it was.
Damn. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
I just pray. It's all I ask. It's all I ask of you. Raphael Siddiqi, higher learning. If y'all see Kenny tonight, just ask him where's D-Lo. Because I want Kenny to
do. What you talking about?
You're lying. I want you to experience what I experience every time I go to a game and we're not glued at the hip.
It always happens, man.
You might be in the bathroom. Where's KC? Man, he's going to he's right there.
Always happens.
God forbid you're not here. Oh, he can't come out now. Well, he's got 2 kids. One of them like 4 months old. It's tough.
Yeah, me.
But I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
They always ask. What are you talking about? They always ask. Everywhere. I don't even have to be at a game.
They come up to Kenny and go,
I don't have
hey,
to be at a game.
They come up to Kenny. Hey, man, where the other guy at?
Stop.
Stop. Where's the dude at?
Who's the guy you said that didn't know who you were? Oh, Mark Jones. You trying to say Mark Jones didn't know who you were?
Mark Jones has no idea who I am.
Nah, bro. This is the craziest thing ever.
Nah, they walk up to Dan like, oh, is Casey here? He's like, nah. They go, oh, and they just walk away.
Yeah, that's facts.
Like,
It's not true.
Mark Jones walks up to me like, I feel like I should know this guy. And he does the, hey.
I don't believe this propaganda.
He said, what's up, pal?
Yeah. Hey there, guy. You good? He doesn't even ask where Casey is because he doesn't even know who I am.
That's not true.
Let's get Leezy in here. 916-909-1320. Leezus, what up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, what's poppin', kinfolk?
HAL, that's a classic right there, baby.
Talk.
What's good? Hey, man, I had to call in today and show some support for the Kings. They're going to smash on them Warrior boys. They don't got no answer for Fox. Hey, one big thing I want to see from tonight's game is
stop.
You
Pause.
heard him?
Don't use smash.
Hey, what are they doing?
Boys
What are
in
they
the
doing,
same
Leezy?
sentence. Don't do that. Look at what you're doing to people out there. This is your fault.
I mean, we
I don't even
talking
blame
sports,
Leezy.
man. We talking sports. That's it.
I don't even blame Leezy. I blame you. Go ahead, Leezy.
Thank you. Appreciate you, D-Lo. But yeah, man, Fox is the straw that stirs the drink, and they ain't going to be able to handle him. One big thing I want to see tonight, I want to see Sabonis redemption game. I want to see him bounce back, bang on Looney. I want to see the Kings like.
Do you hear yourself?
He knows. He chuckled after that. He knows what he's
yourself?
doing. No. He knows what he's doing.
Lazy. Well, I know Leezy was listening. Will Z said that redemption game ain't happening tonight.
I disagree with Will Z. Seriously, I do. I think Sabonis gonna go.
Now, in Will Z's defense, Will Z said the numbers
Yeah.
don't lean you to believe that Domas is going to have a bounce back game because of the way Kevon Looney plays.
Yeah, I think we ain't got to worry about that tonight. I don't know if he's gonna do 30 and 20, but I say another 20-10 game. A double.
That's what he had. He had
22 and
and
12.
Yeah.
I say another 20-point double for Sabonis tonight. I don't know if he's getting no dunks in or not, like Leezy was saying. I don't know about that, but
Leezy said a lot.
We know already what kind of player he is, but does he need to kind of show you something today, Sabonis? No. As far as like improvement or anything?
I want him to have a night for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I want the Kings to beat the Warriors. Like Kings can go 81-1 after tonight if they lose. They can. Lance Woods would be wrong in his prediction, but they could go 81-1.
Right.
Like I don't want to react as if this game is like a massive deal, and I know. I guess I'm alone.
You're a one-man wolf pack.
I guess. That preseason game sucked. Hey yo. Hey yo, it's K-Dog. Let me speak on this. Yo, like that preseason game bothered me. Y'all both tried to win, and Steph cut your heart out and booted it into the bay where they're building the new lawn or whatever they're doing, and just booted it out there into the water just because he can. Yeah, that bugged me. Maybe it didn't bug them, but between that and the 50, and again, it's not like, God, the Warriors have beat them so many times. No, it was a 7-game series. It was 3-3. The one preseason game that felt like, hey, these dudes is getting at it. They lost because of Steph, which is very capable of happening tonight. I want them to win for that reason. Like, just, hey, you got one tonight. ESPN is in the building. Get that dub at home in front of your fans tonight. Whatever happens when the play-in tournament gets here, whatever happens for the next, crop of regularly of nationally televised games, whatever. There's not going to be any more hype for those nationally televised Kings Warriors games than this one. This is opening week. Yeah. It's a rollout. It's a rollout for TNT. It's a rollout for ESPN. It's another rollout for TNT. And now here we are with the final rollout for ESPN. And it's been nonstop commercials with De'Aaron and Steph. Now you got the story of the shoes. They're getting coverage all over the NBA shows. Get them tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. You want to win this one tonight, and just for the look. You know what I'm saying? Like, just for the look. You want to win this one tonight. So you talked about the shoes. Our guy Sean Cunningham spoke to De'Aaron about that. Can I play that real quick?
Please.
Spoke to today at practice.
Oh God, he looks like the Home Alone kid. Like, what? Talk about screenshots. De'Aaron looks terrified in it. He just heard Leezy's call. He's like, "Hey, yo."
Yeah,
that's a funny screenshot.
That is a funny one. Look like get out.
Oh my God. Like Sean is in front of him stirring a cup of tea.
Look, bad job by
Mrs. Fox, if you're in here, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Mama Fox, that was not intentional.
Bad job by me. I still never seen Get Out.
Oh, that's a miss.
Bad job by me. I saw the.
Please don't say you're gonna watch it because we all know you're lying, but it's very good.
I don't think. I mean, I will at some point. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I saw the other one where the family was in Santa Cruz. Yeah, saw that. I ain't seen Get Out.
Us is good. I thought people overdid it. I saw the one. I can't remember the name of it, but it involved like a natural disaster. It was like on a farm.
Oh yeah, it was like Dream.
It was dumb as hell.
Where the balloon was.
Yeah,
the alien one.
I guess.
Is that the one with the Get Out actor, right?
Yeah, it was a Jordan Poole one.
Yeah.
A Jordan Poole.
Keke Palmer was in that one too.
Jordan Peele. Yeah, Nope. That's what it was. Nope, that was.
Wasn't good.
I didn't. Maybe it was too sophisticated for me. I didn't get it. I was like, "What the hell is happening?"
The balloon, it represented the way our culture, is suspended in air.
Bro, you either got to play De'Aaron or take him off the screen. He looks terrified.
Let's go ahead and play De'Aaron.
Last year, I was a sneaker free agent, so I wore a few different shoes. I started wearing his shoe, and I'm like, yo, this is one of the best shoes that I've worn, and this is like before we even had any contact with them. So obviously they knew that I loved the product, and then the relationship kind of started building from there.
Does the fit of the ankle braces play a part at all?
It actually does, because obviously he wears the same ankle braces, so the shoe is kind of built in for that. And like I said, I mean, it was extremely comfortable. I told you I had a foot problem a little bit last year, and that didn't necessarily solve it, but it started to make it go away a bit.
Are these the ones you're gonna go with?
These are the ones that I'm playing in tonight. Yeah.
How about you talk about having your own signature one? How soon do you want to have that?
I mean, we've had talks about it. I think it'll be more so like next year. Obviously, those type of things take a little bit of time. So it's in the discussion right now for sure.
Was that a Power Balance bracelet?
Yeah,
he still has those?
Yeah, you be rocking Power Balance.
Does Power Balance still have Power Balance bracelets? They're still in existence?
I
can go to powerbalance.com.
Yeah, we talked about this maybe like last basketball season, and I went to powerbalance.com. They still got a bunch of options. I might get one so I can have better balance.
Here, try to pull my wrist.
When somebody pushes me out.
would always be funny when those people, oh, try to push me, I won't fall, and you push them.
Oh, come on, man!
Fall off.
They got titanium power balance bracelets now.
Yeah, man. They're not playing. They're not playing.
How much is a titanium power balance? $50. Look like a little piece of jewelry.
Sounds like it's money well worth it.
Y'all won't be able to knock me over.
Money well spent.
Amazing.
I'm gonna give me some power balance.
Okay.
I'm gonna start hooping again too. So I need that balance.
Do you get extra balance if you wear like 3 of them?
Yeah.
What was them? Isn't that what were the baseball players were wearing around their neck?
Power balance.
The same thing. They just went around the neck, huh? Okay, bro. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Brandon. What's up, B?
Yo, light the beam, boys.
Let's go, baby.
The beam.
Hey,
Oh no.
starting lineup as the last game. Do you think? 'Cause-
Brandon, hang on. Start all over. We lost you there for a second. Try again.
No worries. Sorry, guys. There's no way the Warriors are throwing out the same starting lineup as last game, are they? Because I don't see how they're going to guard Fox. Because I know CP3 don't want that, and if they put Wiggins on him, who's going to guard Keegan? So how do you guys see that all playing out?
I think they're absolutely gonna have the same starting line.
Yeah, I don't think they're adjusting at all. Especially the way they played in the second half. They didn't make any adjustments in the second half.
They'll probably put CP3 on Herter, and it'll be Steph
yeah,
on De'Aaron. Unless they put Steph on Keegan and put Wiggins on Fox. It's my thing.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any change there.
Either way,
they
they don't have
that's
a
what the
shot.
Warriors do.
Fox is doing what he do.
They only do it when they're trying to pretend Draymond is doing something for them. For the betterment of the team, he's going to not start. Then he'll start the second half, and then he'll just start the next game because it's not, for the betterment of the team anymore. So there's that.
Well, it's team guy.
Team guy. Big team guy. Had a nice jacket on the other night.
He did. That was a nice jacket.
916.
They talked to him almost the whole quarter.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, are you in or out on players doing sideline interviews while the game is going?
Well, he wasn't playing.
I know, but if I'm like a player sitting next to him and Draymond Green is doing an interview while I'm trying to get in the game and stuff like that, I feel like that not an issue, but that's a little weird.
Yeah, poor Pods was trying to lock in.
That's true.
Pods was trying to lock
Draymond was at the very end of the bench. I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it if the guys aren't playing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
go to the tunnel.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do it while guys are playing. I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah.
But even the quick ones like they did in the WNBA, I don't think you need to do that. But I didn't have a problem with it. I'd rather listen. I'd rather listen to Draymond Green than the business guy talking about the lawn out by the water.
Yeah, well, play-by-play guy could have won. The guy talking about the lawn could have stayed. Play-by-play guy could have won.
That's facts.
That's who needed to go. Yeah, Draymond was fine though. I'm kind of I'm not against the idea of them if they're playing, they're mic'd up talking
On the floor?
No, on the
on the bench. Oh,
if they're active in the game.
Yeah.
On the bench. I'm not. It doesn't have to happen, but if they did it, I'd be like, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
I might be out on mid game.
I don't think I like that. You can't spend an offseason. Oh, these guys playing video games. These guys aren't focused on this. These guys aren't focused on that. And then when the game's here, it's focus on Mike Breen. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, we don't need any of those interviews anyway. Not one of them.
What you mean?
The coaches, the players.
Oh, I don't.
Coming out
during the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. I do not disagree with that at all. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm perfectly okay with that.
They could have talked to Bradley Beal last night.
Could have asked him about his jersey.
Well,
hey, Brad, just what went into the thinking of it? Also, here might be. Did he buy that, or did the team get it for him?
I'm sure he bought it.
You think?
Yeah. Sure he bought it for sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Mitchell and Ness got him. Sure.
All right. Just asking. Broadcast journalist. What I do. 916-909-1320. Got Mark Jones coming up at the very top of the hour. Oh, shout out Adam Silver, man. Adam Silver. This dude is on a year-long campaign to get the NBA the biggest bag in history. he told, oh, come on, man. Who was it? Yahoo? He told Yahoo. Yeah, he told Yahoo that cord cutting has really like disproportionately affected the NBA.
Uh-oh. Adam Dana White Silver.
And he said, well, no. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. He said cord cutting has affected the NBA and it's made it more difficult for younger fans to find their games. This dude is going for everyone this offseason. Apple, get ready. Amazon, get ready. Max, get ready. All of y'all, get ready because Adam Silver is opening the NBA up for business. And ESPN, don't get it twisted. You paying too. TNT, don't get this twisted. Just because you got that little deal with Max doesn't mean I'm not going to talk to them about something completely separately. Adam is coming for the bag.
Yeah.
One of them Mark Jones bags that he wears to the game. Oh, he's coming for the bag.
Adam gonna wear his blessings too.
Oh, indeed, as we all should.
This is
that's at least
the funny thing about this, man.
Got
To
that
me,
credit card bill. That's what I said. Mark Jones told me to. Mark Jones said to wear your blessings.
Damian does that. He does that. Come on,
Mark
man.
Jones told me to. What you want
See
me to
him
do?
today, veloured out. You know what I mean? You
Come on,
seen him yesterday.
Come on, man. Don't play with
You
me.
seen him yesterday where the watch was doing what it did.
Don't play with me, bro.
And Diamonds was dancing.
Hold on.
Come on now.
I told you, one, I was gonna rock velour this year. Two, don't act like you don't know I didn't get this off Fashion Nova. I'm just thankful it didn't fall apart.
It ain't gonna fall. Fashion Nova, they take
This
care
good.
of you.
Hey, this is
Shooting
nice.
in Fashion Nova, they take care of you.
This is nice, though. I'm not sure if it's the same color or not. I've been trying to figure that out all day. I feel
Minor
like
details.
I feel like I have two different colored garments on.
Minor details.
No, it ain't minor. They said this is black. It looks black on the screen, but if you see me in natural light, it looks navy.
Once again, minor details. It was $7.
It's about what it was. That's about what it was. Shout out Fashion Nova, man.
I love them. Fashion Nova and Sheen. I love them, man. I absolutely love them.
Shout out. Wasn't Sheen a Ponzi scheme?
They got over that.
Oh, DJ. Well, never mind. Let me leave DJ Envy alone. Leave that man alone.
But what were we talking about? No, Adam Silver.
Adam was in his
Adam
bag.
Silver, bro. They're going to get paid.
Yeah,
and the
he's
crazy
going
thing,
to make sure of it.
and it's going to be from so many different avenues.
Yep.
I think they're going to have like 4 media rights deals.
Yeah, they might.
It might all be $50 million a piece.
I think the
or $50
whole
billion a piece.
I think they're gonna get that. Come on, man. The tournament, the in-season tournament, that's gonna get an exclusive contract.
You see that commercial for the in-season tournament? It's pretty solid.
I
They're
don't
in
think I did.
Vegas. It's like an ocean. I think. Jesse, you seen it?
Oh,
Ocean's 11 thing.
yeah. I did see that.
Yeah, it was just
Yeah,
really clever.
I did see that.
Good stuff. But yeah, they're gonna get that paid for, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest with you, I could see that being Amazon's exclusive thing.
Yeah, that could be massive. Yeah,
That could be
I could see
there.
that.
You can only watch it on Amazon.
Bro, I had such an attitude last night. I completely forgot the football game was on.
Yeah,
So I got home and was like, I gotta get the hoop, gotta get the TNT, and then what about the football game? And then I'm like, I can't do both. Like, all right, go get the iPad, pull it up, watch my boy Baker go down.
Yeah, well, Baker.
Leave my man alone. Leave him alone. Come on, man. Leave him alone.
That was
Stop
a tough
it.
fourth quarter. I was watching that. It's just, yeah.
NFL's got a primetime game problem. All these games are just horrible. I don't think there's been a memorable game so far.
I didn't think. Well, it wasn't memorable, but I didn't think I didn't think Dolphins Eagles was horrible.
Yeah, but it's like that's one where it's
it wasn't
Well,
like
Sunday
thrilling.
night is fine. Sunday night's fine. The short weeks are the killer.
Yeah.
Sunday night gave us Chiefs Jets. That was a good one. Sunday night
Oh,
gave
that's
us,
the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes scored
Yeah.
late.
They
Like
held on
they
to the
scored
ball,
late. Yeah.
See, I feel like the-
Cowboys. That was a great Sunday night game.
Which one?
I feel-
Niners Cowboys.
Yeah, that was
I feel
good.
like Monday night games haven't been great either. This is the primetime problem, I think.
So I kind of forgot about the game too. Not completely. I saw it earlier. It was 10-10. Like I pulled the score up on my phone, and then I'm watching Dame go off, and I'm like, oh yeah, let me see what's going on with the game. So I actually turned to it, and I turned it on. I saw they're down 14, and then they showed like the drive, right? The drive that they had. They're like 12 plays, 7 minutes. I was like, oh, they're probably at the goal line, like midfield. No, huddling up. So there's 3 minutes left in the game. You're down 2. What's going on here?
So much time.
The hell are you
so
doing?
Much damn time.
Man.
I do not. If I want Amazon to be easier. I don't want to open a separate app. Or I guess you could. That sounds so dumb. But I don't. I don't know what to say. I don't.
It's real because
I don't.
There's
Not for
multiple sports going on.
Yeah, not for sports.
And we're conditioned to like, oh, 2 games are on while this is at a commercial. I'm gonna click over here or whatever.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Even if you're not like multi-viewing and doing all this picture-in-picture stuff, you just flip from one to the other. Man, you can't do that with Amazon, and it gets frustrating.
I completely understand. But Amazon looking to make some moves if they get this basketball, that football. Talking about boxing, I know maybe only my 13th rounders care about that. But
No, that's a big deal.
Like
that's a big deal.
They're making some moves.
Yeah, like if they really dig their feet into the sports world, like I think it will change their presentation. Because right now it's just open Amazon, click on the game, and there you go.
Yeah.
But if they have the NBA package, if they have boxing or whatever thing, I think that might expand the way they are able to serve stuff. Like we just saw this with HBO Max a few weeks ago, where they took the Turner stations, and for like an extra $9 or something, you get TNT, TBS, all of that stuff, which means you get the Major League Baseball playoffs.
Yep.
You get the marquee basketball games. You get the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
If you're into hockey, you get that too.
So if Amazon really digs into this, it could again start to alter the way we consume sports.
Yeah.
But right now, opening Amazon and clicking on a football game is just not my favorite thing to do, especially for a game that I really don't like. We've probably covered that game to the extent in which we're going to cover it, but I still need to see it. Like you never know when something you need to see happens.
It's a good game. You want to watch it.
You want to
but
see
you don't
it.
want to be like locked out from the rest of the world.
Right. So yeah, you it's like
the other sneaky thing about Adam Silver and this media rights deal is it's like 3 years away.
Well,
Like-
2, isn't it?
Well, because
I got you.
exclusive
This year,
negotiations ends this year.
right?
Full negotiations start the next year, and then I think there's 1 year left on the current media, because it's not like Amazon signs the deal and then they get the games the next year.
Right.
I think there's a whole nother season.
Right.
That goes on.
But I thought it was this off season, this coming up off season
Is when Amazon can when the exclusive negotiating is over.
Yeah.
This offseason.
So it's this season.
So they're gonna
next season.
They're gonna
you're right,
negotiate for a whole year.
Yeah. Oh no, they might not. They might get it quick. It's just like,
I
hey,
hope so.
see you in a year, and they'll start the ramp up. We'll come back. Mark Jones is going to join us.
Yeah, man.
Did we ever find out where Mark is this weekend?
He's in College Station, South Carolina, Texas A&M.
Very
He said he'll be
nice.
back for Sunday, though.
Very nice. Very nice. We'll talk to our man Mark Jones coming up here at the top of the hour. It's Stilo and KC on. Who's on hold? Is that Pablo? Tell Pablo to hang on, man. We'll get to Pablo right after this. It's ESPN 1320.
Let me slide real quick.
Okay. Oh yeah. Man, that Joe Budden podcast must have the dopest studio space on the planet. They right there on the water. Nah, I'm good.
Maybe Sacramento River instead of the American River. They can
I've
put
seen
us.
it. Yeah, maybe that'll work better. Here I come. Here I go. Leezy, I got your text, Leezy. I'll respond to you when the KSFM show starts. What's your favorite podcast? The Insiders?
D'Lo and KC.
D'Lo and KC. Subscribe. One I listen to like the most regularly is the Joe Budden podcast. For sure. I guess it's my I guess you call it my favorite. Any Sade records on vinyl in your collection? You know what, man? It's funny you say you were listening to best of. I try not to buy best of vinyls. I want the actual like album. I don't want the collection of songs. And the only Sade record I have is the best of, and I bought it on accident. And I'm thrilled that I have it, but I was trying to avoid doing that. But that's the only one I have. I need to work on that collection for sure. Need to work on it. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I get it for sure. No. Nope. And I know Dan, the record man, who I get a lot of my records from, has had a few that I've eyed and just never did it. Never did it. I got Eddie. I don't have any Richard Pryor. I got Eddie. I'd love to, well, would have loved to get those old Bill Cosby albums. Won't be doing that anymore. You still listen to the DP show? And I don't. Not for any reason. Just don't. We have so much going on here. I know DP's not going to really cover anything that helps me, and I'm kind of at the point where time is so limited. If it doesn't help with one of our two shows, I probably don't have time for it. Between music and hip hop, Mark Jones going to join us at the top of the hour. Let's get to our man Pablo here.
Pablo.
909-1320. What's up, Pablo?
First, shout out to Jesse. I never heard the commercial. So yeah, I sent you guys some of my music, but I don't think you got it. I sent it over to Solomon. You're there, but
you sent us some music?
Yeah, I cut an album during when we were sheltered in place. It's more like an art project. Yeah, but it's on vinyl, it's on wax. So I thought.
Wow, where'd you send we had no idea.
I sent 2 copies, but
no, where?
Yeah. No, I sent it to Solomon Vinyl when you guys are down there. I said, they're spinning records. So.
They kept it for themselves. Ain't nobody tell us.
So, but anyway, maybe I sent it to the 1320 station.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because you both have turntables, right? I think I heard that.
We full
I
on
do.
DJs
Yeah,
now.
I have the record player. Well, we're about to
mixers.
get a record player. Wifey says she wants a record player. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just was writing because you're shelter in place. I even did a track for Black Lives Matter. And I'm thinking about you guys all the time. I even saw a Jamie Foxx movie on Netflix or Prime that was called Burial. I said, hey, D-Lo Kids, he was like this movie because it was funny, but it was also serious, true story. But let me get these 2 things out the way because, I know Jesse, he's on his.
Yeah, he'll come for you. Yeah, you know what it is. Y'all know what it is.
It's basically 2 things I'm looking for tonight. One is you never see Boban when he's doing that commercial. He's bouncing.
Yeah.
Well, when Malik Monk, he gets to bouncing. Oh man, he's in a rhythm. So I'm looking for him to bounce. He's bouncing. And the other thing is like Clay. I saw an interview with him. He said the Kings, they're pesky. They're pesky. It's like he's talking to his little brother, little kid, or something. So I think
I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, yeah. Show some respect. We ain't pesky around here.
Appreciate you, Pablo. We're gonna track down those records.
Absolutely. And it's funny that he brought up Malik, because one thing I'm thinking about is Malik back at the Golden One Center. You know, the love affest us Kings fans have with Malik Monk at home. Oh man, if he gets to, doing his thing and some pull-up threes and things like that, then hitting the sideways three.
Hey, let's go.
It's gonna be going crazy.
Let's go.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you see 50 Cent's story?
Oh Jesus, no. Me and 50 aren't on the best of terms right now.
I know.
50 bugging.
I know.
50 bugging.
50 like he put Malik's dunk on his stories.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, these boys getting started already. Shout out to Monk, M-U-N-K.
Oh, come on, bro. Curtis.
Does that count for the Kings wrong name starting five of 2023-2024?
We'll count it.
Malik
we'll
Monk.
count it.
So Alex and Monk, M-U-N-K. All right, man. All right, man. Is that for us?
Stop. What you talking about?
We're on the air. Is that for me? Well, why was you waving it like that was for me? Oh.
While you're here, can we say, everybody say happy birthday to Kim?
No one wants to see you. You look terrible today. You don't look your best. I don't want you on the screen unless you're on your best.
Oh
wow!
No, get away with that nonsense.
I don't like no one.
And nonsense.
This is what we deal with. You see this,
bro? Stop.
You see this? This is what we deal
ridiculous.
with.
For the radio people, we got one of the great admins in the history of the game.
The greatest.
Executive assistant. One of the greats in the game, just having a terrible day today. And she's just littered with Warriors gear all over. It's nasty.
She walked in here like she was Kenny Caraway. Look at it.
Well, damn.
She walked in like she was Kenny Caraway.
Well, damn.
Man, what's it? Oh, wow.
That goes with the glasses you got.
Yeah, no, you look ridiculous. I don't. You know your jacket doesn't even have the W on the back of it.
You did not have to say that.
Your jacket says Warriors.
Hey, Kim.
What?
Thumbs down.
Yo, I hope everyone sees this. This is workplace harassment right here. This is what happens. I tried to file a complaint with our HR rep this morning, and she wouldn't let me. Okay, get out. Get out.
Wait, now this camera needs me.
No, it doesn't. It's fine. It's perfectly fine.
Where your blessings?
King's home opener. We're good.
Hey, by the way,
some scrub team from the Bay Area.
I'd like to remind everybody who's listening.
That's
This
disrespectful.
Like to remind everybody, this young lady walks in with Gucci glasses and Gucci earrings the day after I gave her my credit card, allegedly to buy Adele tickets for me during the show. Y'all believe this?
Kim Caesar. Caesar.
No, get out of the chat, bro. What is wrong with you?
Thumbs down for Kim.
Oh my God! Get out! Get out! What is wrong with you?
No more guest run-ins, bro. No more guest run-ins.
I hate this
That's
place.
it. That's it. We're done.
I swear.
Kim ruined it for everyone else.
Oh
I hate
man,
this place so much. Oh my God, man. Goodness gracious.
I almost threw out my arm hitting the dump.
Hey
right
guys,
there.
hey, Damien, it was a pleasure
It was
doing
a
the
great
show
run.
with you.
Yeah, it was a
You know what I
great
mean?
run.
It was a pleasure doing the show with you, and I'll be following you on Twitter.
Well, I won't be following you. You know that already. Unbelievable. She's rocking new eras and Drew Downs and And I am the Bay's favorite executive assistant right there.
Man, that's just disappointing. It
They-
really is disappointing.
They really just come on the show comfortable as hell.
I don't know what it is. I understand we don't do a radio show, but damn, you're literally in the studio.
We work at a radio. She works here. She knows what we do.
Appreciate you, David.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Appreciate you,
D-Lo and
dog.
KC.
Man,
Look
here we
at-
go.
Look,
Go up for ourselves.
All right.
FCC's been trying to catch us for 3 years, like the feds going at someone, bro.
They're just waiting. They'll slip up. They'll slip up.
They
Rock a
got-
new era. No, Kim is not a real one.
Oh,
No,
they
sorry,
I told you.
blue and gold. No.
Use the code word Kim. That's Kim. Kim. Win your Travis Scott tickets. All right. Well,
It's about as Friday as
You know
it
what?
gets.
Everybody sit here quietly till Mark Jones joins us in 5 minutes. Just
That's all we can
everybody
do. Man.
Take it easy.
Well, I don't even know where we go from here.
What am I supposed to do now?
What I'm gonna do now, huh?
Kim's in the studio sweating right now. Wondering if I caught it.
She thinks some like alarm went off, like there's police on the way.
Well, that's what if Jonathan had that type of alarm? Because he has the alarm when it goes.
Oh yeah, Jonathan has an alarm when the system. Jonathan has an F word alarm. Oh!
Sirens start going off, lights start flashing everywhere.
Matter of fact, the lights
Hey,
here go off. All
how
the
ba-
lights go off, and just the red sirens.
How
go
bad
around.
is Kim sweating right now?
It's bad. She sweats. She's like, "You got that?" Right? I was like, "I got it." She asked me like 5 times if I got it.
She at the free throw line in the fourth quarter. She looked like De'Aaron in that media scrum the other day.
Kim said, "I don't want to play radio no more. It's not for me."
I guarantee you, Kim will never come back into this studio again. Oh man. Well, she might be a double agent.
Just a gangster.
She might be a double agent, man. Who knows?
Man. All right, though.
But that's the vibes, man. There are Bay Area people. It's only Kim and Rich, right?
Yeah. Well,
Not Rich Ripley. Rich
No.
Ripley would never.
it
Big Rich had
it
on
depends
a step
on
jury.
where the game is at for if there's a third person.
Well, it was funny. It was funny with Boss Lady. I tagged her in the picture. She didn't share it. She didn't share the picture.
Not sharing
She
that.
was tagged on the story. She didn't repost the story. She's quick to post the story when she's courtside at the Chase Center, over there at the dental office, getting her teeth flossed. She's quick to post that story.
Look at this. Look how happy she looks in this picture. She looks so happy.
Got her De'Aaron Fox jersey on, like she cooking. She run both markets.
Picture.
I say, yo,
Great picture. What did Bonte say?
Bonte just hit us with the facepalm emoji like 5 times.
You guys are old news. Warriors are old news.
She wanted to take a picture. She had like a sweatshirt on. She was like, you can see the jersey at the bottom. I was like, no. Let's see the 5. Let's take the picture. Yeah, I think it's funny as hell. She didn't share it on her story though. I take that stuff. I'm like Michael Jordan. Yeah, I took okay.
It's all right though. It's all right. It's cool. It's cool.
I see you. I see you. You quick to post your love for Steph. All right. I see you. Oh, yeah. There's a reckoning coming.
Well, like I said, they're old news. It's over for them boys.
What did you think? I don't know how much you really got to watch the game the other night with the Warriors. It really was a tale of two halves for that team. Charles was really, he wasn't out of line, but he was a little bit over the top at halftime. They played significant.
Well, I didn't see half. What was he talking about? They was old or something like that.
Essentially, yeah. He said they're the 4th best team in California.
Did say that.
But I don't think that's necessarily an insult if you think like the Lakers could potentially be number 1 or the Kings could be number 1, 2, or 3. And then, the Clippers, I don't think that's crazy because they could still be the 5th seed. They could still be the 4th seed.
They could be the 4th seed.
Right. Like all of that could still be the case. But he was just really leaning into how old they were, and
I didn't think they looked like overly old.
they didn't look good in the first half, though. And that was the halftime show. They looked much better, really, in the third quarter, and I think that's in large part to Chris Paul.
Yeah, Chris Paul had a big third quarter.
And then Steph does what he does in the fourth quarter. And so it looked like a completely different team. I'm trying to figure out a scenario where we see that first half team against Sacramento tonight. Because they won't admit it. They're up for this. They know what this is. And I'm not to suggest they weren't up opening night. I'm sure they were. But they're up for this.
It's hard to get up in that.
Well, it could be a little difficult. Let's get our man Mark Jones in here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Louis Vuitton Don.
Our
man Mark Jones with us.
One of his, my personal favorite, I'm gonna say, is one of his great calls of all time. Came up on that On This Day Twitter feed, the one with Florida State and Georgia Tech. Like 5 years ago, and it's like,
man.
what a time to be alive. That was one of the great calls of all time.
It was crazy, man. College football is like that, man. It'd be like that. Like, you never know when you're going to get a good game, and that it just comes up. You know, like both of those teams had a little something at stake, and it's hey, man, if you're not getting excited when you call in games, like it's sports, right? I keep telling people it's sports. You got to have fun with it. You got to have fun. You got to let it all hang out. People forget, that E in ESPN stands for entertainment. You know, entertainment, sports, programming network. So, yeah, man, getting ready to be excited about these Kings here too. I'll be watching tonight from my hotel room deep in the heart of Texas. Here, and I'll be calling the game on Sunday against the Lakers.
What'd you think about
interesting matchup tonight? Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you think about how this team looked on Wednesday against Utah?
I thought they were fantastic, man. The offense was humming. They were just firing on all cylinders, which, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but, speaking with Mike a little bit earlier, he would not be surprised if we were not like the number one offense like last year, because obviously trying to play with more physicality at the defensive end is going to maybe detract from that a little bit. And he was saying that, hey, if we're top five, that's good, as long as we bring up the 24th rated defense up to 17, 18. Denver was around 19, 18 at the end of last year. And it was one of the few times that a team was ranked that low in defensive rating that actually won an NBA championship. There was a long run for a while where you had to be in the top 10 defensively to win it. But in this day and age of don't breathe on me, man, don't look at me wrong, don't look at me crazy, it's a foul. They're just going to get close now. But I love the way they move the ball, guys. And Mike has made some tweaks to the offense, which have opened up the floor even more this year. And, I was speaking with a buddy of mine who's a scout in the Western Conference, and he was saying, I love who Sacramento is because they know who they are. That's their identity. They score the basketball, and, bringing up the defense into the middle of the pack is going to put them right in the mix to win the West this year.
So, Mark, you talked about some of the tweaks that Coach Brown has put together. You've gotten to see this team leading up to the start of the season more than us fans, right? So there was a lot of angst in the preseason. Oh, they don't look right and all this other stuff, and rightfully so. That's what we were seeing. But I was going to ask you before you even said that, were there things that they had been working on and they had been doing in practice that like, oh no, they're going to be just fine once the lights come on. They're just trying some things. Do you think that's kind of what the preseason was more about? And then we saw them in game action on Wednesday, just kind of pick up where they left off?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the results of the preseason games. The simple fact that the practice elements that they've been working on have not translated to games yet. Well, it did on Wednesday night, but in the bigger picture, they hadn't up and until Wednesday night. But, tonight's going to be a good acid test for Sacramento offensively because, everyone's talking about, hey, Looney had the clamps on Sabonis last year. And, we saw it, guys. I mean, he was laying off Domas and blowing up our dribble handoff actions and really clogged things up, made it difficult for Kevin Huerter to find his rhythm and a lot of other people. Fox was really the only guy that could go get his own. So tonight is going to be a nice test to see just how different Sacramento might look. And, like I said, Mike has opened up the floor a little bit more. He took one of the key sets out that they used to run a lot out of last year. But, they've added some things and it should supercharge the offense. I just want to see what they do more so at the defensive end.
Mark, we've been reading lately, and I'm sure you're really familiar with this, that Malik has talked about it. Domas has talked about it, that Mike is really hard on these guys. And I think it was Domas who went as far as to say, Mike's trying to erase our memory. He doesn't want us to think about anything that happened last year. You've been around Mike Brown a long time, well before his time in Sacramento. Is that just a trait of his, being able to put what they did last year, 60-win seasons with Cleveland or championships, whatever it may have been with the Los Angeles Lakers, and just move on to the next thing?
Yeah. Mike is, hey, man, it's like that old commercial, don't be fooled by the smooth taste, right? I mean, he's very demanding, and he's upped it a level or two. He's been nobody was hard. He was so hard on De'Aaron last year that at times I thought, wow, I got to give De'Aaron Fox a ton of more love than I even was giving him before, because he asks a lot of De'Aaron, and he asks almost as much out of Domas, and so on down the line. And that's the task, right? Because the West is tougher this year. Mike realizes that. Phoenix is going to make a come up. The Clippers are going to be healthy. They're going to make a come up. Memphis is lurking. Everybody else, Denver's back, missing a couple pieces, but they're back for the most part. And, that is going to be the task. How we handle success will dictate a lot of how this team does ultimately this year. But I think that lands right on De'Aaron, and it lands right on Domas. And if Mike is hard on those two guys, everybody else is going to fall in line, and he'll continue to be, hard on those guys. But I mean, listen, I love what De'Aaron, he had a great summer, right? I mean, he had a fantastic summer. And, I was speaking to another Eastern Conference scout just before I got on the plane yesterday. And his quote to me was, De'Aaron is a dog at both ends of the floor. So that perception is national now. It's not just what some of us have been able to witness in Sacramento. What De'Aaron is doing on the defensive end of the floor, if you're not watching that, you're going to miss it, because he has really ramped it up. And, when you have great point of attack defense with physicality that he's been providing, then, that'll be a good barometer to see where the defensive numbers end up after the first. I want to see what they look like after the first, 15 games.
Hey, Mark, last year in the playoffs, you and Doris called two of the more exciting games in the entire playoffs, with Game 1, Kings Warriors, Game 4. Game 4, obviously, we're not happy it didn't go our way, but that was a great game. I was watching that game about a month ago. That was a phenomenal playoff game in a great setting. Golden One Center, Chase Center, Kings Warriors. I know a lot of people look at it like, especially in the Bay, they try to brush it off. But you know how these things go. You know how the schedule makers do things and how the broadcasts do things. NBA is looking at this like, yeah, we want this to be one of our next rivalries, and they got them all over the place, man. So they got chapter 1 of this season going on tonight, man. What you think about this this whole rivalry with the Kings Warriors?
I love it. I love the I-80 rivalry, man. I love it. I know that the league is, like you said, looking forward to it having some legs to it. Golden State still feels like their window is going to be available and open for the next, 3 years, 2-3 years. Sacramento still on the come up, with their future ahead of them. Sabonis locked up on a long-term deal. De'Aaron, if he makes All NBA this year, he'll be Supermax eligible. They've got the pieces in place with the financial flexibility. That's one thing that, people miss, that Sabonis's deal gave the team financial flexibility to make some moves if they have to. So, yeah, I love the fact that it's going to be lit tonight at Golden One Center. I'll be watching the game on TV in my hotel room, but, that's going to be juicy. You have now the Curry-Fox relationship / rivalry, two superstars respectively going head-to-head. And, the fact that they're business partners, work together during the summer, won't detract from the fact that they're going to be at each other's neck on the court tonight, and I'm looking forward to watching all of it happen. And, it's interesting with De'Aaron, he did some shooting, guys. I'm not sure if you got a chance to catch some of the ESPN broadcast last Sunday. I did with the Golden State Warriors against the Kings on the ESPN side of it. And, De'Aaron did a lot of shooting with Steph this summer. I'm not sure how many people are aware of that, but, he was able to make some tweaks during his workouts. And I asked De'Aaron, I said, were you able to make it through the workouts? Because I know like a handful of NBA players that have worked out with Steph and have kind of, said, I had to vomit. I had to go off to the side and vomit, right? I asked if that was the issue with De'Aaron. And he said, no. But he said, Mark, I shot so much that my arm started cramping up. And so, he's I think, going to be a much better shooter this year. I think that three ball is going to fall for him, and the whole rivalry is going to be fantastic.
Well, we'll miss you tonight, man, but we'll be excited to see you and hear you on Sunday for sure. I want to give Mark his flowers on something real quick.
Oh, no, go ahead, because there's another reason Mark Jones is the greatest. I'm going to tell you this.
No, go ahead, rock with it. No, mine's a little more serious.
Well, because in the chat, he brought in that little, don't let the smooth taste fool you. They wasn't ready for that, Mark. They don't know about that right there. They wasn't ready for that. They was like, oh, he took it. That's why Mark Jones the GOAT, man, because he takes it there.
Oh, man, I appreciate that. Man. Yeah, Mike's done a fantastic job. And like I said, he smiles and he jokes and he's honest, though, man.
He'll cuss your ass out, too.
That's the analogy. Yeah, he's a fantastic coach. And he knows if you coach your best players hard, you've unlocked the key to everybody else being able to buy in.
Once upon a time, Mark covered women's basketball. And the women's basketball world recently lost Tasha Butt. She was the head coach of Georgetown.
Yeah.
And there's a clip circulating amongst former Lady Vols of young Mark Jones at TBA doing the intro to a game, talking about Tasha and how important she is to that game. And sometimes, we have fun with Mark and we talk about fries at the bottom of the bag, the Louis Vuitton Don and all that. But your work, man, lasts forever. And when there's moments you don't expect it, that work gets circulated in times of grief. And Mark, there's a clip of you circulating amongst Lady Vols players introducing a Lady Vols game on the sideline, talking about Tasha, who we just lost. And I just wanted to give you your flowers on that, because that was a long time ago, and that clip has been brought back. That clip has been brought back in recent days.
Well, I appreciate that, D'Lo. Yeah, Tasha was one of my favorites, man. I remember calling those Pat Summit teams and those Tennessee games, and her as a player, a fierce competitor, great player, competitive at both ends of the floor, and later a coach. I often ran into her at a lot of my daughter's AAU tournaments, when she was recruiting, and just a lovely soul and a great loss, man. She's gone home to be with the Lord, on God's time. And I know it hurts, but she brings back good memories of a wonderful, joyous time in TV for me on the sidelines. Yeah, man. 33 years of the game, guys. Crazy.
Yes,
wow.
sir. Yes, sir. And many more ahead, my brother. Many more
South
ahead.
Carolina, Texas A&M tomorrow, man. Y'all check that out, man. Mark and Lewis, one of my great teams out there right now. I love watching the games that you guys call, man.
Who do you guys like? Who's your college football squad, man?
I'm a
who you rock
Michigan
with?
Wolverine. You know, this guy, he's on the late show. He like Ohio State, but I'm with the winners. I'm with the winners.
KC a big fan of the FBI too.
No, come on, man.
He a big fan of private investigators also.
Hey, D-Lo, make sure he's not wearing a wire, man.
Come on, man. They got it out from my boy, man. He's just trying to bring a chip before he leaves, because you know he leaving, Mark. He's just trying to bring a chip before he leaves.
Pat him down.
No, man, this college football season is big fun. You and Lewis are a big reason why. Deion's a big reason why. But all kidding aside, I think Michigan's up there as one of the best teams in football.
Yeah, they're tough, man. They're tough. And then usual suspects from the SEC. I got Texas A&M down here. They'll have a full house, 100,000 tomorrow. And hey, man, it's the whole NIL thing and transfer portal. I love what it's done to college football. It's equalized the playing field a little bit. Yeah, man. Watching Shador sitting courtside at the Nuggets game, him and Travis Hunter, a combined $6 million.
Yeah, like
NIL money, man.
Great part of that. They could do it openly now.
Yeah, they
can do it openly. They stars.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Look, I had to learn the hard way, man. I had to learn the hard way. I ain't
college,
going to sleep on the Mark Jones game no more, man. I thought that one was done a couple weeks ago in Boulder. I was like, oh yeah, it's time for me to move on my Friday night. I wake up, I see Mark's tweet. I said, what? What?
That's crazy. I know, man. I know. Hey, that's the great part about that sport, man. You never really know. I do know I wasn't getting that much money in college. Like, you guys probably in the same boat. And when I reached in my pocket, I had pocket lint. That's it.
Yeah, it was bad.
That's what I got now after Mark told me to wear my blessings the first time. Now I just got lint in there. Hey, Mark told me to wear my blessings. I don't know what that American Express bill is. Mark told me to wear my blessings. Mark, we appreciate you, brother. We'll be watching tomorrow and can't wait to see you on Sunday.
You got it. I'll be on the call for the Lakers game on Sunday on NBC Sports, man. Look forward to it.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Mark Jones right there. Best in the game.
Take care, big dog.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
That dude was funny as
Voice
hell.
of the Kings, man.
Yeah, absolutely. The voice of the Sacramento Kings, man. We're really lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people understood that when we got Mark Jones after that whole, however you felt about it, whatever. The fact that we got the guy who was essentially dubbed, by ESPN, like he's one of the best in the entire game. Like he's on our second biggest game every week. For him to say, I'm gonna make Sacramento home.
Yeah.
That's
And we just talking basketball.
Yeah,
we
right.
know what he does with college football now, man. He's one of the iconic play-by-play guys in college football as well.
And I'm glad Lewis found his spot. That Monday Night Football stuff was a debacle for a while. It certainly wasn't his fault. They were always looking for something specific. They were probably never going to find what they wanted. I always thought Lewis was one of the best on TV, period.
Yeah.
And teach me or entertain me. Those are my rules. You got to do one or the other. I'm a tune your ass out. Mark entertains the hell out of me.
Yeah.
So does Lewis, but I learned a lot from Lewis Reddick watching. And I love it's because usually the roles are reversed. I love that you missed the end of the USC Colorado game, and I saw it. Like I love that because that never happens.
I was like, bro, what the?
That never happens. Yeah, that never
I
happens.
moved on with my life. and I missed
KC
that.
was like, "You didn't see that game live, did you?" I was like, "No, I saw it." You did. I got one. I got one past 11 o'clock, y'all. I did it.
That was one of the games of the year.
Yeah, we'll keep rolling along here. James Ham going to join us. I'd say at the top of the hour, James Ham's going to join us whenever he wants to. I think Kyle's here somewhere. The insiders are still here.
Insiders just chilling.
There's rumor Vontae's going to, run down the aisle with a steel chair at some point. If he does that, we'll add him to the stream. Hopefully he behaves better than the last Warriors fan who joined the stream.
Just still sweating it out.
We should walk out there nervous, like, hey,
don't tell Stacy.
I'm so mad Stacy didn't reshare our photo. That's so weak, dude. I'm about to delete it just because I'm angry with her. What are you looking for tonight?
I'm looking for De'Aaron Fox versus Steph Curry.
Let me try that again because that was lazy on my part. Let me try that again. Is there anything you're looking for tonight that we didn't see Wednesday? And I'll give you like Davion, for example. Davion was scoreless.
That's one that comes to my mind there. And I think that's a good point. I think Davion is going to have a good game tonight. I think he's going to be a factor in tonight's game on both sides of the floor. This is one of those games where we're gonna have one of those moments with Davion on defense, guarding Chris Paul or something like that. Like Davion is going to be involved in this game. That's a good call. He comes to my mind when I think about that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things to watch. Some NBA news. Anthony Simons is out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. UCL tear in his right thumb. Oh, can't tough it out, kid. Sorry, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Obviously, we're all familiar with the UCL injury. But yeah, Anthony Simons out 4 to 6 weeks.
Kings Blazers, not next week, the following week.
Yeah, I think the following Wednesday. Yeah.
So no Anthony Simons in that game.
How about Herter?
I want to see him have a good game.
Do you?
I want to see him get his confidence back.
I'm gonna try to.
Whether it's the starting or off the bench. Whatever. I want to see him start to play well offensively.
I'm gonna try 2 questions, and I'll answer them as well. I asked you Kevin Herter's game tonight. Do you care if he doesn't have a good game? Let's hypothetically, Kings win tonight. If Kevin Herter doesn't play well, does it matter?
Not to me. I think he's gonna find his way. I think he'll get there. If he's not there tonight, and even if he has a good game tonight, that doesn't mean all is fixed and now he's great again. But if say he had a bad game, Kings won. All right, just another game where he didn't work out. He's gonna find his way.
I was gonna say real quick. Casey says it's not a big deal like for him if Herter doesn't have a big game. Is it a big deal for Herter though if he doesn't have a big game?
That's a good question because we keep talking about defense, right? This whole thing seems to be centered on defense with Chris Duarte. So, what I would feel better about if Keegan had 25 tonight and Mike was like, I got to go with Duarte on Sunday. Because, clearly there was something on the
place of Keegan?
No, in place of Kevin Herter.
Oh, because you said Keegan.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Kevin Herter had
if Kevin Herter has 25.
And he still went with Duarte.
Because my concern is if he's struggling offensively, which he is, if he's struggling offensively, then it's going to feel like he's struggling offensively, and that's why the substitution is made. That's what I'm concerned about. I would rather he go for 25 and go like he's not doing what we need defensively. And so I got to go with Duarte, especially against these skill starting lineups. That's what I have to do. I just don't want him to be struggling on the offensive end, and I guess struggling on the defensive end. Again, I'm watching him closer than I ever wanted to on the defensive end, and I didn't think he was bad on Wednesday.
Like I mentioned yesterday, he's out there working.
But I don't know what I'm not.
No, but he's out there working.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little more patient with this stuff than maybe others. Like, give me a 15-game, 20-game sample size before I'm messing with the starting line.
And maybe that's Mike's intention. Maybe he's just not relaying it to anybody. Maybe that's 100% his intention. Maybe his intention is to not make any changes at all. Maybe he's fine with what he's seeing during practice because he references practice, he references scrimmage, he references that stuff every time he talks. I just have a bit of uneasiness about him potentially being removed from the starting lineup if he's not playing well offensively, because then it feels like that's why.
Right.
And he's, no matter what you feel about the defensive end, he's going to get going offensively. Kevin Herter's going to make shots. Yeah. It would be great if it's tonight. But at some point, he's going to.
Right. Yeah, I love it. I love to see him have a good game tonight. I really would. But to your original question, he doesn't have a good game and the Kings win. I'm not not ringing an alarm for Kevin Huerter. I think he'll,
Yeah, me
he'll
neither.
figure a way out of whatever's going on. He's in a shooting slump. Yeah. I mean, it could be as simple as he's a streaky ball player, and right now he's on one of his downturns. And in 2 weeks, he's going to be shooting 60% from beyond the arc. You know what I mean? Like, could be as simple as that.
It could be. Another thing we didn't really discuss, probably enough, was we certainly talked about Malik. The dude has 7 assists in that game. Like that role as the second team's facilitator is the truth.
Yeah.
Between, what he could do, the work he does, obviously, when De'Aaron Fox is on the floor. And then, of course, the that combo with JaVale out there.
Our guy Peyton in the chat, he asked, why doesn't Monk start? Isn't it a fact that he is a better player? I think he's a better player than Kevin Huerter or Duarte. But his role as that sixth man is perfect for him, and it's perfect for this team.
And Mike made that super clear last year when I think Keegan was out, Huerter was out, like not at the same time. When different guys were out. De'Aaron was out. He never went to Malik.
He went to TD.
He went
TD
to Terrence.
Hadn't played in 2.5 weeks.
He went to Terrence. He went to Davion. He went to everybody, but he kept Malik in that role. And I think
that's the right move.
And Malik, again, you talk. Sometimes I hate this as a conversation, but you look at starter versus reserve. Like Malik's cooking. He's going to play 30 minutes.
Yes,
that's what he does. Malik's going to play 30 minutes.
Yes.
So whether he's playing the first 5 doesn't matter because he's always going to come in at virtually the same time every game.
Yeah, and
Mike has a system that they run with that.
And that's one of those things that I talk about a lot with the whole starting thing and different, even when we talk about the Warriors and all the people they have. I love to start too.
Mm-hmm.
When I played, I started almost every game I ever played. And when I came off the bench, I was like, this is weird. Like I wouldn't.
You ain't never come off the bench, man. Stop lying to the people.
I did like 3 times when I was in LA because they didn't know me yet. But but it was weird. Like it was not something like
it's different.
It's not
different.
easy to just be like, come off the bench.
It's different.
If you started your whole life.
Yep, it's different.
So I understand that, but the big thing is finishing that game.
Yeah.
And Malik Monk falls in that category where he's got an understanding where, I may not ever start for the Sacramento Kings, but a lot of times I'm gonna finish these games.
So thankful that you're here with us. So happy that you can actually hear us on ESPN 1320 on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all of that great stuff. We will be back. We've got much more ahead here, including James Ham, perhaps Kyle Madson, the insiders, perhaps Monte Hill. Much more Kings Warriors talk ahead. Maybe a little 49ers Friday stuff on the way as well. As D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I believe if I can say Keegan.
Slick Rick. What up, man? Listen.
If Kevin Huerter's not hitting shots like during a game or whatever, does he impact anything else?
It's hear me when I say this. Oh, Ramsey, you know what? Hey, my bad, guys. I didn't even get the games this week. My bad. I didn't even get the games. I have 6 games for you next week. No, I don't even gonna say that. I have games for you next week. I'm not saying he's like Steph Curry, but there is a certain respect that the opposing team has to have for Kevin Huerter, even if he's like 0 for 7.
That's
like,
true.
You can't just say, well, we'll help off him. We can't. You can't treat him like we say they should treat PJ Tucker. So if he's out there, he's got to be respected. So that alone could be an issue. I think he's a little better with like distributing the ball than maybe we give him credit for. So once again, not saying he's Chris Paul, but he'll get the ball, come off screens, he'll make the right pass every now and then. So yeah.
Yeah, because I think I'm kind of on the other side with this Huerter stuff. Like, I'm kind of not itching to see Duarte out there, but like if he gives you something else defensively, then I don't mind it. But if Kevin impacts the game in other ways, then
Yeah, I understand why Duarte would you be looking to make that move. Just willing to give it a little bit more time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, and really, you got time to buy, right? Like if the Kings are 11-16, or excuse me, 11-6 after 17 games, like I don't really, even if Herter's like still struggling or not, I don't really see a need to change anything.
Yeah.
But if they're 11-16, yeah, maybe you need to make a move after 20 some odd games. And
yeah, because I'm not as worried as like worried about like Carter's offense, like the starting five, like missing that. I think they can make that up and be fine without it. To be honest, not discounting them, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like they can
for
make
sure,
up for that.
for sure. Absolutely. What DJ Envy is going to have this month. Like, we have they keep the
Yeah, is he the winner for October?
He's the winner.
He came in kind of late too.
He's the winner for October. Absolutely. I want to show you off.
Zion's so lucky he didn't make that. He didn't make that calendar.
Oh man, what happened to keep him off?
Don't remember. Might have been the submarine.
The submarine. That's not funny because people lost their lives, but that was crazy. That was a crazy situation. Hold on. Oh man, come on, man. Yo, man, check your messages, bro. Check your messages, bro. Oh man.
I saw Jesse's last message. That's the one you talking about? Yeah, that's why I said I'm so thankful people can hear us. Yeah, I'm so thankful we're doing the show. People can hear, man. We love y'all for listening. We love y'all for listening, man. We appreciate you so much.
Oh man.
James and Kyle are just sitting in the kitchen
Chilling.
writing.
Chilling. I asked Jesse.
I almost ate a donut, bro. I'm so damn
I'm about to
hungry.
go get it. I'm about to get one.
I forgot my green juice.
I'm not gonna lie, I took 3 of them today.
These dummies bring in like 5 dozen donuts and they just sit there and it's like, come on, man, I don't need
I'm
that.
gonna have to go get one on the next break.
I ain't even gonna tell you. I was gonna tell you to bring me one, but I can't tell you which one to bring me because of the way y'all act. So
Well, which one?
I ain't.
Yeah, which donut do you want? Tell the chat which donut you want.
Y'all nothing, man. Y'all are trash, bro. Y'all need to grow up. Grow up.
You need to grow down.
Hey, World Series starts tonight. You got anybody you're rooting for?
On ESPN 1320, by the way, who's your pick, D-Lo?
I don't know. Diamondbacks, I guess. I don't know. I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying.
Set the Royals.
I'm enjoying the Rangers run. I don't care. I don't care. I don't have a rooting interest.
Bruce Bochy, man. Bruce Bochy.
Okay, I'm with it. Let's go.
We got people in Arizona though that I think
we
yeah.
Oh,
I think
Shannon,
Automatic,
I think's in Arizona.
I think Automatic does their games.
Oh, okay. We'll rock with DJ Automatic then.
I don't really hate, like, usually it's like NL West type thing. Like Diamondbacks, I could really care less about them, so they can win the World Series. I don't care.
Hey, Diamondbacks, go win one for the division.
Y'all need to stop, man.
That was epic. That was epic. Although I will say this, the Rangers, once again, like I said, it's September, October for this date in sports history. It's always just crazy. Did you see yesterday was the anniversary of I forgot what year it was, probably 2011. Rangers Cardinals game 6. You remember that game where the Rangers were 1 strike away from winning the World Series and David Freese hits a 2-run double to tie it. And then Josh Hamilton hits a home run in the 10th to give them a 10. They're on the brink. They're up 3-2 in the series, about to win their first World Series. Josh Hamilton hits a home run. They go up 10-9. They give up another game-tying hit in the bottom of the 10th, and then eventually lose it in the bottom of 11. Maybe the worst loss in the history of sports.
You know what I remember the most about it? The shots of Nolan Ryan.
That's right.
That's what I remember the most about it.
That's right. Yeah,
the shots they kept showing of Nolan Ryan.
That might be the worst loss in sports history. That is tough. They were one strike away. I think 2 times. I think when they tied it up in the 10th, they had 2 strikes, 2 outs. Oh, that was awful. So maybe I want them to finally win something.
All right.
Catch that on ESPN 1320 following D'Lo and KC.
They can win something before the Cowboys do. How about that?
Let's do it. I'm with it. I'll pay attention. Not tonight.
No, not tonight. But too much going on tonight.
I'll pay attention.
Too much going on.
If I'm checking any scores, it's the Sac Republic. That's what I'm checking on tonight. Good luck to the Sac Republic.
Yeah, man.
Couple of notes.
Get this one. Smash them boys.
Jimmy Garoppolo back at practice. Looks like he'll be a go for Monday. According to Ian Rappaport, I don't know what this means. It says Brock Purdy was a full participant and is listed as questionable. Okay.
Probably means he's going to play.
Yeah, I just don't know what full participant means. Like, he took snaps today?
That's what it sounds like. Like how Brock is limited, but he's, doing some stuff.
Boy, I bet you that this would be smart. Were they able to put him in concussion protocol on Monday? And so it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Backdated.
Well, if he started experiencing symptoms on the plane Monday, he went into concussion protocol. He started taking the steps Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday versus going into concussion protocol Tuesday, starting to take the steps Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
You could backdate it.
Can you put someone in protocol on the plane?
Why not?
You're in protocol.
Got email.
It's true, it's the NFL. They do what they want.
You're in protocol.
It's like Michael Scott in bankruptcy. You're in protocol. Don't laugh. You don't get it. Stop it. Don't laugh.
You laugh all the time.
But no, man, Michael Scott, I'm just imagining him, man.
Knock it
You
off.
can say anything with Michael Scott, I'll chuckle because Steve Carell's funny.
You imagine Michael Scott throwing out Nate Diaz?
I love that. Our man Aaron's so excited about the game tonight. He's got his King's shoes on. He's got his King's hat. Everybody's got King's attire. There must have been a memo that went out. I didn't get it.
Yeah, he's supposed to wear jerseys today.
Yeah, they threw it in the Google chat.
Yeah.
Well, that explains it.
Google chats, man. Remember we were supposed to create one for someone?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, that explains it. I never once checked
I don't
the
know
Google
why we
chat.
left Slack.
Yeah.
It's still going. They said we left Slack like it was going out of business. No, it's still functioning.
We're going to use Google chat. Like, all right, bro, cool. Like, I'm not going to check it. So Jersey Day, missed the memo.
Stacey's Jordan 1s, by the way, do not fit for the King starter pack. She's got the white and purple ones. It's the black and purple ones.
Stuff. Like, that's not the King starter
No, that's the D'Lo. That's the D'Lo King starter pack.
Because
they're prominently white with the purple accents versus purple with the white accents.
Aaron doesn't have King starter pack Jordans either.
He's got shoes I've never seen before.
He got like Travis Scott.
I asked him if he made them, and he like laughed, and I'm like, "Bro, did you or did you not? I've never seen this color."
Answer the question.
They're like brown and purple, and like they're cool. I couldn't wear them. I could wear Stacy's, but I couldn't wear his. I've never seen that colorway before.
He's just in the office playing with a Nike ID.
Yeah, that's what I like. And maybe he doesn't I don't know.
He got his King's hat. He ready.
He's ready to rock. He's ready for the game
turning
tonight.
up at the Golden One.
He's ready for the game tonight.
But yeah, today's Jersey Day.
Okay, well,
basketball specifically.
Well, how come you didn't wear a jersey?
I'm going to work tonight.
Well, that's right. That hasn't stopped everybody.
You gonna wear DeMarcus Cousins jersey again?
I'd wear a Boogie jersey. That's my man's in there.
A Boogie jersey.
NFL trade deadline is on Tuesday.
I know. What are we doing, John Lynch? I need a cornerback.
Yeah, I was talking to my barber. My barber is a Cowboys fan. My man Darren. He's like, "Y'all want to go get Surtain?" It's like, Jesus Christ! Like every contending NFC team wants to go get that dude.
And Broncos insiders will tell you he's not even available.
Yeah, I don't know why he would be.
Well, because they stink.
Well, yeah, fire your coach. And maybe
for the second straight year.
Like I told
the
you,
Niners did it.
Well,
Tom
yeah, they
Sula
did
and
do it.
Chip Kelly were 1 years.
They did do it. I don't know. Figure out your quarterback position too while you're there. I tried to tell y'all years ago. Y'all don't be listening.
Well, once again, I get no credit.
You got anything you want to dive into regarding the 49ers? If Brock Purdy, it sounds like, I guess there's no really discussion to be had. Like, Brock Purdy's playing, right?
I think so.
It feels like when Kyle gave his press conference Wednesday, like he was trying to make that clear. Yeah. Brock's good. Maybe vomited a little bit, passed out on the plane, but he's good.
Can't turn on the lights when we're there.
Yeah.
That's what happened. They turned the lights on the plane. He said, turn this off.
Like he was who are the vampires that can't see? You don't want lights shedding.
It's like Professor X. When the lights came on, he just too much.
Too much.
He gonna play though.
That's what it sounds like.
Hey, if he's
brother's
okay,
good.
man.
I hope brother's good.
Yeah, if he's okay,
Don't like this. Do not like it.
Yeah, but I think he's gonna play. I think that
has anyone. No, we would know. No one's talked to Brock. Brock hasn't been made available, right?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
All right.
But I think they're looking at this as a very important game.
It should be.
5-3 is not bad whatsoever going into the bye. But man, it seems like 6-2 and 5-3 are light years apart. It really feels that
6
way.
and 2, yeah.
6-2, you'll feel like we're cool.
Yeah.
5-3,
yeah.
Sky's
feels like
falling.
a different tier.
Is there any concerns if they do go to 5-3, losing 3 straight?
So that's concerning. The 3 straight's concerning. And I agree that it feels like different tiers.
Does that change as far as like we know we want them to achieve, but it's like, can they still?
I don't think it.
I think
it changes.
I don't think it changes much for me. I think what it does is it changes your goals. It feels like the 1 seed might be like you're looking at, hey, let's just make sure we win the division here because Seattle, might be tied or even in the lead in first place at the end of the week. So make sure you win the division instead of like before it was all about the 1 seed. Might change your focus a little bit.
Maybe make the focus just go out there and win some football games.
Win games.
Well, as a matter of fact, check that. Go win a football game.
Get healthy and win a game, man. Get healthy and win a game.
But you know me.
I ain't sweating.
You know me. I like the 49ers this week because they're playing the Bengals.
Oh,
I like the
now I'm nervous.
I like the 49ers.
I forgot about that. Now I'm nervous.
Just fine this week.
Oh, man. Don't say that.
We'll come back, man. We'll get back to Kings basketball. We'll get back to NBA basketball. Lots more to talk about. We didn't really talk much about the games last night.
Talking game time decision for your boy. The streets are saying.
Who?
Your boy who said you've been saying he ain't gonna pull up.
Oh, I told you. I told you he don't want that. I told you. Bonte ain't coming on today's
out there.
show.
He's like, it's a game time
Bonte
decision.
ain't coming on this show. Bonte's not coming on this show. He don't want that. Stop it. Stop it, Bonte Hill. Stilo and Casey. I see James Ham making his way this way. We'll talk Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I ain't sleeping on him.
I don't know, man. Oh no, we might have the whole crew in here, man.
Hey, bring your boy. Bring your boy.
Which one you want, bro?
Come on, man.
Say it.
Bro, I got
The one with the peanuts on it.
what?
You're an asshole. Yo, I'm trying to go check out the show. Oh boy. Bro, I still don't think there's any volume, is there? He's just talking to nothing.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Who can read lips?
Oh, it's amazing. Oh, hang on, y'all. Let me get the second computer set up for Kyle real quick.
Oh no, I'm out of here. I'm prioritizing a nap.
Oh, okay. Where are you going?
My car.
You'll go to the house.
I will be asleep and wake up before I would get to your house.
Okay, bro.
Dude, it's a
All right.
10-minute power nap. This is not a game.
All right.
Well, I mean, it is a
Do
game.
you?
There's a game happening. But this power nap is going to be electric.
All right, bro.
That's all I need.
Electric City. They call it that because the electricity. All right, man. Well, enjoy your nap.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Great.
Don't wrap your headphone cords so tight. Just making sure. What's that? I'm not. I'm going to Janet. Janet Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
It will be fun. I assure you. It will be a blast.
Okay. Where is Janet at?
The venue.
You going tonight? Yeah. All right, I'll see you. All right,
Gwen's. Oh, I bought these. I don't know. I bought the Janet tickets. Thank you. Oh. Come on, David. Stop it, David. Come on, man. Come on, David.
Hey. Hey.
Okay, careful how you eat that donut on camera, bro.
Hey, you can't even.
Y'all can go to hell.
You can't even eat around here no
Y'all
more.
can go to
man.
hell. I'm just gonna stare at the camera.
Hey, James came in. James came in and said, "What you got that up for?"
Oh, funny.
Oh man, I'm weak.
I have lived on donuts and coffee all day.
See, now y'all know why I didn't say it out loud, because y'all a bunch of juveniles. Can't say nothing around here.
Crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. Wow. Oh, Stephen Smith, chill.
Come on, Stephen.
Yeah, whoa.
Oh, man.
That's a technical on Stephen Smith.
Hey, technical foul.
One shot at the line, ball back.
Ball, huh?
He said ball back.
Teed up on the ref right now. T on the ref.
On complex.
Hey, I thought about something the other day because somebody brought up in the podcast. Why did they name that movie that? They could have named it anything else.
Name what movie what?
The movie, The Cowboys. I ain't even gonna say because the chat gonna be acting. It could have been called The Cowboys. Yeah, man. Why ain't they just call it The Cowboys?
Just
man?
the way
Come on,
you said
man.
that. That was so you talking about Brokeback Mountain? that was funny,
They could
Jesse.
have called it The Cowboy. Ain't have to call it.
Hey, y'all need to chill out. Y'all are doing too
Yo.
much. Come on, man. What's
Yo.
wrong with y'all?
Wait, is Dame eating a donut over there?
I'm
Oh,
starving,
you
dude.
broke?
Man, I forgot my juice.
Oh no. We had
Forgot my juice for like the second straight day.
5 dozen donuts is what we came in.
Man,
like,
oh man.
Trash, bro. Bring some carrots next
That was amazing to walk into earlier.
yeah.
You guys really are the goats.
Jesse
though.
walked in like, oh.
I'm telling you, it was the best part of hiring Kyle and James. We got Donut Friday now.
Donut Friday is
You guys are the goats, man.
sick. We do enjoy our Donut Friday. We're all gonna get the diabetes because of it. But got the diabetes.
Oh man.
Hmm.
Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy is aiming to pass the final step of concussion protocol on Saturday. If he does, he will start. Nick Wagner tweeted that. That's according to Kyle Shanahan. So,
I mean,
there you have it.
I hope he's healthy, and I definitely hope he starts.
That's all I care about, man.
I hope he starts
he's healthy.
because he's better than Sam Darnold.
Well, I heard Sam Darnold was the best quarterback at camp.
Well, once again, Damian C. You didn't hear that from Kyle Shanahan.
I did not.
But it gets attributed. Like
Who
I said,
said that? Was it Matt Mayoka?
And all of a sudden, now that's Kyle's quote. Now that's Kyle's quote. Now all of a sudden,
Kyle did say that Brock Purdy was going to be the next Joe Montana.
he did.
No, that was Kenny.
Oh yeah. I said he reminded me.
That's not how I'm telling the story.
But to your point, yes, that's Kyle's quote now too.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Have
As
we
we
had
welcome in.
Kim Piffany sweatshirts made yet? Sweatshirts made yet?
That's a good idea.
Kim Piffany.
We need those.
Good deal.
I was early on that though. Now and people start talking about it
Brock
later
Purdy.
on.
Mhm.
I was the first to say Brock in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Saying when he wins 6.
Mm-hmm. It's not new. It's like when we were talking about the Kings and what they were capable of last
D-Lo
year.
and KC, man. I'm telling
Locally,
you, bro.
everybody laughed, and then all of a sudden, Brian Windhurst mentions it, and it's leading your podcast. Okay, we see y'all. James Ham's here. James Ham of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. James Ham of Donut Friday, here in the building, keeping everybody fed and full of sugar every Friday. James, you're kicking off your, what number season is this? 13th?
14th.
14th season covering the Sacramento Kings. And I think it goes without saying, this is the first time you're starting the season with hope.
With hope. But real quick, we had asked this, I think, to Tone, Antonio Harvey. I ask you, I mean, Damien talks about hope. This is probably the most positive home opener or season opener you've ever had.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, I mean, it's the first time that I've covered a season opener after they made the playoffs.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
well, we were talking about the Golden One Open and how there
really
was
exciting.
or not the Golden One, the Save the Team one. Yeah,
this is your team
with Mike Malone's
and they're
first,
here to stay.
First time as a coach. It was like, yeah, this it's not the same. There was vibes around the team that year, like they're headed in the right direction. They didn't last long, but there was certainly a feeling that this team is moving in the right direction that year.
I think there's also the vibes around when Golden One opened that year. I mean, that was fun. Yeah, I mean, like there has been positive vibes like here and there with this team. The early stuff was pretty crazy though. Like my first couple of years, just no way, no chance. It's just not happening. And then, like the 1 year with Rudy Gay and Isaiah Thomas and DeMarcus Cousins, I thought they had a shot. But overall, it's been a little rough, and I think it's good that you finally get to experience the other side. And it's really good that you come out in your first game and you punch a team right in the face, a team that is supposed to be a good basketball team that has playoff aspiration, just like you do. You came out and you thumped them, and like on to the next. And that's what I feel like this team is. It's on to the next. Like let's go. Like we don't have time to waste. I feel like this team wants the Warriors tonight. I feel like they want the Lakers on Sunday. They want the Warriors again on Wednesday. And then they're like, hey, all right, let's go. Where's this thing going to take us?
Yeah.
I know you have the this is our first chance to talk to you since Wednesday, at least on the radio. And I know you and Kyle have the good, the bad, and the ugly after Kings games. What was the number one thing that stood out to you Wednesday night when the Kings got that win?
We've had all these discussions on who your surprise player is going to be and all this stuff, and who's your MVP and all that. I think the biggest thing was the obvious thing. It's that Harrison Barnes came out and looked like he was ready. He was like, we watched Harrison Barnes come out last year, and he was a big reason why the Kings struggled coming out of the gate, why they went 0-4. He really did not look connected at all with the team early in the season. And to see him come out this year and just look like a guy who is happy to be here and wants to put a stamp on the season, I think everyone just kind of writes him off and says, hey, it's okay if he takes a step back. It's okay if he averages 12 points a game this year or whatever. And I think it's not. Harrison Barnes needs to be Harrison Barnes for another 2 years while they start to transfer the power to Keegan Murray. But he's only 31 years old. We need him to play out his prime here and make sure that he's still, having these types of games. And you don't expect it every night, but for one night, you got to see like just how good Harrison Barnes still is. And I think that was a big deal. It now reminds people, okay, like, look, we got to cover Fox. We got to cover Sabonis. We got to cover Keegan. We got to cover Monk. We got to cover Harrison Barnes. And that's a big deal.
And if he's a guy that you have to game plan for, if you're the opposition, whether it's, like I said, my whole thing, I think I told you guys when I was, close out the show on the Insiders with you, doesn't have to be 33, 23, nothing like that. Just making sure you have an impact on the game somehow, some way. It might be 11 points, 9 rebounds one night. It might be 25 points, you know what I mean? But have an impact. And if that's if you're somebody that on the scout for the other team, they have to take time to say, hey, we got to do something to keep him from doing this, that, or the third. That just makes the Kings that much more dangerous.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that this team is built a very specific way. It's built around 2 stars, but not superstars. And like whether Fox and Sabonis can reach like superstar status, maybe. Like at least one of them, I think, has an opportunity to be like labeled something different. But for right now, they're star level players. And so when you have star level players, that means that you can't have just like run of the mill role players as your like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in your rotation. You need really strong contributors that can do something different than the other guys can do. And I think some of the things that Harrison does that goes unnoticed is his ability to get to the free throw line. That's something that I think you want to like look at as like one thing, but like his ability to slow down the game within the game and have his team catch a break and take a breath because they are pushing the tempo, they are playing more physical. Those things matter, and he's always been a guy for me who has a feel for the game, and while he's playing, you can see him processing what does my team need tonight. And I'm going to try to fill that role. And it doesn't always work, but for the most part, I think throughout his career here in Sacramento, which is now getting longer and longer and longer, which is surprising. I think he's done a really good job of having that sense, that understanding that tonight my team needs me to score 33 because we're going to thump this team. We're going to run over this team. We're not going to look over there and say, hey, they have a 6'9" small forward and a 7-foot power forward and a 7'1" center. We're just going to run right through these guys.
I'm going to tell Harrison the team needs him to score 33 every game, if that's all. Hey, Harrison, team needs you to score 33 because he was cooking on Wednesday night.
Oh, no, he was
cooking. Love to see it from him.
Yeah.
What about Sasha? There was so much talk about Sasha in the preseason he had and speculation as to, obviously it was a little bit different with Trey Lyles, lack of availability. But there was questions about maybe Sasha's not really going to fit into the rotation right away. He stepped on the floor and looked like an NBA player.
I thought right away he looked like an NBA player. Even some of the defensive plays, I didn't think he was bad defensively on the defensive end. I do think that there were moments where, okay, it's a little shaky. But even like the Jordan Clarkson thing going right at him, I thought he beat Jordan Clarkson to the spot. On the one on the one foul that they called in the middle of the key. I didn't think he was bad at all. And
taking out the game for that too.
Yeah, he's getting taken out of the game because again, he's still working on the basics. And we still saw a moment where somebody threw the ball into the stands because he went to go dive down to go down into the post on a cut and left his spot. Like, so there still are these moments where he's not fully up to speed with what's happening. And he sort of relies on things that he's done in the past. And so he's going to get pulled if he's like allowing offensive players to get to the middle of the key. He is. And that's a good thing. Mike Brown is holding him accountable like he would any other player. It doesn't matter that he's a 28-year-old rookie. It doesn't. So he's holding him accountable. And I also like the little things in this game that I really loved. I love seeing Jordan Ford, number one, make his NBA debut, like shout out Folsom High.
Yeah.
But also, he just got the ball and ran right down and like shot it. Like, oh no, I'm here. I belong. Forget this. Like, I'm here to play like everybody else is.
Yeah.
And those are those moments where you're like, hey, like this team kind of has this feel, this moxie to them early on. And I want to see what they look like against better competition. And I also I want to see how many wins they can get to by like the end of December, because I think a lot of teams are not looking at the Kings as a team that's gonna like just bury them early. And I disagree. I think this team is gonna win way more games than people think because they're hyper focused on the moment.
I agree. And you still. I still don't believe to that point that you're talking about. I still don't believe like the whole league is going to all of a sudden like, oh yeah, we're all trying to win 60 games. Like LeBron on a minute restriction. You know what I mean? Like Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, they're not rushing back. Like, that's just how the league is right now. And I don't think the Kings play like that. I joked with you a little bit yesterday. They got off the plane in Utah. Practice 12. See you guys there. Like, we got work to do.
Yeah.
Like, that's their mentality. That's how they go about things. And then that's why I think they're going to still have the same ability to win all the games they won last year and more.
Yeah, I think Domantas Sabonis talked about it, like that Mike Brown basically reset the clock. He said, hey, whatever happened last year is now last year. Like, if you guys are going to be this team, then you got to go out and prove it again. You got to go out there and be that team again. And let's not limit who and what we can be by what people on the outside think, or, what another team might think. Like, let's go make our own destiny here. And I think it's a good approach to have. And, you don't want to be complacent, but I also like this team practices crazy. Like, they got off the plane, you're right, on Thursday morning in the middle of the night, and then they had practice. So, I mean, that's who they are. That this team is going to practice all the time. They're going to play hard, and they're going to be ready.
I think you brought up a great point. They're hyper focused. Like, they're aware of what the goal is. And you hear teams talk often about shutting out the noise. This team feels like it really has. Like, they've closed it. Whether the Bleacher Reports, the ESPNs, the Kevin O'Connor's, they're not here. The D-Lo and KC's, they're not hearing any of that.
Good or bad.
Yeah,
they're
none
of it.
Yeah, they're and that sometimes is just as important. Filtering out the good stuff, like taking all of that out, just blocking everything, good or bad, and staying focused on what your guys' goal is inside that, practice facility, inside that arena.
Yeah, don't read your own press clippings. Don't think that you're the team to beat now. I mean, because no one else believes you're the team to beat.
Well, no one's beat them yet.
Yeah, no, that's true. But you know what I mean? Like,
No, I do. Yeah.
There isn't a team, there isn't a national publication yet that's put them number 2 in the West that I've seen. And like, you were number 3 and number 2 has taken a dive. Like, number 2 is a hot mess. Why wouldn't you be number 2 now? And that's like, people don't believe in it yet, and that's okay. Like, they need to go out and prove it. And I kind of like that that they aren't garnering the respect yet, because that means they have to keep putting in that a little bit extra. They got to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Keep grinding, man. Keep grinding. I love it. What did you like from I'm assuming you like, I shouldn't assume, but Chris Duarte. I liked his minutes. He came in there, he was aggressive. He hit his shots. Obviously, that's a good thing, but he picked up right where he left off before he got hurt. Like, I think that's his game. I liked what I saw on Wednesday. I'm anxious to see how he plays out there tonight.
I like that we got him at practice yesterday, and I asked him about, that exact thing, like coming out and hitting your first couple of shots, just how good did that feel to kind of get in the rhythm? And he said, yeah, it's nice to have the shots go down, but I'm going to make my way on the defensive end on this team. And just kind of like push to the side. Like, sure, I need to hit those shots. I think the interesting thing about watching Duarte is he's the one player that you can see who is mentally trying to fight with what's happening on the court. So on the offensive end, it is not his first instinct to catch and shoot. His first instinct is to catch and to make some sort of move. And you can see him fighting it. And the fact that he hit shots is a big deal, because he looked like whatever he's doing is unnatural to him. And he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure out how to play like the Sacramento Kings. And he talked about it like, he played with Domas in Indiana, but this thing isn't anything like Indiana. Like, this thing is like Indiana on like 7 Red Bulls. Like, in the speed of the Kings that they're playing at, and the way that you have to make decisions and all that stuff. We've seen like Davion struggle with it last year early on, the decision-making portion, like, what is it, the 0.5 of a second? Like, you can see Duarte actually thinking on the court, and it's like, oh no, I should just shoot this. And that's something that he's going to get better and better at as the season goes on. But the fact that he was able, again, to be in the moment and still hit those shots, even though he clearly was like, he's still learning. is a good thing. And again, remember that he didn't just miss a couple of preseason games. He missed all that practice time too. Like he was not cleared for full contact until like Monday, Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. He played full contact. He was not cleared on Monday for full contact. And again, Trey Lyles hasn't been cleared for full contact yet. So yeah, it's like this process of getting a player in your system, but then really like speeding up the maturation. And it might be a good thing for the Kings that Trey Lyles misses a few games here early in the season because it's giving Sasha an opportunity to play and to find success, especially against a team like look at what is he going to go up against on Golden State at the power forward position that really scares you. Like Kuminga can play and he can score, but he's not like going up against LeBron James a couple of nights later, or even going up against Christian Wood a couple of nights later as a backup power forward for the Lakers. So there is sort of like this momentum building for him to get on the court and actually have some success too.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Our 1320 Kings Insider of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Our man James Ham here with us as the Kings open up the home portion of their schedule tonight against the Golden State Warriors. You mentioned Trey Lyles. It doesn't sound like we're nearing a return for Trey Lyles within the next.
Yeah, we haven't seen him. Yeah, we haven't seen him out there. So, even yesterday, Kevin Huerter was shooting with De'Aaron Fox after practice, not Trey. And that's unusual. Trey's been out on the court even when he was hurt, so he's probably in getting treatment. And they're just trying to get it to cool down. I mean, I caution everybody, like calf injuries are literally the worst.
Terrifying.
Yeah, they're terrifying for NBA players because it's just
they give Kenny nightmares.
Yeah, it's holding up the Achilles, and if you expose that Achilles, that's the last thing you want.
You just said there a moment ago, probably certainly not his injury, but maybe good that Trey is out right now because it's giving Mike an easy out to get some of these other guys minutes and allow them to play. But then what? Because Trey's not a question mark in the rotation, so. What do you think happens next?
Well, it's going to be a true competition. I think there are going to be certain nights where you don't need a JaVale McGee. Like, no disrespect on JaVale, but you're going to have some times where JaVale is just like a added bonus, right? That you may or may not need. If you're going up against a team that doesn't have size off the bench, even a team like tonight, like you're going like in a perfect world, I don't think I want JaVale McGee on Dario Saric. I would much prefer Trey Lyles on Dario Saric. I don't want Sasha Vezenkov defending Dario Saric either. But like, this is a smart player that can shoot a three ball. He can get to the basket. Like he's crafty, and we saw it in the preseason game where like he blew right by JaVale McGee. I'm not sure that is like a great matchup. So I think when they have all the pieces in place, there are going to be certain nights where guys don't play. There are going to be certain nights where Sasha Vezenkov doesn't see the floor. There's going to be nights where Trey Lyles doesn't see the floor, or JaVale McGee doesn't see the floor. And that's what, Mike's all in. Mike Brown has his all in mentality. And he says, you can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You can't be straddling the line because then it's really easy just to take that step back with the 1 foot. He's like, I need everybody with both feet in, and then we'll go from there.
That's what made him special last year. That's what made that team special last year, is that everybody was all in. The thing that mattered more than anything else was winning. It was just about winning. It wasn't wasn't your contract. It wasn't your playing time. It was about doing something special, being a winning team, and turning around the culture. And if he can tap into that again this year and have these guys understanding the Sashas, even the Trey Lyles, the JaVales, that this is one of the ways we're going to stay better than everybody. You know what I mean? Or, up on the top. Like if we start worrying about our personal stuff and I should be getting this amount of playing time and all this other stuff, for lack of a better term, I think the Kings are really talented, but we're not that. Like we can't. The Warriors had a bunch of turmoil and won 44 games last year. I don't think the Kings could have that same type of turmoil and win 44. Like they need everybody all in. This is why we're good. And if those guys understand it the same way the team last year understands it, once again, there's no reason why they can't replicate what they did, because that's a strength that other teams may not have. Like, other teams may have 3 or 4 guys worried about their minutes and their contract. These guys are like, I haven't played in a week and a half. Oh, you want me to go in? Bet. I'm gonna do whatever you ask, coach. Let's go. And I think that's what makes them special.
No, I think you're right, and I think it kind of goes back to the injury thing, right? I keep harping on everyone expects the Kings to get injured this year, and it's like, okay, well, do they have any injury-prone players? Like, because I'm already watching Brad Bill and Devin Booker miss games. Like, I'm watching all kinds of players miss games.
Book out at least until Tuesday. Brad doesn't appear to have a timeline yet.
Yes.
So they're missing games.
Yeah, so when you bring in players who are perpetually injured, you can't be surprised when you miss a bunch of games due to injury. Well, it's kind of the same thing when it goes to chemistry guys, like with the personality of your basketball team. If you got a bunch of me guys, you're going to have me issues all throughout the season. If you got a bunch of guys who are buying in, who are buy-in guys, who are glue guys, who are chemistry guys, who are culture guys, then you should have a pretty decent season. And the key, I think a lot of it, you can have 1 or 2 of those guys that are a little off, right? That cause a little bit of trouble here and there. You can't have 3 or 4 of them because they tend to gang up. Those guys tend to gravitate towards each other, which is something we've seen in Sacramento a million times. Like, you got one guy who kind of questions the system, and then next thing you know, you got 3 guys who question the system, and then you got 5 guys who question the system, and like, not all those guys are going to be like me guys, but they might be like really close to somebody on the team, and then they get lumped in, and next thing you know, you got a full blown like catastrophe on your hands. And
like, yeah, you're right.
yeah, so I mean, you, especially when you lose, like, that's the other problem when you start losing, and then you got guys who normally would be quiet, and they're like, man, I think I could help this team, but I'm not getting any playing time, so I'm not part of the problem. I'm not on the court out there. I'm not the one out there who's doing it. So why am I getting blamed for everything? You start having this like perpetual cycle. I don't think the Kings have that guy on the roster. I mean, Kessler Edwards is a super nice young kid. Super nice kid. Alex Len sat there all season long being a great teammate. Not only that, but he was the one leading a lot of the post game, like everybody in the cold tubs, everybody, like the maintenance aspect of the game. A lot of it was on Alex Len last season. But like, is Colby Jones going to cause problems at the end of the bench? Is Sasha Vezenkov going to cause problems? Now we could start seeing like people in Greece, or according to so-and-so in Greek newspaper, Sasha Vezenkov isn't real happy with his role. Okay.
Greek Wojnarowski over there stirring it up.
Oh,
yeah. Well, that's Christos Saltis. So we'll blame it all on Christos.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Hello, coach. Hey, Christos, we're
guy.
gonna need you to stop. Stop trying to get like. But that's like, unless we start seeing that stuff, and the players won't care about that at all.
Yeah,
they'll be like, hey man, like, you come here, you got to play our game, and let's go. Like Chris Duarte. I mean, you guys saw the interview with him yesterday, I assume. He's nothing but smiles. He's a good kid. He's trying to fit in in a lot of different ways. They're, language barrier stuff he's trying to fit in. They're learning the system, like all these things he's trying to fit in. At the end of the day, like, I think he can really help this team. And I also think he's not going to be a distraction. And if you have a distraction on this team, like maybe you already could see who it might be. Okay. You won't be here very long.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the home opener, the Kings versus the Warriors, tonight at the Golden One Center with James Ham, with D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Guys, I hate to do this. We need about 3 minutes. We have to, give us a minute. We need to fix something on KSFM. So just hang out for a second. And I don't know if you'll be able to hear us. So you're not going to be able to hear us. So hang on just a second. Sorry about that, y'all. We had a little issue over here. And the hell with all them people who left while we were working. Shirks. Told y'all we had to do something right quick. I don't know what happened, but it's about to be silent over at KSFM if we hadn't fixed that.
That would not be good.
Yeah, well, no, it actually wouldn't have been completely silent, but just would have skipped past it, but you don't like that.
You imagine like 30 or 20 minutes of silence?
Well, it happens.
Yes.
So that Vince McMahon meme was going crazy last night, man. That was so
Him
funny.
crying.
Is that from the upcoming doc or something like that?
No,
I had never
think
seen
that
that
was
before.
I think that was Andre.
I didn't even see it. What happened?
Oh, it's going crazy on Twitter. Like he basically gets choked up and tells him to cut the.
Oh, okay. I've seen that. Yeah.
I think it was from the Andre doc.
Yeah,
but
that's
I can't
that's where it's
remember.
from.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't seen it before.
My favorite one is he was special.
Oh. And we in here, baby. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Stressful commercial break. But that's what we do when you're
baby.
That's what happens when you're on 2 radio stations.
Good, baby.
Some people can't even handle 1 radio show.
We built for this.
We got 2. They over there staring at the camera like, I don't know what to do. We got 2 radio shows jumping off right here. Come on, James. Hey, James, I'm going to tell you this right now. We're going to teach you to talk that talk. We're going to teach you to talk trash.
Got to talk crazy out here.
You got to talk.
James.
You going
Got to talk crazy.
We've loosened you up quite a bit over the last 2 years, pause, but we're going to get you to we're going to get you to cut up a little bit.
All right.
Loosened you.
Just give me numbers. Like I'll wear a t-shirt with just straight up numbers. Like scores.
Oh, well, damn.
James would be live scoreboard.
James a live scoreboard.
James went for the gusto. He wasn't playing.
Man, James, that was a low blow, James. Jeez.
It's too far.
Too far, James. Too far. You're taking it too far.
That's strong. I'm cutting Phyllis's head off with a chainsaw vibe right there. Oh, man. It is the Kings versus the Warriors tonight at the Golden One Center. I know what they'll tell you. You've been around them. You think tonight's game has a little more extra sauce on it than if it was circumstances the same, home opener, ESPN in the house, but it's Chet Holmgren and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh no, they want to kick somebody in the teeth tonight.
Yeah.
Like,
well, they want to kick the Warriors in the teeth tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is one of those games where like you keep having Big Brother like put his thumb on top of your head and push you down. Like I mean, you're out at the lake and he keeps dunking you underwater, and you're like, bro, you need to like they need a moment where they just grab him and body slam him. And
Yeah,
say, hey,
and the funny
game
like
over.
that's how I feel too. But the funny thing was the series was 3-3. It's not like it was 4-0.
Right.
And James, I swear to you, the preseason game bothers me. The Steph Curry game bothers me. It's like that's what between, because that game felt real, and you have game 7. And so you have these last 2 real Kings Warriors moments that feel like Steph's just like, y'all ain't going to beat me. I'm Steph Curry.
I think even that was a good thing. It was because you get into that game and you're like, okay, like go ahead and beat us because this one doesn't matter. And that's fine. You can show us that you're still Steph, but like throughout that game, so many other things were exposed where like, if that's the best shot you got for us, if that's still the only way you beat us is by Steph going crazy. Okay. Like we got your number.
Problem is Steph is very capable of going crazy at any moment.
Yeah,
That's
but
the frustrating thing.
Remember, they aren't showing like Utah had no idea what hit them on Wednesday night.
True.
Like you saw them the week before. You're like, okay, well, this team is fun. It's cool. And then you get in there, you're like, oh, they're not messing around.
What was it, James? Like, what was it that Utah was like, whoa, I didn't expect? Was it something new, or was it just a heightened level of physicality or aggressiveness? Like, what was it that had them kind of?
Oh my God, whose music is that? Oh
my God!
Oh my God!
My God, that's
oh
Monte!
my God!
My God, that's Monte!
Look who's here!
Uh-oh.
Look who's here!
Oh, I got Jason Ham. Oh, I got some ham. Oh, this feels good.
Just
What
to be
up?
clear, is this radio Bonte or is this television Bonte?
You see the $700 button-up shirt. You know what it is.
Listen,
You know what it is.
man. Forrest Gump said, "Hey, man, life is like a box of chocolates, right? You never know what you're gonna get. You never know what you're getting today. The only thing you know is that I'm in the hostage. It feels like I'm a hostage somewhere, man.
Yeah,
I probably shouldn't joke about that during
Yeah.
these days, but you know, I'm in the cut, man, in NBC Sports Bay Area, man. I had to get a room just for you guys, you guys.
Well, give us a sign if you're not okay, and we'll send help. Our man, I didn't think you'd show up.
The streets. I told him the streets didn't think he was gonna pull up.
I've been talking
The
crazy.
streets didn't think I was gonna pull up.
They didn't think he was gonna pull up.
They said Bonte don't want this. Not today.
Oh,
You
man.
don't want
Not
this.
the chatty house. Not the chatty house. I'm disappointed in the chatty house. You know, I always show up for my guys, even though I told KC earlier today, I don't get no callbacks from KC no more. D-Lo, I used to get calls all the time from you guys, man.
Hold on, you know that's
radio
cap,
gig,
Bonte.
hip.
Bonte,
ahead.
I called you right back. I called him right back.
I didn't get it. Maybe I didn't get it. I don't know, man. I said, boy, my boy KC don't return my phone calls. D-Lo, D-Lo's everywhere. He's front row at Beyonce concerts in Las Vegas. And Jason Ham got a new show. I don't even get text from Madson no more.
Hey,
y'all
hey,
do
Bonte.
money up there in Sacramento, man.
Hey, Monte, Damien not gonna be at the game tonight.
Why?
Where you gonna be?
I'm gonna be at Janet Jackson.
Well,
see
what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
I'm going to
the Warriors don't even mean nothing in Sacramento no more. Y'all already finals contenders. Game 2 gets to go to St. Warriors on a Friday night. Yeah, I'm gonna go see Escapade or something, man. Janet Jackson, man. What is it? 1804? Whatever was the album? I don't even remember the album name.
Rhythm Nation,
I can't
baby.
keep up, man. I can't keep up.
Hey, our brother Bonte Hill from 95.7 The Game, NBC Sports Bay Area, man. We're happy that you're here. We get to kick off another year. Are you or are you not in on Sacramento and Golden State being a rivalry now?
I'm in on it. You had all the theatrics last year, right? You had the Game 7. You had Draymond and Sabonis. You know, you had the Harrison Barnes angle to it. You had the regions. I think the 916 and the 4 in the Bay Area. We all bought into it. I mean, think about what your show did combined with our show. What we did to this rivalry. I feel like we're the forefathers of this rivalry here, man. We intensified it. It was all friendly at first, and then by Game 5, we couldn't stand each other. And then by Game 7, we're saying, hey, you know what? You brought the best out of each other. So you got all the makings for the rivalry. You know what I'm saying? You got the point guard of De'Aaron Fox who wants to take Steph Curry's throne. You know what I'm saying? He's now with Under Armour under the Curry brand, and he wants to take over the Curry brand. So you have all the makings for it. If you get one more playoff series between the two, then there's no doubt about it. We've got our modern day, hey, may I say Kings Lakers? I mean, you may have something here.
I hated y'all sorry asses so bad by Game 5. I swear to God, I was so sick of y'all.
You know what I'm feeling right now? I'm feeling like these were two ships passing in the night, and now Warrior fan is trying to hook the boat that's already passed them.
Sinking.
And they're like, oh no, now it's a rivalry. It's like, wait, now it's a rivalry. What it wasn't like, and now it is. Now that you're
Patagonia, Jason Ham. Now, don't fall for the song, Jason. I like it, man.
Come on, Monte.
Stick to your
It's
roots,
James.
J-Ham.
Come on, bro.
Stick to your roots, J-Ham. Don't fall for KC and D-Lo shenanigans here. Ham, I like it, man. You're really credible, man. You are Mr. King on the beat. Don't do this, Mr. Ham. Don't do it. Leave that to D-Lo and KC.
He talking to we teaching him. We teaching him over here.
Can we get a Jason Ham shirt made though?
I know.
Say
Now they're
Jason
going to
Ham,
make sure.
James Ham. Yeah, my bad, Jason. You might as well be Jason with the way you acting now.
That's his alter ego. That's the
Yeah.
that's the bad guy version.
We teaching him. We
Jason
molding
Ham.
him. over
My
here,
bad,
man.
James. My
But-
bad, Big
but look,
James.
Vontae, I know you've had a good time with us thinking it was going to be Christmas Day and all this other stuff. I understand that you can get the kikis off there, but the NBA has said otherwise. Every time these two teams play, the NBA is like, "Yo, no, we need this on TV. Like this is what we try. Oh, we got a commercial for Google. No, let's put these two. Like the NBA, whether it's there or not yet, that's a whole nother discussion. It's clear the NBA wants it to be.
Yeah, no, and you know, you guys kind of remind me of the up and coming Warriors, where you got some lovable dudes on that team. You know, Keegan Murray, and obviously it starts with De'Aaron Fox, who I love Fox, man. I remember talking with Shasky when you guys extended him to that long-term deal. I thought this is the right move. De'Aaron Fox is a winner. I go back to, again, we talked about this on your show, when he was crying after that North Carolina loss in the Elite Eight, knowing that he was going pro to still Wasabi, because I said, yeah, this is my type of guy. This guy cares. So you have De'Aaron Fox, you have Keegan Murray, you got some lovable dudes. Domantas Sabonis is an all-star now, and you have a rabid fan base, a fan base that is hungry for success. And what we saw last year in Sacramento, the way you guys shut down the town during that first round series, no, the NBA is all over it. And why not? You see Malik Monk dunking all over a homeboy from Utah the other night, and Draper's losing his mind, and on the broadcast or NBC California. So anyway, like I think the NBA wants this to be a rivalry, and it should be. And so these games should be must-see TV on national television after what transpired during that 7-game series. You got a 50-burger. You got Draymond Green going full NWO at the Golden One Center. You got Sabonis saying, "Oh, he broke a rib. He stepped on my chest, man." And you had the game shit with that.
Will you stop it?
Crazy.
He did not say that.
And you got y'all talking about no, it's the NBA is telling us that this could be the next thing in the NBA. And it's the West Coast, man. We've been thirsty for something like this. I just can't believe last year was the first time both these teams were in the postseason at the same time since the Kings moved from Kansas City. That was wild to me, man. A lot of ineptitude around these parts with the Kings and the Warriors.
Let's talk about your Warriors for a minute and go back to the first game of the season. Really, that game was a story of two halves, two completely different Golden State Warrior teams in half one. Charles had them buried like permanently after the first half, and a completely different team in the third quarter. Steph tried to, do what Steph does there in that fourth quarter, but you guys fall just short. In all seriousness, Vontae, which one of those two teams is closer to the real version of the Golden State Warriors right now?
I think it's going to take us about a month to figure out who this team is. And, the whole road woes from last year when they lost their first 8 road games, they're going to play 7 of their first 8 games of the season on the road, including this 3-game road trip here. I don't know. So I look at passing numbers, right? During the championship years and when the Warriors are humming, they want to get to 320 passes a game, right? Moving the ball around, make sure it's not sticking. They were down to about 280, 285 in that first game, which tells me, okay, they're playing a little slower. Maybe they're trying to play slower because Chris Paul needs to keep up here. But also the contested shots. This tells you a lot about your team, I believe. And it's only a 1-game sample size. But last year, they averaged around 40 shots getting contested per game, which means defenders within 3 to 5 feet contesting their shots. Tuesday night against the Suns, that number was up to 52. So that tells me, one, they're not creating open looks for each other. They're not able to blow by guys like they used to in the past. And it tells me they're getting a little older. So that's going to be a stat that I look at all season long, especially with Chris Paul now in the equation. How much are they passing the ball around? How much are they getting the Warriors basketball? Because Tuesday night was not Warriors basketball. It was a lot more pick and roll, a lot more isolation, a lot more standing around here. So until they get Draymond Green back, until we see Wiggins get his legs or Klay Thompson, I'm not sure we're going to see the real Warriors for about a month. And we're going to have a good indicator of who they are for the remainder of the season once this first month goes through. But like a game like tonight, are they going to be able to pass the ball around? Is Sacramento going to pressure them full court and turn them into an isolation team that we saw at times in the first round? I'm very eager to see which Warriors team show up. So to answer your question, D-Lo, I don't know which team the first half or second half. I don't know which Warriors we're going to get. And I don't think we're going to find out the answer for about a month.
It's interesting. You really focused in on the offense there. But for me, I look at this game if you're starting Chris Paul and Steph Curry in the backcourt, and you got Clay and you got Wiggins and you got Kevon Looney playing in the middle, like how are they going to match up? Because every game we've seen lately, they take Wiggins and throw him on Fox. Okay, so who's going to defend the 2 6'8" forwards? Who's going to defend the 6'7" shooting guard? Like all of a sudden, you start looking at matchups. Like Chris Paul is going to have to defend somebody, and I don't know how. Especially like I would be surprised if we don't start seeing like a lot more Kuminga in a series like this when you just don't have the size matchup. And you can talk about Dario Saric might be a nightmare for JaVale McGee, but we're talking about 35-minute per game players that the Kings have that you don't really have an answer for there.
Is this Jason or James? Which one is this? Jason or James? No, I'm kidding.
That was definitely James.
that was James. That was the journalist in him, man. That's a heck of a question. No, you're right. I thought they were way too small to start the game, and the pick and roll and the dribble drive penetration destroyed them all game against Phoenix. So when you do have Chris Paul and Steph Curry out there, look, teams are already targeted Steph Curry. Now you get two options. Which one? This is a gift here, Chris Paul or Steph Curry, and they don't have the rim protection too. So when De'Aaron Fox gets downhill and he gets that pick and roll cooking against his defense, that is a problem. Now, Keegan Murray, who's going to guard him? You hope that Klay Thompson can guard Keegan Murray, but the version I saw of Keegan Murray in the preseason and all season scares me when it comes to Klay Thompson defending him. Wiggins did not guard well in that first game against Booker, and Kuminga is still young. Kuminga committed 3 fouls in the first quarter alone. So he's still as gifted as he is with the raw potential. He still falls for the okie-doke. So I don't know how they're going to defend here. That's the million-dollar question around these parts. Looney will hold his own against Sabonis. Sabonis is going to get his numbers, but I feel good with Looney there. Sarge, I think the way to defend him, if I'm the Sacramento Kings, throw somebody smaller on him. If it's a Trey Lyles or if it's somebody who's at that 6'8", 6'9" range, because if you throw us a bonus on Sarge, he's going to get his. A 5 like a Nurkic, a Sabonis, Sarge is going to eat. But if you throw a smaller dude on him and you make him put the ball on the floor, that's where Sarge struggles. Kuminga, you still force him to shoot the three-point shot. Wiggins, you still force him to shoot the three-point shot, and you force Klay Thompson to put the ball on the floor. But on the flip side, like as you mentioned defensively, I don't know how they're going to do this tonight. I'm very intrigued with that. Outside of Wiggins in that starting lineup, now, do they put Kuminga in the starting lineup again? He committed 3 fouls in the first quarter the other night. I'm not sure I want to do that. Maybe it's a Moses Moody day to start there to get some size and to get some more activity and some more athleticism. But that's going to be the question all year, especially once Chris Paul and Steph Curry are on the floor at the same time. That's a problem defensively for the Warriors. There's no hiding around that. There's no getting around that. You can't hide both those guys on the floor at the same time. So could be a rough night for the Warriors defensively against the Kings today.
My main man, Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast, NBC Sports Bay Area. When you see him on there, boy, you seen the Gucci loafers.
I was going to ask what
you be seeing all that, man.
What what non-domestic shoe he's wearing today.
Oh, I got some basic Stacey Adams, man. It's game 2. We got to pace ourselves. You know what I'm saying? The Gucci's don't come out till the playoffs. The Dior's don't come out till Christmas. You know what I'm saying? The Louis V belt doesn't come out. I do got the Hermes belt on. I'm not going to lie about that.
Oh, come on now.
Crazy.
Come on
that's
now.
The finest thing
That's
for
not
Jay
Burlington Coat.
James Ham.
Hey,
James Ham / Jason Ham. You know what I'm saying? Get with it, man. The streets need you, man. Get that Louis on, James.
I ain't buying no Louis. It ain't happening.
But you brought it up a little bit, but I want to dive into it a little bit more. I was surprised that Kerr went with Kuminga at the end of that game over Wiggins.
Yeah.
I know Wiggins didn't have the best game, but I think that's your best defender. And, Book was going off, and it's not like Kuminga played bad when he was in there. He held his own. But I just thought in that particular situation, he would have went with Wiggins. Is that something that is going to be something to look out for the rest of the season? Like Wiggins not penciled in to being in there? Like what's going on with that?
I think that's the biggest deal. Everybody was so fixated on whether or not Chris Paul is going to start this season. And every time I say, well, I don't care who starts. I don't think Kurt cares who starts. Nobody, when we talk about the game, how much do we reference the first 5 minutes unless somebody goes crazy, right? But more so it's about the closing lineup. My concern this whole time since they acquired Chris Paul was who's in the final 5. And in game number 1, which we're tracking, it was not Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins had 1 rebound. And from what I'm hearing, Andrew Wiggins has struggled in preseason, trying to hit the glass, trying to fit back into this team. And that's the X factor to be all season long. He's the most important Warrior. If he's not right, we don't have a chance at sniffing the NBA Finals, the Western Conference Finals, or the semifinals for that matter. He has to be right. He has to be that guy that helped them win that 4th championship a couple years ago. He has to be the guy who was averaging, who's shooting 51% from the floor, defending at a high level, going back to the All-Star game before he suffered the right adductor strain. So that's something I'm tracking. If they're not winning and Wiggins is not in that closing lineup, how does he handle it? If they're not winning and Klay Thompson's not in that closing lineup, how does he handle it in a contract year? We already heard from Draymond Green in a win in the NBA Finals, in which he got benched in Game 4 in the 4th quarter. He already said, yeah, I wasn't happy about it. And if you would have lost, you would not have heard the end of it. So how does he deal with not closing? And then you got the Chris Paul factor. So we're not only tracking Andrew Wiggins, we're tracking everybody outside of Steph Curry. How do they handle not being in the Final 5 lineup? And Steve Kerr mentioned it the other day. He's going by feel, which he should do. How's the game flowing? Who's having a good game? Andrew Wiggins didn't deserve to close that game the other night. 1 rebound, 4 smoked bunnies, 4 missed layups there, and Kuminga did earn that right to close. So it's something we're all tracking, Casey, all year long. And it's not just going to be Andrew Wiggins. There's going to be some Klay, some Draymond, and everything. So you may have a little brouhaha on your hands if you're Steve Kerr here this year, especially if you don't win early.
It's funny, Bonte, because you just mentioned a bunch of things, and none of them got to do with basketball. Talking about worrying about how people are going to react. And that's why people, I think, feel a certain way about the Warriors. It's like, man, what is this team going to wind up being when all is said and done? We know you got a lot of work to do tonight, man. I'll show you, just it's not all fun and games. We've been showing love to Steph Curry all week. What he's done with Under Armour in the last 10 years or so, how he's basically built that shoe brand by himself. And now to take the step of bringing on the first Curry athlete, and that being, De'Aaron Fox, the guy he battled with for 7 games in the playoffs last year. It's dope for Under Armour. It's dope for Steph. Obviously, we're thrilled for De'Aaron. That's amazing. But your boy, your boy is in rarefied air out there, number 30.
He could do no wrong, right? I mean, he's up there with Montana, Jerry Rice, the greats of the greats in the Bay Area, man. I mean, he really is that dude. And I think De'Aaron Fox is the perfect player. I mean, to market this, when I think about Steph Curry, how he's embraced the community here in the Bay Area, I think about De'Aaron Fox, how he's embraced Sacramento. He's taken the 916 on his back, and he's made it a mission to elevate this franchise and lift them to heights that you guys haven't seen in decades. I think it's a perfect guy. I'm surprised Nike wasn't on him. I'm surprised Puma, Adidas. I mean, this is a coup for Steph Curry to bring in De'Aaron Fox. And again, De'Aaron Fox is a perfect. This is the guy. Everybody wants to market Ja Morant, and I get the NBA wanting to market Ja Morant. You see all these kids, but the NBA really needs to look at De'Aaron Fox. He's the guy I want my kids to grow up to be like. He's the guy, you see the family man, you see the way he embraces that community, the way he embraces that team, the way he's lifted that team up. Screw that. The NBA needs to get behind De'Aaron Fox, and I'm glad Steph Curry did. That's a real honor. I think that's a real cool thing to do for Steph Curry. And again, De'Aaron Fox is the perfect guy. And Adam Silver needs to get on board. The NBA needs to get on board and elevate this guy and not Ja Morant. Ja Morant had his chance. He's blown it. Now I'm still pulling for the brother out there in Memphis, but they need to get behind De'Aaron Fox. This is the guy you want to build the game around and promote the game around. De'Aaron Fox is that dude. So I'm happy that Steph Curry recognized that. And I think it's a cool story for all King fans, especially guys who love De'Aaron Fox up there.
Man, what a babyface turn to close this out, man. What a babyface turn.
I'm going to tell you straight up. Hey, Bonte, you're my guy. I appreciate that. Those are some very nice words. The beam is being lit tonight. Let's not lose sight of that.
Hey,
the beam is being lit tonight.
Hey, let me. Hey, James and D-Lo, Casey came on our show earlier. D-Lo, we gonna get you on Wednesday. I got to get D-Lo back on, and James / Jason, we'll get you on too. Listen, Casey Shasky, who was Sausalito Shasky during the entire playoff run. Oh, I don't know the beam, and I don't think he can win 405. He was doubted today. Dude, he was hood Shasky. And I said, whoa. I sat back. I didn't know he was going to play sound. I didn't know he was going to revisit game 4. I said, whoa, where's this guy at in April? Where was he at? So I'm not going to throw no darts. I get it's an NBA Finals game for you guys. I get that, you guys are a little unhappy about the Christmas Day schedule. So, you know what? I get what's happening up there at the Golden One Center. They're going to be lighting extra beams. So there's going to be a beam on one side of the arena, the other side. They're going to be light beams at Vacaville, Davis, the El Dorado Hills. I get it. It's a big game for you guys. We're just trying to get right in our rotations.
Tonight, bro. Beam is being lit tonight.
Bonte, we love you, brother, man. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us.
Man.
Nah, I love you guys too, man. James, welcome addition. I'm glad that they brought you and Madson on the ESPN 1320. You guys are a powerhouse up there, man. I truly mean that, man. From 10 to 4. And I know KC D-Lo, y'all don't get no rest anyway. Y'all doing hip hop now. Y'all do money, man.
We got to play Sexy Red in just a little bit, man.
Hey, y'all hit me up to come on the show. I'm like, Texas, oh my God, I can't believe they hit me up, man.
Stop it.
Oh,
Hey, have a good.
Y'all
have
enjoy
a
the
good
game,
tonight,
man.
brother.
Take care,
sir.
big
Nah,
dog.
you guys too, man. Enjoy Janet Jackson, man. That's big. See you guys
Thank
later.
you, brother. Thank you, brother. That's our man Bonte Hill right there, carving out some time in the bowels of the NBC
Man.
Sports facility.
They had my man tucked.
By the way, we only acknowledge one play-by-play guy here.
Like who?
I don't know who Bonte talking about.
I was listening to Utah.
Oh no. Oh,
Bro,
no.
that Utah broadcast was tough.
You guys out here picking fights with everybody, man.
Yeah, that's what we do.
You
I
out here
told
picking
you.
fights with everybody.
I told you. You're going to learn to talk that talk. You spend too much time with us, James. You're going to learn to talk that talk.
You know, I have beefs all over the league. You know, I'm that guy.
Well, you got beef with Jacques Vaughn. That's different.
Poor
You got
Jacques
beef
Vaughn.
with Jacques
Poor
Vaughn.
Jacques Vaughn.
I'm not going to take that from Jacques Vaughn.
James also knows Drake.
man.
Drake said hi to James.
Yeah, that's true.
This is true story.
Hi, Drake.
Yeah.
Drake ain't never said hi to me. Well, at least you don't have any beef with Drake.
No,
Wind up in a record
that's true.
that we'd have to decipher.
That's my goal.
Who the hell is he talking about?
Why did he just say ham right in the middle of his song?
A dude in a quarter zip. Who the hell is Drake
That's right.
talking about?
That's right. Talk about
Oh.
like the chatty house. They'll talk about my Patagonia.
I knew Bonte was going to say this was a finals game. I knew Bonte was going to call this a finals game.
Well, you know, I mean, look, all I know is the beam's going up tonight. Simple as that.
The new and improved beam.
No, he might. Bonte might see the beam.
Bonte,
tonight.
yeah, that's fact.
He might see
that
pause.
Joker's
He might see
crazy.
the.
Come on, man.
I'm just
What's wrong
I had
with
to
you?
clarify that, man. I had to clarify. But I was just saying they could see that the Kings light goes. You can see it in San Francisco, probably.
That's it.
Show him the beam.
Man.
I ain't showing it.
What?
I'm feeling like Kenny may have listened to the first 5 minutes of the Kings Beat podcast the other day because we got a little crazy
Well,
on the beam.
oh, wow.
Sean Cunningham
Got
got
a
a
little
little
crazy.
wild.
Yeah, wow.
Sean
Y'all
Cunningham
some
got
wild
a little
boys.
wild on the beam.
Y'all some wild boys,
This is terrible. Can't even talk no more.
Oh, amazing.
Man. ESPN cameras in the house, man. It's going to be a fun night at Delco. It's going to be a great game.
The whole
And
weekend.
I
The whole
think-
weekend, I think it's going to be a great atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, with the Lakers on Sunday.
Yeah,
Absolutely. And I think we're getting second half Warriors tonight.
I think they're going to be ready to
I
play.
mean, all kidding aside, they're ready to play this game tonight. Like,
Hey.
I think this game matters tonight.
You see, I ain't saying nothing about Clay. I'm not saying nothing about Clay. Kyle Madson can say something. I ain't saying nothing about Clay.
Yeah, I don't
Clay
agree
will
with
go
Kyle.
off in
I
a
don't-
heartbeat. I ain't saying nothing about
I don't
Clay.
agree. I don't agree. I
I'm
don't agree.
doing
with Kyle's
like
take at all about
game
Clay.
6 last year. I ain't saying nothing about Clay till the game's over.
Yeah, then I'm gonna talk all that talk.
But they play on Wednesday, so don't
Oh,
talk
yeah,
too
no,
loud.
yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's
right.
a good point.
You gotta wait.
Oh yeah, because for whatever reason, the NBA really likes the Kings Warriors series. They just want to get all the games over with as quickly as possible.
I know. I think this is the 11th time in 16 that they've played each other between the playoffs, preseason, and
What they
and
played one of the last regular season games.
second
too.
to the last, including that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think the
Incredible.
Warriors are going to be ready to play tonight too, man. I think it's going to be a good game. There's going to be a lot of energy in the building.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
that's
yeah.
going to the Warriors are
both
going to
sides.
feed off of that.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been in the biggest games ever, so that, it's not nothing new to them. But in a situation where you're not really thinking about like, oh, regular season, the energy in that building might energize them and have them charged up for this game.
what I'm really hoping is that the Kings understand taking care of home court advantage. It was such a glaring issue last year.
That's a good thing that we haven't talked enough about today. Is
23 and 18,
and they were better on the road.
25 and 16. That's not okay.
Mm-mm.
And it's something that
Not for a crowd like this.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Not
mean,
for a crowd
remember
like
Alvin
this.
Gentry yelling about it the year before, like
Wow.
have some pride in front of your home crowd.
Oh.
So this is one of those things where like, look, you got to come up and show, you got to go out there and show up. Like,
Yeah,
fully.
you're spot on though, James. I was thinking about that like all week. Like I think they will make this a true home court. Like people are going to think, oh man, we got to go into Sacramento. And I think their record and the way they play
Yeah.
is going to they're going to do that this year with the Golden One Center.
That's going to be the difference between them being a 48-win team and them being a 55-win team.
For sure.
If you can take care of home court, because winning 25 on the road is really difficult. I don't know if they can do that again. So you need at least that extra 7 wins to get you up to 30 at home.
I can't remember exactly. It was the best in the West. What, third in the league?
Yeah.
Road record?
Like a game behind.
Like Milwaukee and Boston,
and
and like
Boston,
the big dogs up there. Yeah. And I think,
only like 5 teams won 20 games.
New York and Brooklyn had really big road records that kind of trickled down a little bit at the end of the year, both of them. But yeah, that home court is something they just didn't have last year.
Yeah,
there
you
was
gotta
no
take
home court
advantage.
advantage.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that. And there was I think De'Aaron pointed it out. This probably during camp. I know the conversation of home court was talked about, but I think it was De'Aaron that said, we had a better defensive rating on the road than we did at home. And I think we just relied on the crowd and shooting and all of that stuff to carry us at home. Be consistent.
Yeah.
Be consistent with how you play at home. Be consistent with how you play on the road. No fan is going to turn their nose up at 140 being scored at the house, but set a consistent defensive effort. I thought they were good when I don't know that how did you think they were? I thought they were good defensively on a Wednesday.
Oh, I did too. I mean, you dropped 130. You played with pace. So, like the fact that the other team scored 114, it's because you played with pace. Because that was a high scoring game.
A lot of possessions.
Because you ran them over. I mean, the key is always going to be its net rating. Like, what's the difference between your offensive rating, your defensive rating? I think their defensive rating after game 1, they were like I want to say number 13 in the NBA. They might be a little different. They're number 14, 108.6. Their offensive rating last year was like 122 point something. In game 1, it was 123.8. Like, what we saw from them offensively was stellar. And the fact that they can get better, and they will get better, is, like they're going to have nights where Kevin Huerter's hitting his shots, where, some of the other guys, Davion Mitchell, who didn't hit a shot, where those guys are hitting too. And I was like super impressed with what we saw from that group. And like, I just think that like the sky's the limit. The fact that Sabonis only had 5 assists, he should easily had 8 assists, 9 assists. They missed some easy shots. The fact that they went 19 of 51 from 3. I mean, that sounds like, oh, you hit 19. You also missed 32.
Yeah, like Fox was like 1 of 7. Huerter was 2 of 9. Or no, maybe Monk was 2 of 9. Huerter was like 1 of 6 or something. Like,
yeah,
your guards left some shots out there to be made.
Yeah, and you're not going to have Harrison Barnes go crazy every single night, but like this team has all kinds of weapons, and the most dangerous teams in the league are the teams that have 4, 5, 6 guys that each of them can go for 30 at any moment. That's a tough team to defend.
Anyone in particular you're watching? We were talking about Davion earlier. He didn't have the most impactful Wednesday against Utah. Certainly not on the offensive end. Obviously, it feels like everyone's watching Kevin Huerter. What do we see from Sasha? Anyone in particular outside, the obvious that you got your eyes on?
I got to be honest. I'm watching Kevin Huerter because I watched him at practice yesterday. After practice, he was on the near court right by us. He took Trey Lyle's spot and shot with De'Aaron Fox, but visibly frustrated. Like you're worried it's getting in his head, and visibly frustrated.
So
with himself.
We talked about this a little bit ago. What do he's I'm assuming he's frustrated. His shots aren't dropping.
Yes.
But Mike brought the conversation up because of defense.
Well, he's pressing overall. Like, and again, there's nothing that says that Kevin Huerter will be the starting shooting guard tonight. There's not. Like, I don't know that that's going to be the case. It might be, but Mike hasn't said like, yeah, this is a long-term thing that we're sticking with this. Like, we don't know, but Kevin Huerter has always made his name on the offensive end, and they're asking him to do some things on the defensive end that are, make you uncomfortable. If he starts hitting a couple of threes, he's going to be a much better defensive player. His offense has always driven his game. That will help him get the confidence he needs. But it's funny because you're going to see him get really, really picked on because of the defensive side when it's the offensive side that will help him wake up out of this. And I feel for him. Like, he doesn't want to miss shots. Like, he's a guy who's worked hard. He wants to be there. He's a guy who shot almost 41% from 3 last year. He's him and Keegan, your best 3-point shooters. And, it's got under his skin a little bit. And I know, like, there are no pep talks that you can do with these guys, but like, I honestly feel like he's really close. He starts seeing the ball fall consistently, and you could have like one of those moments where, Red Velvet shows up and it makes everything better, and he starts to look more confident, more like the player that he has been.
I kind of think the Kings need to look to find a way to kind of get his groove back. Like, don't worry about the minutes. Good play. If you were to take him out, like at the 7-minute mark, let him play to 6 minutes. Like, just get something in here where he's not worried about the minutes, the starting, all this other stuff. They've got to get him back in the fold. Like, they got to get him feeling confident, feeling good about his game. And I think the playing time has a lot to do with that.
Well, yeah, what you don't want is for him to get the yips. Become Chuck Knobloch out there and Steve Sachs and not be able to throw the ball to first base. And I think that's going to be the problem. We saw it even, let's go back to that loss to the Warriors. People forget, like, Kevin Huerter missed a free throw right before, right? Those are like, you need to get him right because he is a valuable player. He's a valuable piece to what you're trying to do. It doesn't matter that someone's pushing him for a starting job or not.
He's just got to be ready.
Either way,
simple as that. He's got to be ready to go.
Yeah, either way, you need him. You're going to need him. So
hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons. We thank you so much for being with us. Make sure you're with the insiders to recap not just the Sacramento Kings versus the Golden State Warriors tonight, but the Sacramento Kings versus the Los Angeles Lakers on Sunday.
Oh.
We will be back here on Monday. Of course, 49ers and Bengals as well this weekend. We're headed out to the World Series. Coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
What the fuck you talking about? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We're going back to work. Guys, we got to shut down. We got a ton of stuff to do over at KSFM. Thank you guys so much for hanging with us today. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons. Make sure you're back right here 10 a.m. on Monday morning. 10 a.m. Monday morning. And James and Kyle will be here. We'll see you shortly after that. Have a great weekend. If you see Casey out tonight, ask him where's D'Lo. And
they will anyway.
Hopefully we'll see y'all on Sunday.